Welcome back to the Sibling Rivalry podcast, the finale of 2021. My name's John. I'm here with my sister, Michelle.
Hey,
Michelle, it's over.
thank
2021.
God.
Yeah, thank God. This year is a little different. Last year, we totaled something like 215, 220 games, something like that. This year is about 145, 150.
Not even close to last year.
Not even close, but I think something about the length and of the games we play is a little different for the most part.
Yeah,
So
the length and the quality.
right towards the end of last year, we played a lot of bullshit. If you guys haven't
Yeah,
seen it, it's
yeah. A lot of that got removed from my backlog.
yeah, just a lot of like just trying to one up each other right at the end kind of stuff. And I'm not saying those games are bad or good or whatever, but we did it for the purpose of just beating each other. This year, there's a little bit of that going on, but not as much. That's for sure.
Yeah.
But we have a lot of games to go through. It's actually weird this year. I think if we had kept this pace that we did in this final 3 or 4 months, we would have actually beat the same amount of games. But at the beginning of the year, around January to March, we just beat like 20 games or something, and that's it.
We were so burnt out from the year before.
Right, but the previous two quarters or sections or whatever, we beat like 30-ish games each time. And you guys can go back and watch the other podcasts if you want to see us talk about those games. We will be referencing them when we go over our top 10 for the year at the end of this podcast. And if you want to check out the last year's contest that Michelle actually won, there's podcasts for that as well. But we got a lot of games to talk about. Last time we left off, I was at 39 games beaten for the entire year. Michelle, you were at 36. So I was winning.
Hmm.
I had just beaten Paradise Killer, and you had beaten Parasite Eve, which is funny. Very similar kind of names. So I believe you beat the first game, right?
Yep, this time I'm going to start us off. Last time we spoke, we had bought each other a game, and the game John got me that time was Detention. So I just immediately went into that, and it was very good. Uh, it's kind of like this Taiwanese horror game that really, I guess, references what is it, kind of more the political climate of Taiwan.
Right.
It
Definitely
was like a very
something.
big deal. I'm pretty sure it actually got banned in Taiwan and in some other countries.
I think
So,
I think it is allowed in Taiwan. It's not allowed in China. So
oh, man, I can see that.
right.
It's like a pretty straightforward adventure game for the most part. There's that aspect where you have to, if you see an enemy, you usually have to like hold your breath uh, and wait for them to pass so they don't notice you. I can't think of another game off the top of my head right now that does that. Maybe something kind of similar to like Lone Survivor, except in that game you kind of just back up into the wall, into like an alcove.
Right, but you know the mechanics sound so familiar. There must be something out there that does it besides
Yeah,
this.
it's got some really cool enemies in it. Especially the Lantern Man. I really liked him.
He's definitely a standout.
I don't think I like this game quite as much as John did. I gave it like a 4 out of 5. Only because I think I just played so many adventure games. I mean, I've played like hundreds.
Hmm.
So I feel like I have a very wide scale of games to compare it to and things like that. Um, it's definitely stands out as one of the more interesting horror adventure games because there just isn't a lot of those.
Right, and just the subject matter isn't
Oh
really
yeah,
something discussed a lot. And at
yeah,
first, I really didn't even understand what it was about, until it started really going into it. And I was like,
yeah,
oh,
hmm,
horrors of real life.
yeah. Um, it's funny because when I started playing, I actually didn't realize because I'm just ignorant and I just don't know things. I didn't realize that Taiwanese also used kanji. So I was like, is this Japanese? I was like, no, this isn't a Jap. I was like, is this Chinese? I was like, isn't this a Taiwanese game? But it was kind of interesting to just see things that were familiar to me and that I could kind of sort of read some of. Like, I can't read it in Taiwanese, but I know what it would have been in Japanese, so.
Right. So, and just so everyone understands, this is back in August, the end of August.
Yes.
And we're going to move into September now, and you're still beating games. This one's kind of a weird one.
Oh, God. I had gotten this game for Christmas the year before from my husband. It was like my big present that I wanted, and it was Ring Fit Adventure. And it took me from Christmas until, what is it, September
September.
2nd to beat this game. It took forever. And by the end, I was doing way more than what I should have been doing playing this game. I was going through like, in a single sitting, I was going through like 6 levels at a time, which was a lot. It's a lot of levels, especially when you get towards the end of the game. Like I was pushing really hard. Um, Ring Fit, it really is a workout. It's a great game. It's very repetitive, though. I will say that. I mean, it's exercise.
Right.
They, they
They
did
really can't change it too much.
they did give you a really wide variety of exercises that you could do. It's not perfect, and I don't think I would recommend to somebody to do as much as I was doing towards the end because, the sensor isn't quite perfect. There are definitely a few exercises that I don't know if it's just because of my height, because I'm tall, or what, but it just would not pick them up correctly. So I feel like you inadvertently end up doing some exercises kind of wrong and can possibly hurt yourself. I did hit a point because I have issues with sciatic pain in my back sometimes, and I played Ring Fit one night and I did a lot of running. And the next day, I found out I had slipped a disc in my back, and I like almost couldn't walk.
Oh,
It was
Jesus.
it was really bad. And after that, I was done. Like at that point, I had been doing like extra stuff because there's New Game Plus, and it's literally the exact same game, everything exactly the same, but harder. Like there was like no effort put into New Game Plus. They were just like, you want more exercise? There you go. Um,
So, how many points did you have to count off because you slipped a disc?
I counted up a whole star. I was like, I wanted to give it 5 stars so much. I did, because I did really stay fit throughout most of the year, like fit in quotations. Like I stayed active most of the year because of Ring Fit. But at that point, I was kind of done. I was like, I'm not going to come back to this for a little bit. I did complete the base of the game. Like I went and I did every single level in the base game, all the challenges, all the extra stuff, and I was doing New Game Plus and trying to complete that, but it's just going to take so long.
Since you've beaten it, have you went back to play it for exercise purposes, or are you just done with it, moving on?
I did for a while. Like I said, I was in New Game Plus for a while, like probably a solid at least a month and a half, 2 months after I beat it. But then once I hit that point, I was like, I'm gonna go do some other exercise now instead. I'll probably come back to it eventually, but I just played it so much throughout the year. I mean, it clocked me in at over 25 hours, John, and that's the time that they say you've been moving. If you go on the Switch and you look at my playtime on there, it says I've played for 60 hours or more.
Jesus.
So, yeah. I was like, there's some kind of discrepancy here because I knew that I had played a long time and I was like, 25 hours, even if that's only counting what I'm moving, that is just not accurate. I was like, it must not be counting any kind of static positions that they put me in ever because there's no way it's only 25 hours.
Right. So that's your number 38, but really, you have been playing it the entire year.
Yes, the whole year. It is definitely one of the most time intensive games I have ever played.
So after that, I finally beat a game for this little section of the year.
Mhm.
Horizon Zero Dawn is my number 40.
Good
You
game.
you had actually bought this for me.
Yeah.
This is the complete edition. Um, Man, so I played a lot of Sony games this year. I think I've already talked about a lot of them in previous videos. I'm not sure which one, so I'm not going to talk about them. But Horizon Zero Dawn was interesting because at its core, it is very much like the most basic open world type of game you could ever kind of come across. Like
Yeah.
everything
For
lines up exactly like you think it would, which I know is not surprising for a Sony exclusive, but it really is just that. And like when you think about the story, like the moment it kind of starts, you're like, yeah, I know what's going on. Like there's no surprise. I mean, there's a little bit towards the end where it's like they sort of get over the main hump, and there's some interesting stuff at the end. But you're like, yeah, I know Aloy's history. You don't have to explain it to me. I get it. I got it within like 5 seconds of the game starting. But what it does, even though it's very basic, is like just really well done.
yeah.
Like the combat in the game is just spectacular. Like using the traps and using the
It's a lot of fun to play.
right. And when you actually run into like hard enemies, and maybe you haven't upgraded your equipment like I didn't properly, they can wear your ass out. They will hurt you. But so that was very. I remember particularly like there was like some bird thing, the storm bird, I believe it's called, and man, I just was trying to kill that thing for so long, and I was doing such little damage. And then I finally went to a shop and like was like, okay, let's see what I can buy. And I found this bow and arrow that just popped armor pieces off. It did no damage, but
Oh
it popped.
yeah.
Oh man, what a great piece of equipment! You shoot two of those, and then you switch to a different arrow, and they're just getting wrecked. But still,
Did you end up playing the DLC?
I did absolutely.
Was it good? Because I'm very jealous because I that copy was only like $10 at Walmart, right? And I was like, man, I really want to get it too, even though I already have it. I don't have the DLC. I want to play it. And I was like, nah, I don't need to spend that money. And then I was like, man, I really want to play that DLC.
So yes, it is good, and the way I played it, it's kind of meant to be played at any point, right? I played it right before the final battle sort of commenced, and I think that was the best time to do it because it is hard. It anticipates someone who's already played the game looking for a little bit more challenge, and the enemies there are definitely the hardest in the whole game, and they'll kill you in like few hits, and they're very, very, very fast. But
Sounds like it's definitely meant to be post-game content.
right, but the way the story, like you could just go there pretty soon. Like after you get a couple things, like you can just go up there. But it was good. It was very good actually, and it was a good chunky like 6 to 10 hour type of expansion. So definitely worth it if you're getting the game. All right, and after and after Horizon Zero Dawn, I would beat Papers, Please. So Papers, Please is like one of these indie, I don't want to call it indie darlings, but when people talk about indie games, Papers, Please is pretty commonly brought up, right?
Yeah.
It's kind of a poster child for them. I believe we're doing a challenge that was play a game where you're working in like a mundane work environment, right? So Papers, Please fits that description because you're just a like a gatekeeper at a immigration point. And at first it's like, hey, make sure that their pass lines up so they're allowed to get in. You stamp it and they move on, right? It's pretty simple, right? Just make sure the picture matches up. And later on, they start making all these crazy rules, and it just like there's no way you can get it all right. There's so much to check, and how many people you get through the gate determines how much money you make for the day. And at the end, I remember at the end of one day, it was like, okay, I didn't make that much money, but it's okay. I'll make more money tomorrow. It's like, actually, your kid is sick. He's going to die tomorrow if you don't get him medicine. It's like, but I also had to pay rent. And so my
Just
kid,
stamp them all.
so my kid died.
Oh, God.
But you can't stamp them all because if you get a discrepancy, it counts off like $10 off your paycheck, and you only make like $20 total. So you make a error, you've really screwed yourself. And there's multiple endings, and I did end up getting what I think most people consider the true ending after I got a couple bad endings. Have you ever played this, Michelle?
I haven't.
It's very good, and quick. I think I spent maybe 6 hours on it. Very good game. I think Man, they made something else after this that I did play, but I don't remember what it is off the top of my head. But it was very interesting and definitely worth playing if you haven't already.
Yeah, I
That,
may have to actually look into it sometime. I've been interested in it for a long time. I just wasn't sure if it was for me or not.
that was my same mindset, and I wouldn't have played it unless the challenge had kind of required me to. But that was my number 41.
All right, and next up, I play a very random game. My husband and some of his friends in Discord, they wanted to get together and play this game called Pico Park, and it was a lot of fun. It took us, I think, like the game's not actually that long, but it took us a long time because it's the type of game uh, where the more people you play it with, the worse it is for progression.
What kind of game is it?
It's got like very simple graphics. You're basically trying to make it to the end of a level with everybody with you. And they're like usually making it through these puzzles. And like for a good example, one of the levels we were going through has you towards the end of the level, you have to jump over these buttons, and if you touch a button, everybody dies immediately. And the jumping was really bullshitty.
Probably on
So that
purpose.
it was very easy to jump wrong and fuck up and hit a button. We probably tried that level like 30 times before we got through it with all 8 people. It was so anxiety inducing, but it was really fun. It's really fun to go through with more people. It's just also infuriating
But
because it just takes one person screwing around to mess it up for everybody.
so it's kind of supposed to be like a rage platformer.
Yeah, a little bit. Because if you don't want to play with 2 people, I think it would be a pretty easy game, and it honestly wouldn't really be that much fun. But we played with 8, which is the maximum you can play with, and oh man, it was hard. A lot of fun though. It took about 4 hours. I think the game had actually only like 2.5 hours. It
Just
took us 4.
just depends on everyone else, really, huh?
Yeah, because we definitely had about three people, my husband included in those people, who like to bullshit around a lot and mess it up for everybody.
I understand.
So
I can be that type of person too. It kind of depends. I think I'll be the normal person if everyone else is going crazy, but if everyone else is playing normal, I just can't do it.
and then sometimes we'd have people who weren't paying attention, and you know, I found out they were like alt tabbed out of the game for a second, and we were like, "What are you doing? You can't do that." But it was great. It was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed it. It's really cheap, I think, on Steam, like a couple bucks. And it looks really, really simple.
Yeah, I
Like
was looking at it, I
graphically,
was
it
like,
looks like
whoa,
it's made in
very
MS
simple.
Paint over here.
Yes.
But it's a lot of fun. I'd recommend it.
All right, and number 42 for me. About to upset some people. Crash Bandicoot 4, It's About Time. So look, I like Crash Bandicoot 2 and 3 quite a lot, like a real lot. Crash Bandicoot 1's okay. But Crash Bandicoot 2 and 3, fantastic. Crash Bandicoot 4, like, it's good, but it's not as good as 2 and 3. And there's a lot of reasons for that. Some of it's like the camera. It stays behind you like regular Crash Bandicoot does, but like a little bit further back, and a little bit like it's trying to be a little cinematic, like the way it's swooping around you a little bit. And it actually just makes platforming a little bit tougher, which wouldn't be a problem if it was like normal Crash Bandicoot, but they knew their audience was a little bit older. So the game is actually really fucking hard. Extremely hard.
Weren't they all though? I mean, after I played the remakes of the first 3 games, I couldn't even make it through that. I got rid of that collection. I was mad.
So Crash 1 has always been incredibly difficult. Crash 2 and 3 is not too bad until later levels, but Crash 4 is definitely the hardest one. And I say this as someone who just replayed Insane Trilogy 2 or 3 years ago. Man, it was insane. And I'm not even talking about all the extra. They have these things called videotape challenges where you see Neo Cortex when he's training Crash in the lab or whatever, and those are ridiculous. But it definitely showed that they wanted to make a game that was hard for the people that really enjoyed those type of games. And there's a lot of like moments where it's like, okay, I have to do X, Y, and Z absolutely perfect for this whole line. Like I have to jump off of this box above nothing to another box, use your power to dash, and like you have to do it all in perfect, kind of like a Rube Goldberg type of thing.
Mm.
And it was just a little much for me, a little annoying.
I'll never play it.
Yeah, and like the story was kind of interesting for Crash Bandicoot, but and they have these extra characters you like play as Coco and a couple other ones. Not Coco. I mean, yes, you can play as Coco, but that doesn't make any difference. But Dingo Dial and a couple other ones.
Oh yeah.
And that's neat, but I actually don't even like playing as those characters. And the weird part about their levels is when you play them, it shows how they cross paths with the other characters, Crash Bandicoot, and you didn't even realize it maybe at the time. But at some point, the moment they cross paths, you switch back to Crash Bandicoot, and it's like, okay, now I'm just replaying the same exact level. It's just not. So, and I don't want to get it twisted. The game is definitely good, but I don't know. Just didn't. It felt a little off to me. I actually expected this to be like one of the best games I played this year, and it's just
it's kind of a disappointment a little bit.
Yeah, it was definitely a disappointment. That's a good way of putting it. But that's it for 42 for me.
All right, and at this point, I'm pretty sure I was trying to catch up a little bit, and also I had gotten a bunch of games for free from somebody. I was like kind of like claiming them throughout like a couple months. They had a bunch of Humble stuff available. So I played The Haunted Island, a frog detective game, which is a super short little like adventure game with kind of a cool sense of humor, but it's really bare bones in terms of gameplay. You kind of just walk around this island and talk to people and do some basic like inventory object puzzles.
Michelle, I want to define what this genre is, because we actually play a couple games like that. This first person, it's almost like a point and click that's mainly about interacting with characters.
Yeah.
But we play a couple games like that this year, and I really want to like nail down what genre it is. Is it just adventure game?
I think that's still what people categorize it as. Unfortunately, I guess you would just call it like a first person point and click adventure game. I don't know.
Right, because it definitely has a different feel than other stuff.
But you're right, we definitely do several times. As I look down the list right now, I can see immediately the other games that you're talking about.
Right.
We do. This is definitely, for me, I didn't really care for this game a whole lot, actually. I was kind of disappointed. It's not much of anything. Obviously, this was just a little project, that somebody did. It's got a really, I don't know what the sense of humor would be. It's not like a dry sense of humor. It's just like maybe kind of like a early Parks and Rec sense of humor.
Yes.
I don't know if that makes sense.
No, it
like
absolutely does.
Very much not everybody's cup of tea. But I thought it was all right. But the second game, which I played next, The Case of the Invisible Wizard, for whatever reason, it's not that much different than the first game. I liked it quite a bit more. I think it was just the setting of this little witchy, spooky looking town.
Right, they're having like a carnival or a fair, or maybe it's like a celebration of some kind, right?
Yeah, and you kind of have to go around to each person in the little town. It's very small. It's like a little circle, and kind of figure out what their requests are. And there's some missions that kind of overlap in the type that they are. Like there's one where you have to find like a bunch of pies around town, and there was a similar, I think, mission in the first game where you had to find a certain number of items or whatever, or something like that.
Sounds familiar. It's been a while since I played it.
Yeah. The second game I liked it better. I think it was just the atmosphere and the setting I thought was a little bit better, and they did give you a little bit more in the way of the little missions or the little quests to figure out who the invisible wizard was. So I enjoyed it more. It was good. I think the first game's like maybe an hour long, and the second game is maybe an hour and a half long, 2 hours, something like that.
Right, not long at all.
Yeah, so that kind of caught me up a little bit to 41 games.
And next for number 43, I would beat a game called The Blind Prophet. So I actually have a little bit of a history with The Blind Prophet because back on my previous channel, when this game was still just a demo, I actually did a video on it. And it's got this very cool graphic novel kind of look to it, comic book look awesome to it. Yeah, it oh man, like the Batman type of comic books, the dark ones, Frank Miller. Yeah. That's definitely what they're going for, and it is just a point and click, and it's a pretty simple point and click. Like you're not gonna find too many items. You're gonna go into an area a lot of times, and it's gonna be like 3 or 4 rooms you kind of have to deal with. So it's not too complicated, but it is very neat. It's about this. You are the prophet, right? Who's come to get rid of all the demons or whatever, and you arrive at this town that looks like something out of a Cthulhu thing. What's it called, Michelle?
H.P. Lovecraft.
Lovecraft. Looks like very Lovecraftian, and there's definitely some vibes with it. So it's very dark, and immediately there's demons, right? And you sort of got to solve the mystery because you can't just be chopping people's heads off willy-nilly. I think God would be upset. So you have to figure it out. And the demo was actually pretty decently sized. It's probably about a fourth of the game.
Oh, wow. How long is it?
Not terribly long. Maybe, I mean, I don't have it pulled up, but maybe 5-6 hours. Okay. Not terribly long, but it was a very cool game. I thought it was very interesting, and if you see it for cheap, I would definitely get it. Next game, number 44, I beat Shadows of the Damned. I've had this damned game for a long time.
What console is it on?
PS3.
Okay.
It is a Suda51 game. And not just a Suda51, it's a Shinji Mikami game. Shinji Mikami of Resident Evil 4 fame. Evil Within fame, if we call that fame. But during that little brief period between Capcom and what he's doing now, he made a couple games. He made Shadows of the Damned and he made Vanquish. 2 very different games. Vanquish is like an extremely tight, mechanically third-person shooter that has like the most bland story in the world. Like you're the good guy, the Russian's the bad guy. Shadows of the Damned is like the opposite. It's like its gameplay is not tight at all. It's like the most basic PS3-ass shooter you've ever seen in your life, but it tries to go for this grindhouse sort of feel. Basically, you're this guy, Hispanic guy with a very thick accent, and his girlfriend gets kidnapped by demons or whatever. I believe you're like this guy who goes in and hunts demons, basically. So the demons come in, they steal your girlfriend, and they're all being very crude and rude, grindhouse style, about things that are going to happen to her. So you jump into hell, basically, and go hunt them down. It's basically what I thought it was going to be. It didn't surprise me at all. It wasn't like the best game ever, but it was fine. It was a good time. Definitely Mikami has done better, and so has Suda51. So I don't know if I would even recommend it, but especially if they update it, maybe. But I wouldn't go out of my way to get an old game like this.
Mm-hmm. All right, it looks like next up, I just beat a bunch of games. I don't know what the heck John was doing during this time to let me beat this many games at once.
To be fair, you're only talking about a period of 5 days. I went to work. That's what happened.
All right. So next up, I played Smile for Me, which is a really cool. It's got like this Psychonauts clairvoyance looking art style where everybody's like this 2D paper cutout almost.
That's a good way to describe it. I've never thought of it like that. Spoilers, I would go on to beat this game later, so I'm going to talk about it with you since we're talking about it.
And it's like you're this person, I guess you were unhappy, and you get put in like this what would you call it? It's not a cult, but
Well, it
it's
is,
kind of
but
culty.
it's a
Um,
community, right?
yeah, I guess they tell you that you'll become happy there, or that you should make other people happy. I can't remember if it's.
It's that the main guy would make you happy, and you fuck everything up because you're like,
Oh,
I'll make people happy too.
yeah, and that's not what they want you to do. They want you to be their happy, or I guess under their control.
Mm-hmm.
Um, because as you go along, you can walk around and talk to people and help them out and do things to make them happy. That's kind of the goal of the game, is to find a way to make everybody happy. Um, and every day things will get a little bit darker with the more people that you make happy, and you'll become closer to the truth of that place and its purpose. It's a very good game. I'm not really sure why I didn't give it 5 stars, honestly. I just didn't feel it. But it was very good. It was really interesting to play. Some of the missions were really cool that you got to do and how you did them. They were very clever, I guess, with some of them.
I agree. How many times did you have to look up a guide?
I mostly, not that many, not too bad. There were definitely some points where I got stuck. I think there was a time when I was stuck trying to figure out how I was supposed to get on the roof because I kept talking to that person who was blocking the stairs, and like
Mm-hmm.
I didn't think I had anything else to do, and I was like, "Can you just move out the way?"
Right. I had trouble with that too, and then also there was a point where they say, "Hey, find an owl at nighttime," and nighttime is scary. You don't want to be around at nighttime. It starts playing
Mhm.
creepy music, and like I don't know what happens if you stay out too long. I'm thinking you die. I didn't do it, but I was like, where's the owl? I just need to know where he is, and he's in the only outside area there is besides the roof. But I was like on the
Yeah.
roof, and I thought maybe I had to hold my arm up, and because the game
Oh
does do
yeah.
a lot of weird stuff like that. Um, do you remember there
So,
was the
mhm.
girl that wanted you? She was like, because it is the clairvoyance type of view. Everyone's looking at you, and she's like, I need a picture of someone's butt
Oh yeah,
because you never see
yeah,
butts here, and you
yeah.
end
That's
up.
right. Because everybody is always turned to face you. Always, they like pivot on a swivel.
Oh, you know what else got me? And this one was one that I understood because the way the game works, it's very cool. Is like the first time it's like, hey, I sure would like this, and you like, okay, I don't know where to find that, and the next day you talk to them and they're like, I wonder if so and so has it, and they'll sort of clue you in a little bit further.
Hmm.
And this girl needed a cape because she was trying to be a superhero,
Hmm.
and she was like, you should just take it from one of these tents, and I was like, oh, okay. So
Oh yeah, yeah.
now I
I
realize
think
I
that
need
was something I actually missed, and then I had to look up.
I like looked forever for that stupid. Like I went to every tent, was like clicking
And it's
around.
in that stupid one with the crystal ball.
Right, and it's only a specific, very specific spot. And I was like,
Hmm.
oh, I'm dumb, but I did get stuck on that part as well.
Yeah, it ends up being pretty cool. There's multiple endings. You can screw up and not get the good ending. Like you can, I think, kind of lock yourself out of it if you save too late. Um,
I'm not sure. I actually, it doesn't let you save too late.
oh, okay.
Once you make the final decision, it doesn't let you save anymore. That might be an update because I played it way
Mhm.
later, but because I knew it
Because
was
there's like a
coming.
certain amount of items that you have to have. There's certain items that you have to get before you go into that final encounter, I guess,
Right.
to be able to get the best ending or the true ending or whatever.
Right. Which, to be fair, is not really that much different than the regular ending, but
Yeah. Well,
it's just another thing to do.
yeah.
But I really like this game too.
Yeah. Really good atmosphere, good vibes. I wanted it for quite a while, so I got it. It was really nice to get it for free. But next up, I played Tomb Raider Anniversary. I am a big fan of the first Tomb Raider game. I think it's, well, at the time that I played it anyway, which was probably at least 10 years ago, I thought it was quite a masterpiece, honestly. Um, in terms of like it would have been nice to know that whole jumping thing that Laura has. That whole like she has to have 2 blocks to be able to jump because I totally didn't know that as a kid.
Oh my god, how did you ever get through the game?
Oh god, I pressing the X button a whole freaking lot.
Huh.
Just mashing that X button and praying that she jumped when I wanted her to.
Jeez, there's sometimes in the game you have to like do like 10 jumps back to
Oh
back. I don't
my
know how you
god.
did that.
The end of the game is really, really hard in the first game. Very, very satisfying once you make it through it, though. Super satisfying. So I was kind of interested to see how Tomb Raider Anniversary would be. It's a remake of the first game. For the most part, it's very good. It's very faithful. Um, Boy, did they mess up them end levels. But we'll get to that in a second. It's a little bit awkward in some of the really big areas of the game because on the PlayStation 1 version of the game, there is black fogging, which basically makes everything look very dark, at
Uh-huh.
least on the PlayStation 1 version. So areas don't look super open, and it pretty much always looks like it's nighttime if you're outside. Uh, so for you to not have that any of that fogging and just be able to see everything in Anniversary definitely changes the atmosphere a lot, especially in like the underground portions of the game as well, because they're not super dark. Like I can see clear across the Coliseum to the other side, so it's like a little bit of the spookiness is taken out, I guess, that kind of atmosphere.
Right.
Um, the game plays really well. All the levels play really well. They play very faithful to the original for almost the entire game. From what I can tell and from what I remember, they did not cut out much at all until you get to the end levels of the game, which was really disappointing. They messed some points up. I had to kind of cheat in a way to finish this game because I got so frustrated. Because the original game it was not easy. It's probably one of the hardest like platforming type games I've ever played. But man, like I got to these end levels, and for one, they cut a bunch of stuff out. Because I remembered a part in the original game where you basically have to dodge 2 boulders and run all the way to the end of a platform and jump into a swan dive, specifically a swan dive, into a single square of water. And if you fuck up that jump, you're gonna die. But it was such a cool move to end up pulling off into this end of this long string of things that you had to dodge and had to do perfect.
And
And
you're
then make
talking
that
about
jump.
the PS1 version, right?
Yeah.
Which had save crystals.
Yeah.
So you didn't just
Um,
get to redo the jump. And you didn't play on emulator, right? You played
no, I played
right. So there's no save states.
yeah.
You had to go back and make probably like 40 more jumps to get to that point.
Yeah. So you would think that it would be a lot easier in this game. But they really managed to fuck up a couple parts somehow. There was one jump. There's like an area towards the end of the game where you basically have to go up kind of a spiral. And there's like, I would just count that. I would say like 6 jumps. And what I mean by jumps is you making it from one main platform to the next one up. And I tried this jump, and I think they just didn't playtest this part well because I mean, I had never had any other issues with the rest of the game that were anywhere near this bad ever with Anniversary. I probably tried this jump at least 30 to 40 times, and I failed it every single time. And I was like, fuck this, I'm gonna find a save online. I was like, somebody's gotta put saves online for literally every jump, and they totally have. So I just downloaded the save for the next jump, like so that just bypassed that one tiny jump. Just like the next one, had no problems with the rest of the spiral after that.
Interesting.
I don't know what it was. Basically, they expect you to jump on an angled platform and then instantly, instantly jump off of it to a bar behind you. And then turn yourself around, swing, and jump on something else and grab it with the grappling hook and swing yourself around. That angle jump, if you jump just wrong on it, you will not have time to even press the button for her to attempt to jump off of it. I mean, you have to be so like pixel perfect precision and jumping at that one part. And I was just like, why?
And you're playing the PC version, right?
Yeah.
I wonder if that issue exists across all versions.
It was really weird. I'm sure there were jumps that were very hard like that in the original still. I seem to remember a somewhat similar jump, but I didn't have, obviously, I beat that game without, save states. I beat it on the PlayStation 1. So, and then I had one other part in the game a little bit later, shortly before the final boss, where I had to jump onto a ladder and Lara would not grab that fucking ladder. Just say, like, you had, like, if I jumped at it at the wrong angle, which once again, never had this problem the whole rest of the game with any ladders, with any bullshit. She just would not grab it. She would literally jump to it and just slide all the way down into the ground and die. And I was like, because that start of that jump is before that ladder. So even if you make the ladder and keep going, if you die after that, you still have to redo that whole part again and pray to God that she's going to grab that ladder. So I just downloaded another save for literally the jump right after that and just kept going. I was very upset with that part of the game. I was like, why did you have these issues? The game was very good up until this point. It was great. And you guys ruined it. Thank you. One thing I will say is the gunplay is a little bit different in this game, which is really for the best, honestly. They have, like, for the boss fights, for one, they replaced a lot of them with QTEs, which I'm actually not against. All the important boss fights that were really good are there in their entirety. But, like, some of the bullshit that doesn't matter, like the people that you end up fighting, like the human beings, they just replaced it with a QTE, and I was perfectly okay with that.
I remember.
From a story
I think the only person, because I played a little bit of the original game, the only person I fought, I came out of the water and they were like shooting at me, and it was kind of just like I shot at them, they shot at me, and someone died first.
Yeah. The T-Rex boss fight's still there. They have like a little what's it called? Like a little slow motion thing now, where like your little reticles will line up, and when they do, you hit the shoot button and you do big damage. It's kind of like that.
Okay.
They kept the boss fight in later in the game. The God, what are they called? The two horse dudes. If anybody's played it, they'll know what I'm talking about. uh, they kept that boss fight in, which is a boss fight that you have to like grapple their shields off of them and shoot them and stuff. That's much more involved. But I thought those were very smart choices to change it like that. It kind of made more sense with the story and everything. They were able to incorporate those QTEs into cutscenes and stuff. So
here's the question. The original game or Anniversary?
And let's keep in mind, this is from me looking back on like 10 years ago. So obviously, in my opinion, realistically, if I played it today, could be different now. But for right now, from my experiences, I would actually say the original, for myself anyway. I don't know if someone had never played a Tomb Raider game before, I would say maybe go with Anniversary. But just know that the end segments may cause you some problems.
Also, if her talking about the PS1 one scared you, on the PC version, you can save wherever you want. So you could just redo that last jump over and over again.
Kind of wherever you want. They have checkpoints. Here's the thing. You really have to hit one of those checkpoints. Like, you can save wherever you want, but it's going to put you at the nearest physical checkpoint that you were at.
The PC
if that makes
version?
Sense. Yeah.
No. You can just save anywhere.
No, I mean, you can save anywhere. It's going to put you at a specific part, though. If you saved...
I could save every jump.
And then...
It would put me right back there.
I think you're misremembering, because there's like certain areas where it will auto-save when you walk, and you can save anywhere, yes, but it will put you near whatever the nearest checkpoint is to where
we're talking about the original one, right?
Oh, no, I'm talking about Anniversary.
Oh, okay, that's where the confusion.
Because there's save crystals in the original.
I'm talking about the original one on PC. You can... you can save anywhere,
oh my God,
remember.
that sounds so much better, yeah.
Yeah, you can save anywhere.
Oh God, yeah, play that. Never mind then. Go play the PC version of the original game.
It's got some issues too, but
it's also way less dark. That's one thing. The PlayStation 1 version is extremely dark for some reason for the original game, like nearly pitch black in areas.
But the PC version does keep some of that atmosphere where it's supposed to have like a black wall. Like you talk about the Coliseum, you clearly should not be able to see across the whole Coliseum. It kind of ruins it with the monkeys, but yeah.
Yeah. Oh, all right. I'm still up. The next game I beat is Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu. And I decided to be dumb and play this game in Japanese when I did not know enough Japanese, and they did not have. I think they may have had settings where I could have potentially picked it to have kanji, which would have actually been a lot better. Uh, we won't go into that a whole lot, but basically, having a little kanji is better than having no kanji. It makes it very hard to read if you don't have any. So I didn't understand much of the game. Didn't really matter. I didn't need to. I've played this game before, basically.
Right, you get it.
Like, many times. So, um, and I played a little bit of this before with other people, and I had a lot of fun then. But honestly, if you're just playing by yourself and you've ever played any of the original Pokemon games, you could really just skip it. You really could. You're not missing anything. Like I said, I think it's great if you have somebody else to play it with. But I mean, I think I played the original games too much, honestly, for this to be worth it for me. Because it feels the same. I mean, like I put in my comments that the parts that I hated about the original game, I still hated in this game. I hated Victory Road. I hated the caves and all the fucking Zubats. I hated the Team Rocket place. It was all just a chore to go through.
Although, to be fair, in this game, you could just walk around the Zubats now.
Yeah, that's true. Those little changes are nice, and I would definitely recommend this to somebody who had never played any of like the original games for sure, because it was so much more accessible and easier for them to play. But I think, which is funny because it's got to be at least 10 or 15 years since I played any of the original games, but that just was not enough time apparently. Like I needed to wait longer. Um, I think it's also just a case of, it's still a very basic RPG. It's all turn based and all that stuff, and it's just
And this
I
one in
just need something more
particular,
exciting.
this one in particular is even more basic because there's no random battles anymore.
Hmm.
You only catch Pokemon in the random battles, so you only do trainer battles. Um, and then they also give your main guy superpower moves, so you kind of
And
just steamroll it.
experience shares on everybody now, which is I'll never complain about that because that's it was really annoying in the original
I'm
games to have
always
to level
okay
your
with it,
Pokemon.
but they have to balance the trainers for it. They
Yeah.
don't always do that.
It would be nice if they kind of tried to put a little bit more effort into the random trainers that are on the field and not like, just have like water trainers that only have Magikarps and stuff. And
Right, like
nice if they didn't keep it so faithful to the original.
that's funny one time, but I've played a couple
Yeah.
games this year. There's always one or two in every game. It's like, come on, guys.
Yeah. I didn't hate it. I just like wouldn't play it again for a long time probably, and I definitely don't feel the need to go back and do any extra stuff because like I'm just like whatever. Uh, it's all right if you've never played it though, the any of the original games and you're interested. It's definitely the way to go for sure.
I would disagree with that, but
I think once again for modern people, like because these games are made for kids.
sure.
Like realistically, it would be a child today playing it. Like your son, do you realistically think that he would enjoy if he had the option of playing both of these at the same time, like the original game and then Let's Go Pikachu?
He
He
would
would
not,
probably have more fun playing Let's Go Pikachu.
he would not enjoy either one because
Oh, really?
they're turn based.
But I think most kids anyway would prefer the new one for sure. Especially God, kids now are really things are just so different now. We're so old. It's kids can't hack it with Game Boy games nowadays.
Yeah, they just play different type of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. Um. But yeah, it was all right. The next game that I played, I actually just finished this up. I played it quite a bit before. I think actually, little did I realize I only had about an hour and a half left to finish it. And that's Spirit Hunter Deathmark. It's kind of a horror visual novel on the Vita. I think it's also on the PlayStation 4, but I wanted it on the Vita just because I could, like lay in bed and play it. I don't really like playing visual novels on big screens with controllers. It just, I don't know.
Something's weird about it. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a good game. It's a very different game than what I had kind of expected. It's got awesome artwork. It looks amazing. Um, I guess it's just a forewarning to people. They have like weirdly sexualized dead bodies in this game.
What?
because it's like a murder mystery kind of a game.
Wait, no,
Kind of weird.
that doesn't explain.
It's kind of weird because it's definitely a more serious game. You're this guy who finds this symbol on his arm that he finds out is called a death mark, and basically, if he doesn't figure out which spirit gave him this death mark, he's gonna die. And throughout his course of his journey, he meets other people who have death marks, and he ends up helping in an effort to find his own, the own, I guess, spirit or whatever who cursed him. He ends up helping them out as well. And throughout that process, you end up finding several dead bodies of people.
That
and
just happened to be sexy.
It's really weird. It's just, it really catches you off guard at first. You're like, oh, okay. Especially, like, I don't know, like, there's this woman who, she was, like, dead, but she had, like, honey all over her because the enemy is, like, this weird bee guy. And I was just like, is this really necessary? And it's not done as much at all towards the end of the game. It's done a lot in the beginning. And there's definitely one point where they sexualize a minor, and that was really weird because they made her look real. I didn't even realize it was the same character at first. I was like, she's like 15. She like why her boobs grew really fast. How did this happen?
Oh, Japan.
Yeah, it was only for a brief moment, and then it never happens again. But I was just like,
it's always weird when you play a game, and whether it's that type of stuff or anything, where you have to just like, okay, I'm just gonna ignore these parts. I'm just gonna ignore it.
Yeah, because it's like with the rest of the game with just the dead bodies, it's kind of weird. But I was like, I mean, I'm not really offended, I guess, but this is an odd stylistic choice you've done here. Okay, because like I said, it's not like in a really stupid weeaboo anime way. Like the game's very serious and the art style is really grim and dark and stuff. So it was just a really weird thing that they did. But anyway, the story of the game is pretty good. When you
anyway, it's pretty damn good.
The story is pretty decent. Throughout helping these other people, you end up encountering those spirits, and they're kind of like the bosses. Yeah, this is a visual novel with bosses. This is where things get really weird. To me. Like, this is weirder than the sexualized dead bodies for some reason. Because you have fights, like boss fights in this game. And you think, how would you do that? Well, you basically have to find out information about the spirit, and you can pick up certain items and find certain things throughout the game, and that will give you clues as to what you're supposed to use, which items you're supposed to use with your partner, whoever you chose to bring with you, because you'll have multiple characters per chapter, I guess, of the game that you can bring with you, and you can bring the wrong person with you. Spoilers, everybody. Like, your companions can die if you fuck up and bring the wrong person. How are you supposed to know which is the right person? Not 100% sure all the time. I found out I got really lucky the first couple chapters that I played and somehow did everything correctly. I did have anxiety later on in the game, and I did look up some things before I finished each chapter. I was just like, I had no idea that you could actually lose people for like half the game.
Do you ever have you ever done that where you look something up and you're like, okay, it says do this choice or this choice. What do I do? And then you look it up and it's like, so and so dies later, and you're like, what? Why would you say that? Shit, I should have never looked anything up.
Yeah, because they had a moment at the end of the first chapter where, like, the girl I was with, they had a moment where she was going to go back and grab something, and then she screams, and I was like, oh, shit. And then they're just like, haha, it's like, everything's fine. And I was like, oh, okay. And I found out if you had done something wrong prior to that, she could have actually died. Like, she would have been attacked by something and gotten killed. And I was like, oh God. But the boss fights, you have to use specific items with your partner. With the first fight, I could see what things I was supposed to use. Like, I understood based on the clues from the notes, from the information that we gathered. I feel like as you go further in the game, it honestly, some of the middle chapters, it's kind of hard to understand what you're supposed to be using. Like, it's just not conveyed well enough. it's got to be put on a little bit more in your face, especially because you can win the chapter with like a truer ending and then with just an okay ending or like a bad ending. Um, so you can technically win the boss fight, but still not get the best ending of the chapter, or still even potentially lose somebody. Which is just it was just very strange. And I definitely ended up looking up some things for a couple boss fights. The last boss fight of the, or I think the last or the second to last boss fight of the game, they like stopped even trying because they really didn't have anything for it. Like they were just like, you got these items. You're just supposed to use the same items every turn. It's fine. I was like, okay. You like had to make every other boss fight really cryptic, and then you just kind of didn't care at the end. Like the end of the game went a lot faster. The whole pacing of the game just got faster in general as it went on.
As the money ran out. Just finish the
Probably.
game.
Um, it was good. I'd recommend it if you like horror visual novels or murder mysteries, because it definitely does come to a good conclusion that I thought, I liked, and I am interested in the other game in this series. It's called Spirit Hunter NG. It's kind of expensive though, so we'll
What's
see
it?
if I
Was
end
it?
up.
What's it on?
It's on Steam.
Oh, okay. So I see. You
Um,
mean kind of expensive, like normal game kind of expensive,
yeah, like I don't think it goes on sale.
not like one of
So
those
it's
like
like
$800 games or anything.
no, but kind of interested. I kind of wish it came out on other stuff, the sequel anyway. But I don't know. I'd recommend it to some people. Maybe not for everybody. If you don't like visual novels, just don't even bother. But
If you like sexy dead bodies and age is just a number to you, hey, and you like boss fights, this
yeah,
for you. All right, after this, I'm back in the game, and I will continue to beat games forever. Next up is Def Jam Vendetta. Played it on the GameCube. It's a wrestling game featuring the stars of the Def Jam record label, Method Man. You know, the rest. What was so interesting about this game to me was WCW Backstage Assault, PS1 game, terrible game. It was going to have a sequel, and it was going to be this game, except obviously not featuring the rappers. But WCW went out of business, so that game never came to light, and they reworked it into Def Jam Vendetta, which is a weird game. I don't know why there's a rapper wrestling game, but there is.
and you've had this game forever,
I have. I've had it for a long time.
like since we were kids.
And I played it back then, and I remember being hard, very hard, the story mode. And I played it again. I was like, well, I bet it's not even that bad. No, it was very hard, particularly tag team matches, because the AI just doesn't work right. You're just constantly like, once someone gets in the ring, like your partner will come in the ring to help, and like, okay, that's good, but then they'll fight, and the opponent will leave the ring, but they'll see your guy still in the ring, and they'll come back in the ring. And it's just constantly like people get in and out of the ring, and it's like it just never ends. So you have to kind of get lucky. It's very annoying. And then they'll do a lot of things later on, but like the enemies or the opponents will just get extremely difficult. And there's one battle in particular where you get jumped backstage before they're like trying to take you out or whatever, and you have to beat off like 5 guys at once. And it's just like, man, like this is ridiculous, and they're not easy. So the game is just ridiculously hard. And I know everyone likes the next game, Fight for New York, but I don't own that game. This game was just kind of okay. It definitely had a good grappling system, but as far as like the story mode, and that's mainly what I played, it's okay. There's not much to it, and the length of the game comes from how difficult it is. I mean, I lost many times trying to get through this game.
Do you
Very
think you'd ever get Fight for New York?
absolutely, but it's a hot commodity. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, that
Not so much that it's rare, but that it's just people want it. So If it were
Yeah.
to ever fall into my lap, if I ever saw it for cheap, not that retro games are cheap at all anymore. It doesn't matter
Oh
what it
God, they're
is.
not.
Doesn't even matter what it is. Could be a terrible game, good game, a game everyone owns.
Hmm.
$400.
Yeah, games are super, super expensive now.
Yeah, I don't like it. I mean,
I
I
think
guess
it
I
has
could.
something. I think it has something to do with COVID. I just don't know what exactly.
Yeah,
So,
damn
but
COVID.
I'm ruining everything.
But
But uh,
maybe I'll just pirate it.
yeah, I mean that seems to be what a lot of people are just going to now, honestly.
You
So
know, it's kind of like when I get to that point, though, I'm always like, maybe I'll just pirate it. But then I look at all my other games, I'm like, maybe I'll just play one of the 1,000 other games I own.
yeah, yeah,
And maybe Def Jam Fight for New York will land in my lap at some point.
yep.
I think Fight for New York is a little interesting too because I don't think there's pins or anything. It's just more fighting, and then you knock
Hmm.
your opponent out, and you can
Oh,
knock out your opponent in this one too. But uh, you can also pin them or submit them. And submitting people is like the main way of knocking people out later on. So um, it was okay, uh, but unfortunately, that's the one game I'm gonna beat until you start beating games again.
and we're we're pretty neck and neck right now. We're both at 45 games, which is kind of surprising. Cause we actually stay pretty close like the whole year,
Right.
honestly, which is weird. But I'm at number 46 now with Cardo, short for cartographer, if that wasn't obvious, because it took me a second when I started playing. This is kind of an interesting little puzzle kind of adventure game type of thing. The main mechanic for the game is that you grab these map pieces and you extend the map, but you can also pick them up and move them around. And they make a few clever puzzles to make use of that mechanic. But you're this little girl who's kind of like you're with your grandma in this like flying dirigible thing, and you fell out of it, and your map went everywhere in all these pieces. So now you're basically trying to get back to grandma. And you meet a friend along the way, and you end up going with her on this journey. Um, Kind of a cool game. It doesn't really make really heavy use of its mechanics though, with the map. Like you use it obviously. Like you'll walk around and you'll grab map pieces and you'll add it on, and that'll kind of give you access to little puzzles where like so this guy will be looking for a sheep and he'll say, "Oh, well they're in between these flowers." So you have to take those map pieces that have those flowers and put them together, and then the sheep will appear, like in between them. I was like, that's kind of neat. There's also another puzzle where there's a safe in the sand. This to me was the coolest puzzle in the game. There's a safe, and it tells you the combination for the safe, like how many turns left and right you have to do. And what you have to do is go into the map screen and turn the map piece left and right to
Oh.
unlock the safe. I thought that one was really neat. I really liked it. Later on in the game, there's a few puzzles that are more annoying. Like there's an area that you have to get across, and the map pieces aren't just little square pieces anymore. They're kind of weird shaped. Like they'll be L shaped and longer pieces, and just more like actual puzzle pieces. And you have to kind of put them together in the right way. And it's like a little bit more cumbersome, and so I kind of see why they didn't go super crazy and try to be really overly difficult with the puzzles with the map pieces, because it can get frustrating kind of quick, or you can lose interest kind of quick. But it wasn't bad. I had an interesting experience with this game, and I've never done this before, but I was towards actually the end of the game. It's only about maybe 4 hours long, maybe 4 to 6. I was towards the end of the game, and I ran into some kind of weird bug where I got stuck and I lost all my movement. And I was like, oh, well, I don't know what's happening. It wasn't my controller because my keyboard wouldn't work either. But I was able to open up the menu. So I opened the menu and I saved. And that was a big mistake,
Hmm.
apparently, because I opened up the
Mm-mm.
game and it corrupted my save file and I didn't have it anymore.
No.
So I like messaged the game devs and I was like, hey, you guys got a save from like around this point in the game? And they were like, yeah, sure, here you go. And
Oh,
I was like,
that's good.
awesome, thank you so much. Because I was like, I told him, I was like, and if you can't give me one, I was like, that's fine. But I was just like thinking, I'm going to put this game down for a while. I'm not going to play it again for a little bit. But they really did me a solid. It was pretty obvious that they just like actually played to that point in the game. Like they just know their game so well that somebody was able to just get me, to that point in the game and hand me the save file. So I was actually able to finish it within like a reasonable amount of time. So
Good.
that was really awesome of them. Those
Good
do
for
I
you
remember?
not being going on Steam and leaving a review like the save is all messed up. You
And
just
I
were
told them what happened and stuff, and I didn't really think it was their fault. I really think it was just like a freak thing. Like, the game, I encountered absolutely no other bugs or any issues at all with the whole rest of the game. So,
right. You're reasonable about it.
yeah, and I was just kind of like. But they were cool. Do I remember the developer of this game? No, I don't. But they
But
were
you
cool.
you remember what they did.
Yeah. So, appreciated that. I do think it's worth playing if you can get it for a reasonable price. I don't know how much it actually is because I got it for free. Um, it's like the asking price is $20. That's not terrible, but I get it on sale. It's like $12 on sale. So
Sure, they give this game
it's
away
worth.
for free constantly. So
Yeah, I'd say it's worth playing. It was not. It's got a really cute little art style. It's got a nice little story. You end up back with Grandma. Grandma's pretty cool. She's like leaving these notes and these map pieces around for you too. She's just like flying around in the dirigible or whatever and just keeps missing you. Like you keep missing each other and where you're at. But it's a fun time.
okay, Michelle.
I was mad about this one.
Number 46. Did you know Game Pass has PC games?
I mean, I would think so. It's Microsoft, so
Psychonauts 2 came out. I did not actually plan on playing Psychonauts 2. I mean, I
until I
want.
mentioned it in the last stream, and then John was like, "Oh, you know what? I might play that since you want to play it,
Well,
and you
yeah,
can't right now."
so we could talk about it, and then some other people were playing it too as soon as it came out, and I was like, fuck. Like something about my schedule had freed up. And I was like, I'm gonna download it. And to be honest, I'm still kind of weird on Game Pass, right? Because
Hmm.
the idea of like I don't actually own this game, and like even though who cares? Um,
Yeah,
but I downloaded Psychonauts 2, started playing it. Spoilers, you would go on to beat this later in the
yeah. I
year.
did play it later in the year. My husband was very sweet, and he just went ahead and bought it for me because I was waiting because it's a full price game.
Yeah,
And I really wanted to give them the full price. I just didn't want to pay it right then.
yeah. I think Microsoft gave them the full price for me. Um, yeah, they're owned by Microsoft now. That's crazy to think about.
But that
Um,
is a very, ironically, in this case, it is a very good thing because they
yeah.
can actually continue to stay in business.
Um, Psychonauts 1, I think, is a very good game.
Hmm.
A little stiff in places, and like not like I don't consider it like my favorite platformer of all time or anything.
Hmm.
I love Psychonauts 2. It is so clear to me that they had some budget and room to do what they wanted. I know it was Kickstarter too, and I'm not sure how much of
Man,
that was made before because I actually saw an
yeah.
early trailer for the game, and I was kind of like, I don't. They're not hitting the right look for
It's
me.
it's funny because the development of this game was such a disaster. Like I don't know how Kickstarter even worked and how that money went after Microsoft bought them because I really thought people were going to be mad because they kickstarted this game and then Microsoft was like, "Yeah, we're going to fund the rest of it." Like they were like, "Are we going to get our money back?" Or
Can you imagine people thinking that? And it's like, did you not see Broken Age? Like, do you not remember their last Kickstarter? So this game actually skips a little bit. There's a VR game that's in between that explains what happened, but um,
yeah, you don't need to. They will tell you what happened.
right, they'll plot dump it right at the beginning.
Yeah,
But so you start off in what's it called, the mother lobe, right?
yeah,
Which is sort of the main. And Michelle, I wasn't really feeling the mother lobe.
yeah,
Um,
same.
like I liked it, but I was like, oh, I missed
I
the,
was like,
the
this
I
doesn't feel
missed the
like
camp.
Psychonaut.
I missed the
Yeah,
camp. But
they address that.
once they open up the world and all the areas and everything, like it does feel good. And the mother lobe
Yes.
feels better because you have the other areas to sort of jump off of with it.
Yeah, I agree 100%.
And then, oh, the world. So the game's a platformer, in case no one knows, and the idea is that you're a psychic, and you go into the minds of other people, and the minds are sort of based on their personality and I don't want to call it mental illnesses, but just
Their
things.
mental states, their I
Right,
guess their personalities and beliefs and all that stuff.
right, and man, there's just so much going on. Not only are they just beautiful worlds and just incredible to play with lots of little mechanics and just the combat is very good in this game. Oddly enough,
Oh yeah, the combat's definitely a lot better than the original game for sure.
super good for some reason. And but the actual worlds are just so unique.
They were
There's just
very well designed.
and like it just they just keep getting better and better too as it goes on. Like man, by the end there's just like I've never had like levels like just make me feel, you know, by
Oh,
just
and I
look
think everybody's favorite was oh God, what was the one? Because I'm sure you know exactly which level I'm talking about.
the boat someone's bottles.
What? The psychedelic one?
Oh no. I mean that one's really good too. But
Like I say, I think that was the first one that everybody was like, "Damn, like this is cool."
I like that
Like,
one a lot. Later on, there's a one, the one where you're on the door in the water.
oh yeah, the Asian like letters, not letters. Is it the Asian themed place or?
No.
Oh no, I know what you're talking about. The one with the islands, the seeds.
Yes.
Yeah,
Whoa,
that one
whoa,
was
whoa,
awesome.
whoa. Dang, such a good level, and all the levels are really good. And the way they like introduce like new enemies, and the enemies are just fascinating, and the powers you get are fascinating, and how you deal with them. There's like a library later on. Do you remember that one? Like,
Oh yeah, that one's pretty dope.
man, like there's just
Like
there.
the levels really just get better as they go along.
Yeah, there are a lot of good games, right? But there's not a lot of games that the moment I start thinking of them, I just start going, oh man, remember that level? Oh,
Yeah.
remember that level? Remember that level? Like, if I think about, like, let's say, like, uh, Rise of Tomb Raider, right? Rise of Tomb Raider is a pretty good game, but I couldn't tell you. I was like, yeah, it was a good game. I don't know what happened in it. There was a snow level.
Yeah.
There was a not snow level. And that's not a knock against Tomb Raider, but there are very few that just go like, man, I can just go on and on about
Yes.
everything that was in Psychonauts 2. And
Um.
I did not get 100%. There was a scavenger hunt thing that was just like, man,
All
shit was everywhere.
Also,
But
speaking of going for 100%, I don't know if you know about this. They put an update out for the game
yeah,
to make it a little bit easier for you to get 100%. I think it's like a psychic power that you can buy that helps you find like the figments and stuff that are left so that people can have it. But
oh,
because there were some complaints about that, I
that's
think they
cool.
did a couple other things to the game too. But people were very happy about that.
I actually mostly got all the figments.
What's
But
funny
yeah,
is that they dropped it like right after I beat the game. Like, I mean, literally days. And I was like, oh. So now I'll go back and eventually I'll complete it.
heck,
And
I'll
you
probably go back
definitely,
and just replay it.
and you definitely liked this game better than the first game,
Yes,
correct?
yes. Although the
I'm
first
not
game
gonna,
is very good too.
yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I think I have a hard time picking because I like them both so much for different reasons. The only thing I think I like slightly less about the second game is the actual design with puzzles in the levels is definitely not as good. It's not as strong. There's definitely not as many puzzles. Like levels are pretty straightforward most of the time.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, the later levels definitely get better. But like the psychedelic level with the freezing time, it's like super straightforward. You
Right.
know, you just like you freeze the time in the places you're supposed to. I didn't have like levels like the milkman level in the original, like where you had to use clairvoyance to like get specific items and stuff, and like it didn't do anything quite really interesting like that.
Yeah, clairvoyance is
But
actually fairly underused in this
yeah,
game.
like you pretty much never use it. And they did take out a couple of like this also the scavenger hunt items aren't really hidden in ways that you need to like use specific abilities for a whole lot. They're kind of just out.
Yeah,
Like the items are kind of just out in the open in places for the most part.
hard to find, but out in the open. There was one
Yeah.
that was a sign on a door that I'd walked past 1,000 times, and it was just like right there. I was like, oh my god, right here.
But like really nitpicky little stuff like that, but it's such a good game. And I, I I was so touched when I finished because I was just like so happy for them because it's such a horrible rocky time making this game for the longest time because it was in development for like 6 years and they would like hire people on for set amounts of time that they could like afford them for. And it's also how they did Broken Age as well, and I was like, that is not a good way to do
And
things.
Broken Age was already a mess, so it's like,
Yeah.
oh, guys, come on.
And then, once they got acquired by Microsoft, they obviously just, they could just focus on making the game and they didn't have to worry about finances and who they should be hiring right then and whatever, because, Microsoft is just an endless stream of money.
Right, because it's not
So,
about what the game sells anymore. It's about it being like a thing on Game Pass that makes Game Pass look appealing, right?
and, the first game was also so incredibly beloved by people that it would have been really easy to fuck it up, the second game. And just for people to be really upset about it. It wouldn't have been hard at all.
Right. Whew.
So happy it came out and that it was amazing and that everybody loved it and it was what we wanted it to be because it's very rare that that happens.
It's true. It is very rare. You expect them to kind of screw it up, so, but they didn't. Next game I beat, number 47, is The Room. You bought The Room for me last time, and I finally got around to playing it.
What's funny is I actually wanted you to play the third game, but John likes to play games in order, so I was like, I'll just give him the first game. And
Yeah, I have to play games in order.
yeah,
Very rare exceptions that I don't. So The Room, like we talked about last year, is basically a very elaborate puzzle box. I don't know if this is an app description. It's kind of like Myst for babies. Because
maybe,
Myst is
but not really.
like ridiculously hard, but does give you that like you're like just solving puzzles and they sort of they don't always like it's not like a regular point and click where you use an item on a thing. Myst is like
I still wouldn't compare it to Myst though.
Oh, okay.
I'm offended by Myst, so
Oh, you don't like Myst?
I don't actually.
No one likes
heathen.
Myst. That's why
As much as I love adventure games, I really don't like Myst.
that's why I call it Myst for babies. It gives you that same feeling when you complete a puzzle, but it's also like not stupid, ridiculous.
Yeah, it's
nonsense.
honestly in a way really not hard at all once you kind of know how the game works.
Right. The
A
room
lot of it's just
it has a nice balance of like, okay, now I have to figure out this puzzle, and then after you figure it out, there's like 10 things after that is just going, woo, I'm spinning the knobs, I'm pressing the
this
buttons.
opens and that opens.
Right, and it's like it's not complicated, but it's cool because it
makes you feel like you're doing stuff. And these were also made for mobile, so it was a lot more, I guess, tactile because you would spin it and like touch everything on the screen.
Yeah. Sometimes spinning things with the mouse, like it doesn't work perfect, but
yeah.
Everything else, and it's got the Lovecraft vibes as well going on.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie, can't keep up with that story very well. I get the idea.
Yeah, me either.
That dude is trapped or getting trapped, but it's definitely interesting, and I definitely really liked it.
Yeah, and you don't need to be able to like understand the story fully to enjoy these games or anything at all. So
no, you just can feel the vibes. It's dark, puzzles. It's interesting. Very good game.
all right. Next up, I played a game that John played earlier in the year, which was Paradise Killer.
Paradise Killer.
Yeah. Such a good game. Such a good game. So unexpected. I was so stoked because I got this for free as well. And like when I saw it in that bundling of games like that I could pick from, I was like, heck yes, I want to play this. And it was really weird at first. The world is just so strange.
And it's overwhelming.
Oh yeah, for sure. But it's so cool, especially when you start getting like the movement abilities that they have and stuff. Like when you walk up to one of those little hot spring things or whatever and you click on it and it's like, oh, you can double jump now, and you're like, what? This is awesome. And the whole story, the whole murder mystery, and being able to find these like obscure clues that are just around. I remember when I stumbled on the tire tracks on top of the building, I was like, are you serious? And when I found those, I was like, am I supposed to be looking around like places and finding evidence? Because I didn't understand how that worked. I was like, what?
Right, you actually kind of have to be a detective and figure
And
stuff out. And
they don't really explain that to you.
you can absolutely not find all the evidence and
Yes, you could
still finish the
probably,
game.
yeah, you could probably breeze through this game. And I think because the ending is kind of, you can kind of almost bend it to your will a little bit and what you think happened,
Sure.
but it may not necessarily be what happened.
Right. And even when you have all the evidence, it's still kind of like, well, I think, looks right to me.
Yeah. They leave it a little bit like ambiguous at the end, and
Which is good too, because you're never gonna reach that ending with the feeling of like, did I miss something or whatever? Like,
yeah. I think I actually did find everything in the game though. I'm almost positive because I don't think there's anything else, but there's so much to explore. They put out so many collectibles throughout the world. This like awesome, very Japanese uh inspired world with all these like big apartment complexes and stuff, but it's also got this like art deco flair going on with a lot of gold and stuff everywhere.
yeah, it's just a fascinating game.
It is if you like murder mysteries, if you like uh Danganronpa, really even if you didn't care for Danganronpa as much cuz I liked it but I didn't love it, you know, you really might like Paradise Killer, so
It's definitely has inspired by that. It kind of makes it feel like, what if we made Danganronpa but like open world, and then
and
what if
make
we
it
made
like
it
super bright and everything pink and blue.
an extra weird?
Yeah. And just put this random demon everywhere and just like you really want to talk to for some reason, even though he never says anything useful.
Right.
But yeah, I really enjoyed my time with Paradise Killer and I would love to play it again.
Next up, number 48, I would be The Silent Age. Now, Michelle, you beat this last year, I believe. I don't know how much you remember about it.
I remember a decent bit.
Point and click adventure game. I remember, man, it was a short game. I don't remember too
Yeah.
much about it, honestly. You're like a janitor, and you stumble into basically like a way to like flip between the past and the future, or the past and the present,
Yeah.
and
I think
use,
at one point you do end up in the future as well towards the end of the game.
yes, towards the end of the game, yeah. And it's some scientific technology that no one's supposed to have discovered, but you discovered it, and uh, people start thinking you're crazy and stuff. And use that to sort of solve some puzzles and try to figure out what's going on in the world. And
And honestly, it's actually a pretty good game.
it
And
is, it is.
it really very, very frequently goes on sale for like 99 cents on Steam. So
Right, definitely get it.
yeah.
The only part that I found a little weird, and I would love to talk about it more, but I can't. It's mostly story, and I just don't remember
Hmm.
the exact details. But the ending was a little weird because you go, man, it's spoiled. You go to the future, right?
Hmm.
And there's some implications that maybe other people had been there already.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And I was sort of reading about it, and people were implying that maybe that was just you, or different versions of yourself, or.
Hmm.
But I was like, I don't know.
Alternate timelines and whatever.
Right. Or maybe it was someone else. But like, if it was someone else, like, what does that mean? Is there more to explore here? I don't know. But I thought that was a little weird, and I would have loved to learn more about it. But I don't think they're gonna make another game, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Next up, number 49, Pokemon Crystal. I bought it on 3DS a while back. Earlier in the year, I tried to do a Nuzlocke on it, and I've beaten a Nuzlocke before. I failed entirely with this Nuzlocke. I think I ran into a Mr. Mime that just beat the hell out
Oh
of me.
yeah. Yeah, I remembered seeing that in your comments.
Right, and I was just like, well, whatever. I'll come back and I'll play it again later. So I actually forget, but like early Pokemon games they're, they're more focused on being balanced in a typical RPG way than they are just making it enjoyable to play.
Hmm.
So like, let's say you play a Pokemon now, you catch an electric Pokemon, you can tell like, okay, it's gonna have this move, this move, this move eventually as I level it up. That's not the way it works in Pokemon Crystal. Things are balanced, so your more defensive Pokemon actually don't get the better moves later on, which was
Hmm.
something I forgot about entirely. It was very strange because I had a Magneton, and I was like, oh, this guy's dope. He's gonna get Thunderbolt and Thunder, and Thunder's not that good of a move because it misses all the time, but Thunderbolt would be good. And he absolutely did not get that move. He got Zap Cannon that had 50% accuracy. And I was like, well, what the hell? Then he also got a move called Lock On that means the next move always hits. So I was like, oh, okay, like he's so defensive. You use Lock On and then use Zap Cannon. And it's like, I get it, right? Because if he had Thunderbolt, he would just be better than everything else.
Hmm.
So you would never want to use a Pikachu. So just interesting the way it all worked out. I stand by, and I kind of felt this way when I played Heart Gold Soul Silver. Guess it's been like 10 years now. And now I'm playing Crystal again. Gen 2 is one of the weaker gens.
Yeah.
The whole Johto region is kind of iffy. Team Rocket is like such a shell of its former self. It's kind of embarrassing when you fight them. And the route variety of Pokemon is just like abysmal. The worst, some of the worst I've ever seen. I did end up with some good Pokemon. I got like a Slowbro, which was kind of interesting. I never used a Slowbro before. But yeah, it's just like you're constantly seeing the same Pokemon at every single route. And Kanto, when you go to Kanto, it's like it's so bare bones. There's nothing to it. It's just like you go fight the gyms with very little story going on. And Crystal adds a little bit more to it, but there's still not too much. And Red at the end, because the level curve is so weird in this game, like everything just drops off. Even by the end of the game, the wild Pokemon are like level 20, level 30. Red
It's
has
really weird.
It is weird. Red has level 80 Pokemon, so when you get to him, he will destroy you. And I got really lucky. I had the right team. I was kind of prepared for him. I knew he was coming, but man, if you show up there, you'll be grinding forever. Probably in Victory Road, which I think has like some level 30s, but it's a tough grind, that's for sure. And this is before experience all and stuff. But so after being Pokemon Crystal, it reaffirmed Gen 2 not that great. Still fun, still Pokemon, but not that great.
Yeah. All right. It looks like I beat a bunch more games again. Once again, we're still pretty neck and neck though by the time that I beat the last one of these. But I played the Book of Unwritten Tales, the Critter Chronicles, which is like a little spin-off in between game between the first and second Book of Unwritten Tales games. And it follows one of the main characters and one of the, I guess, more side characters from the first game, which is the thief Nate, and Critter, who is like this Muppet-looking character who doesn't really speak. He just makes lots of hand gestures to show you what he wants. It's very cool and very comedic and funny. And they make a pretty unlikely pair for this game because Nate ends up stranded on I guess on the island, the icy island that Critter and his people live on, his like species. And basically Nate's trying to get off the island because he's being chased by this orc lady who's a bounty hunter and wants him dead. So he teams up with Critter to help him and his people so that they'll help him get off. And you kind of end up seeing Nate become a better person as he helps them inadvertently kind of save their world and their people. And Critter's little girlfriend, girl that he likes. It was a pretty fun game. Critter was my favorite character probably in the original game. Just like all the ways that he expressed himself without speaking was really cool. It's kind of weird because his other people speak, which didn't ruin anything for me, but it was kind of strange. I was like, well, why didn't Critter speak then? Like,
Just doesn't want to, I guess.
But okay. It's a pretty good game. It definitely paints Nate in a different light as a better person because he's a thief, he's a pirate. So he's kind of sleazy. I mean, he definitely did end up being one of the heroes in the original game as well, but it's just like they really painted him as this person who he was just gonna leave Critter. He was like, "F this, I'm not gonna help out these people. I'm gonna betray them and just get what I want and leave."
And you said this is between the first and second game.
Yeah,
Have you already played the second game?
I played some of the second game.
Okay, okay.
I didn't end up finishing it this year.
I see.
It's very long. This game is not too bad. It's like 6 hours or so, I would say. And whereas the other games are like probably closer to 15 at least
Gotcha.
hours. Very much worth playing. I mean, if you like the first game, you'll like Critter Chronicles. It's not quite as in depth, and it doesn't contain the other characters, the other main characters of the story, like at all. It's only about Nate and Critter and their people. So, all right. Next up, I finished a game that I should have finished a real long time ago, and I did not restart it. So I just picked it up where I left it off like years ago, and that's Resident Evil 7. Where I left off was like shortly, like I was in the house where the mom is,
Oh,
but I didn't finish.
like the second part of the game.
Yeah, but I didn't finish that area. Like I had just started it. So I was really expecting it to be worse with me just going into it again without replaying the first part of the game. But I didn't want to replay the first part of the game because there was the molded in the basement, and they were really scary for me the first time I played. I don't like those guys.
Fair
I don't
enough.
like Jack chasing me around the goddamn house. I don't like it.
Right, and I
Um,
guess by the second part of the game, that all goes away basically.
yeah, for a while anyway, for quite a while. Um, so I just picked up where I left off. I was not I had already knew everything that happened in this game. I had seen somebody play this all the way through, like in person, next to me, uh, a couple years beforehand. Probably well, now like maybe 5 years ago, and I think I saw somebody else again play it later online, maybe John Wolf.
Mm-hmm.
So I knew the whole game. I knew what happened and everything. So that wasn't a surprise. It was just about making it through the game myself. And I eventually did get over the molded. You have to fight him a bunch more later in the game. You do have to go back down in the basement again several
Yes.
times.
Yes.
Uh, I was really bad for some reason in the first part of the game about rationing my ammo and actually aiming correctly at things, apparently.
Right. You can
Because
miss pretty easy.
I think I had an issue with the molded in the basement. I think I just didn't have enough shotgun shells on me, and when you try to go at those guys with a handgun, it sucks. So, um, yeah, I eventually made it through. Like pretty much everybody's opinion, once you get to the ship, it's not like it's bad. It just kind of doesn't fit very well with the rest of the game.
Like when
Uh,
I played I think let's say let the game split into 5 parts, right?
mhm.
The first 2 parts, I was like, this is gonna be a 5-star game, and then it got to the third part, and I was like, well, this still might be a 5-star game. I mean, the other part wasn't great, but it wasn't bad. And then I got to the fourth part, I said, oh, this is fuck, it's not gonna be a 5-star game. And then the fifth part, I was like, yeah, it's not, but it
Because
was pretty good.
I still liked the Suns. I forget what his name is right now. The Suns area because that's like a little. It's almost like a room escape thing that you have with him.
Yeah, that part is
I,
cool.
that part I really liked. The ship is kind of like you get tired of it. It lasts a little too long. It was definitely kind of a tense part of the game though at one point because they start you off with at one point on the ship with nothing,
Yeah,
and there's molded
right.
everywhere, and you're just like, oh my god. The part that I definitely hated of the game was definitely the end part with all the molded and you're running through the mines and shit, trying to get to what's her face? What is her name again? Uh, the little girl.
Bitch face. I don't remember.
I don't
Girl.
know that Japanese, typical scary girl, the hair.
Yeah.
Pretty much. I feel like there's a lot of better ways that could have been handled. That was fucking annoying having that onslaught of enemies. I definitely fucked up several times and died several times in that area. Because
Like,
you can't just. They don't expect you to fight everybody. They expect you to run past almost everybody and shoot a couple people who are gonna get in your way.
oh, I don't know. I had, man, I actually had so much ammo, I couldn't bring it all. I actually had to leave my flamethrower behind entirely.
Yeah.
Because I just had so much stuff, I couldn't even bring it all. Man, I killed every single enemy easily.
Oh God. I didn't have anywhere near as much ammo. I don't know if I just did I think I just did such a bad job in the first part of the game about like rationing my ammo for some reason.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened. Um, I still had quite a bit of ammo at the end of the game, but not enough that I could kill everybody. Definitely not. Not without like making sure I was getting headshots on most people.
Did you get the Magnum from the cage, or did you have to
I
wait for
did.
the?
I got
Okay.
the Magnum because
Did you?
I knew from previously seeing people play that you should not wait to get the Magnum because there is in fact basically no final boss fight to this game,
Right. Oh, so
and you will
disappointing.
fucking waste it if you don't use it. I
Right.
felt bad because I was like telling this person, I was like, man, you better wait to get the Magnum. We got to use the Magnum is definitely for the final boss. You always use the Magnum on the important bosses in Resident Evil games.
Michelle, that is exactly what I did. You just reminded me. I didn't even use the Magnum because I was
Uh
saving it
huh.
for the final freaking boss.
So this time, since I knew that ahead of time, I used it for Jack, the Jack boss fight, which was very helpful.
Ah.
Because I feel like that's kind of the fight that you want to use it for. It's definitely the one of the, I'd say maybe one of the hardest fights in the game. I mean, none of them are that bad. The chainsaw fight actually was kind of shitty for me. I did bad at the chainsaw fight with Jack. I died a bunch of times.
It can be
Um,
kind of weird because you're like, am I doing good? Am I not doing good? I don't know.
but
It's funny. I watched someone speed run that fight and they just obliterate it. And I'm just like, oh, so that's what you do.
but yeah, so I pretty much have the same opinion as everybody else. Like first half of the game really good. Second half kind of it starts to trail off and then just gets kind of like eh. The very end of the game was just for me.
Do you remember at the end where
Um,
it like plot dumped a bunch of like
yeah.
stuff to try to connect it to something in the future? And you're
Here's
like,
Chris Redfield, and you're like, what?
and then it starts talking about the connections. And it's like, I wish you wouldn't do this fucking Resident Evil
You don't
6
have to make
shit.
it connected, okay? Like you can just it can just be
You
its
know,
own thing.
yeah, you leaving a couple pictures of an umbrella helicopter, that's good enough. Like, I could wonder, and
Yeah, you
leave it
could be
at
like,
that.
oh, maybe it's connected, but then they're like, here's Chris, and you're just like, okay.
You look at him, you go, you're not fucking Chris. I know what Chris
Yeah.
looks like. You're not Chris.
And then I haven't played 8, but I've seen some of 8, and I'm just like, oh, they just went all the way with this shit, didn't they? I didn't actually realize 8 was like directly connected to 7. As
Yeah,
weird as that sounds like,
my
but okay.
son just bought it. He's been playing it, so
Oh God,
we'll
I
see.
don't know why. I just feel like that would be too scary. But I guess I don't know.
He's 12 years old now. He actually beat Resident Evil 7, and now he's playing 8. He's turned over a leaf. He has beat Hollow Knight now, and
Oh wow,
he's going for 100%. So, man, he likes the hard
he's better
games.
than we were at our age.
Yeah,
Actually, I
definitely.
say that, but honestly, I did beat some harder games when I was younger, like Tomb Raider. I must have been like 16 when I beat that. That was a really hard game.
Sure.
But anyway, finally beat Resident Evil 7. It's been plaguing my backlog for like literally years now, just unfinished. So that was nice. Um, Next up, I played Gris, which I believe you played. Was it earlier this year or was it last year?
I believe last year.
Yeah, very good game. It kind of reminds me of like Journey and stuff like that, but actually good. Very unpopular opinions here. I don't think me and John, neither of us like any of the games from that game company that much, honestly.
I like Journey fine. Um,
I could have sworn you gave it like a 2 out of
uh,
5.
maybe, but like
You're like, maybe, but it's fine.
it's not the worst thing. And Flowers, alright.
It's just boring, I guess, is more what we find those games
I guess
than
what I'm
anything.
trying to lead up to is I don't know how much more I like Gris than them.
Oh, really? 'Cause I definitely thought it was a similar vibe, but much better because there's more actual like puzzles and interactivity to the game. It's not just you like walking around and doing nothing.
It's
Um,
definitely very pretty.
yes, it's very pretty. It's got very good animation, and that was obviously a very big point for them. Uh, like they really strived to have those moments where they had these really heavily animated, fluent scenes happening in the game. It's very cool to look at. But it was also just really a pretty good play. I initially gave it 5 stars, and then I was like, maybe that was a little high. Like, I'll go 4.
We've talked about this before. I don't know what your personal policy is, but I give myself 2 weeks. 2 weeks, I can change the rating. After that, then I'm like giving into pressures of things outside of like when people go, is Chris really that good? Like 2 years later, and you're like, maybe it's not. Like to me, that it's not.
Sometimes I won't necessarily look at somebody else's opinion. I'll look at, because sometimes I just like to go through my backlog and just look at my stuff and what I said about things. And sometimes I'll look back and I'm like, I think I was really lying to myself at the time because I don't know if that game was that good.
I don't even do it.
I'll change the rating.
And Michelle,
I rarely do it, but
let me tell you, and it bothers me a little bit not to, because I have a couple 5-star games. One of them is New Super Mario Brothers for the DS, and I love that game when it came out. But now I'm thinking about, I'm like, man, there's no fucking way that's 5 stars. But I won't change it until I replay. If I replay it, then because I'm just like, I'm just not being true to myself if I change it 10 years later. You know?
That's I can see that. But Ghost it's a pretty fun game. It's got like this. Me trying to remember the mechanics of the game right now.
Jumping, floating.
There's lots of emphasis on like colors and stuff though. Like the more you go through the game, the more colors you add to the environment, I guess. In this very watercolor fashion. It's very cool.
I can't remember. There's a true ending, right?
Oh shit, dude, I don't know.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if you completed
I was like,
it or
there's
not.
different endings.
Yeah, there's like if you collect these specific things, they're hard to find. And
I think I know what you're talking about. Actually, I collected quite a few of those throughout the game. I didn't get them all though.
yeah, me neither.
There was definitely one part of the game where I think it was a little bit harder to explore around. The one where you like switch between like the top and the bottom, like you basically change the gravity that area.
I agree.
So, good game. It's definitely worth checking out. Very cool to look at and actually relatively fun to play, because it has actual gameplay. So, good game. I liked it. And after that, I still kept going. And I played a sequel to a game I played earlier this year or last year. I kind of can't remember anymore. It's really blending together now for me. But I played The Inner World, The Last Wind Monk. And it was good. It kind of didn't really need to exist. Like, they really could have just ended it with the first game. Like, they didn't really need to continue on anything. I felt like everything wrapped up just fine, and then they kind of made this whole new story about you trying to find the last Wind Monk. Which was just unnecessary, but, I mean, it was alright. One thing I realized, this game has a very stylized look to it that's very drab, kind of, and bland in colors, and I was like, this really reminds me of something, and I was like, what is it? And then I hit a point where I realized, I was like, oh my god, this is so obvious. It's the Holocaust.
Oh.
Like, no, like, it's genuinely on purpose meant to resemble Hitler and the Holocaust. And I was like, wow, this is an interesting choice. Like, I just don't know how I didn't realize that before. It's very obvious. Like, there's banners that are red with the circle and a black symbol in the middle. That's not a swastika. I was like, oh, and everybody's wearing, it's all very desaturated colors and very, like, uniforms and very military-esque. And I was just like, oh, this got really awkward for some reason all of a sudden. Oh, I don't know why they did that, but
I guess it's fairly common, right?
Yeah, I guess.
They're the most recent, like, true evil of the world.
Yeah. So that was interesting for me to realize, but the story of this game basically ends up with you finding, like, the last one monk's a baby. There you go, I spoiled the whole game.
Oh,
you
man.
find a baby, and it's the last one monk. I don't really have a whole lot to say about it, other than that it was alright, but they just, like, they completely wrapped up the story with the first game. They were just like, we just want to make a second game that's just really doesn't need to exist. And like, oh, okay, I mean, it's fine. It still feels like a Daedalic game, which is not a plus at all. It's still just... It really does. It gives me, like, PTSD a little bit. I've played so many of those stupid games because I bought, one of them. They always have them in bundles.
Sure.
You can buy every game in the series, every Day Out game ever made for like $10.
And you say, why not? I'll torture myself.
And they got a few gems in their collection of games. They really do. But most of them are not at all. And this very much falls in the middle. It's a very 3-star. Like, it's fine. I think the puzzles in this game, I want to say they were worse. They were harder to figure out. Like, they definitely didn't make as much sense. And I did use a guide for a lot of this game. And also just because I just didn't have the willpower to put that much effort into going through it. Like, I kind of knew it wasn't going to be like super amazing or anything. So, but I mean, I got them both in a bundle. Basically, they bundled the first game with the second game, uh, on the PlayStation 4 for whatever reason. So I got it for really cheap. It's worth a play once.
Fair enough. Next game for me, I finally am beating games again. Number 50, Kill It With Fire. Another spoiler, you would go on to beat this game later in the year as well.
Yes.
So Kill It With Fire is one of these first-person adventure games, I guess. First-person shooter? I don't know.
Yeah, kind of.
So it's just very simple. You enter a room. There's a certain number of spiders you need to kill, and then you exit the level, right?
And you kill them by any means possible.
Right. So at first you'll get like some things you can pick up and throw at them, and later on you get I don't know, a bazooka.
Wait, how many times did you actually pick something up and throw it at a spider? Because I think I did it literally only the one time they told me to, and every other time if I didn't have anything, I just hit them with a clipboard.
Right. That's what I would do too. Or if one of the challenges required me to throw stuff at them, I would do it for that. So that premise alone is actually very not that interesting. And the spiders, like, they don't attack you or anything. They're just squirts, like getting behind stuff and hiding, and kind of like in real life where they're very annoying to deal with.
They do have different kinds of spiders, though. They have like jumping spiders, exploding spiders, and stuff. I don't know what the purpose of the exploding ones really is.
Well, they can kill other spiders.
Yeah.
I want to say there was a challenge later on that was like kill spiders by exploding them, but they
or kill spiders with other spiders, and I was like, what?
So cool. But what I thought was very cool about this game is there's like secrets, there's progression.
Yes.
So some levels more so than others, but sometimes there'd be like, here's a door. And you're like, well, fuck, how do I open it? And it's like, man, you do this and this and find this weird thing, and like somehow you can open. You cut a certain amount of grass, and there's just
you unlock different like weapons as you go along, and there's cool secret areas, and like they really reward exploring around. And they have a lot of different objectives. Like they have different objectives, like several objectives per level that you can keep unlocking as you like find notes with them on there.
Yeah, it was fascinating, and I actually didn't even get the true ending. It was just too fucking.
There's a true ending.
So, man, you may not even know. There's a house you go to, and it's the one with the lawnmower you can get on and cut the grass, right? And there's a secret lever that opens up a doorway down into the cellar.
Oh, down in the basement. Yeah, I wasn't able to get all those stupid things because I screwed up and I like accidentally threw some of them everywhere and I couldn't find them.
Yeah, I just restarted the level afterwards and looked up a guide to find them all. But once you put all those in, it just unlocks the ability to solve the puzzle. So at that point, once you do that, it opens up and there's just like 9 boxes that have nothing in them, and you're trying to figure out, you're like, what the hell do I do? And then later on at the end of the game, the very last level, the Christmas themed one, you pick up this UV flashlight and you shine it on the wall in front of you, and it's got a symbol. And you can input that symbol into the door, but there's 9 blocks, right? So you need 9 symbols. So you're like, okay, that's weird. That symbol was in that other level. Where are the other symbols? And you look it up, and surprise, they could be literally anywhere in any level.
Oh, I gotcha.
So I went looking around a couple levels and did not see any, and I was like, I'm not going to do it. I don't know. It's just too much. But the fact that it existed was very cool to me. And this game was definitely way cooler than it had any right to be.
I'll say though, one thing, they give you all sorts of ridiculous things to kill these spiders with. Like you can use a lawnmower, you get like a machine gun at one
Mm-hmm.
point. But really, like realistically, the best way to clear rooms was literally to use fire in some way, like Molotovs, the hairspray with the lighter. Those are definitely the best ways to clear rooms. Like just set everything on fire.
Right.
Like other weapons were really not that effective. Like the guns were just goofy, but they were honestly kind of hard to hit the spiders with because they're really fast.
The only reason you
Um,
would not want to do that is because some objectives require to use items, and if you
yeah,
destroy them, then you can't do the objectives anymore. There was one that asked
yeah.
me to like do something with some posters or some frames, and I just they just didn't exist anymore because I threw a Molotov into the room.
But a lot of fun though
Yeah,
overall.
pretty neat game, man. It comes you get it free a lot, so if you have it for
Hmm.
free, I would recommend
Yeah, and
checking it
also it
out.
goes on sale real cheap too because I was able to get it. I had been interested in it and I got it later on in the year for like less than $3. So,
Yeah, pretty neat.
all right. And next up, we're gonna do the same thing again, where one of us plays a game that the other one plays later on in the year, and John like literally plays this game right after me, and that's Stubbs the Zombie in Rebel Without a Pulse, which is kind of a somewhat beloved like Xbox game
Yeah,
that
it's
came out
a
later on PC.
Xbox exclusive at the time, and I remember wanting it for a long time because of that,
Hmm.
right? Like,
Yeah.
and everyone said, "Yo, it's really good." What do you think of the game,
It's
Michelle?
definitely not as good as they made it out to be, but I see where it is very charming and why it's memorable to people. Because there's nothing else like it. Not really, not on the console anyway, for sure. It's like this set in this like kind of 50s type time period where you playing as a zombie and you like have the hots for this TV lady and you're just trying to get to her like the whole game. And you can do all kinds of interesting stuff. You can like take your head off and throw it at people and blow it up and stuff. And like it's basically just a beat 'em up,
Yeah, that's a good way to describe it. It's a beat 'em up, um, a very stiff beat 'em up.
simple beat 'em up.
Man, I think I was mildly disappointed by it. Um,
Yeah, I kind of realized shortly into it, like within a couple hours, I was like, it's definitely gonna be a 3-star game. It's just okay, but I don't know. Like I probably would have liked it a lot more as a kid, but I think as an adult, I just see how basic it is.
right. It's just I don't know, not that good. I think I ended up giving it 3 stars, same as you.
Yeah, definitely goofy and fun. Definitely an emphasis on story and characters a bit more. Like if that makes sense. Some games, there's a lot of unique cutscenes and animations and that kind of thing. If you kind of know the types of games I'm talking about, where it's not a bunch of reused animations over and over for the cutscenes and everything. It's all completely uniquely done
Mm-hmm.
for all the scenes, which makes it much more personable and memorable and stuff. But the gameplay is just really straightforward. You kind of just go through these areas. You go through like a futuristic 50s city place, and then you end up on like this farm, which was actually kind of an annoying area to go through.
It was. It was a little
Um,
weird because I learned later on that you don't have to fight most enemies,
oh yeah, you can kind of just run through the area.
right? And that's way fast because like I died one time and I was like, and I started running. I was like, wait a second, there's no progression blockers. I could just run
Yes.
past everything, and that's that.
And that's definitely the better way to go through some areas, but they do force you later on to fight enemies in like the little battle zone area in the city,
Mm-hmm.
and that's kind of annoying, but it's not badly done. They kind of give you a decent range of abilities to use to kind of hit people from further away and stuff. It's not terrible. There's definitely moves you never use though, like almost ever. So,
Yeah, I found the hand one that you took people over with pretty helpful. If
yeah.
you could sneak onto another soldier and use their gun to shoot down a bunch of people, that could be very helpful.
What's funny is I actually did not end up using that very much at all. And in hindsight, that would have been very helpful to do.
Yeah, I ended up using that one a lot actually.
I used my head quite a bit to blow people up, and I actually ended up using that there's like a farting move that you can kind of like temporarily disable people with that I actually did use a couple times. I was kind of surprised.
It's funny. I think we actually used opposite skills entirely. So hey, maybe there's more use than we're realizing.
Yeah. Either way, it's just okay. It's
Yeah.
not great. You could pass it up and you wouldn't really be missing out, but
And the port itself is very much like we made it work on PC, and
yeah,
that's the end of it.
it's good enough.
Which don't get me wrong, I'm not against that. I'm just saying, please
Yeah.
just make your games work on PC. I'm okay with it, but nothing special to it.
All right. And I'm still playing games. I played another game. I played a point and click adventure game called Truberbrook, uh, which it's kind of a bit of a mystery game. You're going to stay in this little town. You're like a research person or whatever. And somebody comes in the middle of the night and steals your research notes, and you're trying to figure out who. And your only objective in this game is to find those research notes. It's about oh crap, what were you researching? Something kind of related to time travel, quantum something or other maybe.
Oh, just normal research, you
I
know.
don't remember. You're like a scientist, so it's really hard for me to remember this right now. I'm like,
We've played too many games, haven't we?
yeah. It definitely takes a like I don't want to say quite a Twilight Zone, maybe like a more of a Twin Peaks kind of approach, I guess, a little bit. It's kind of got a weird, eerie, campy vibe a little bit. Um, the story kind of progresses in a weird way. Um, like you end up meeting this girl, and for some reason you're like, I'm gonna go and I'm gonna look for my research notes with you, and you're just like, okay, well, I mean, that's kind of a weird way to segue her into the story, but all right, that's fine. And spoiler, she ends up being the villain somehow in the game and is trying to like use time travel to ruin everything. And they really kind of reach that climax very quickly. Like you end up separated at one point. You kind of meet back up, and then suddenly she acts like you guys have just been on this big grand adventure together. And I'm like, bitch, I haven't seen you for like 2 hours. Where have you been? We have had no interaction. I don't even know you. But like, why do I care what you're trying to do right now with time travel and that you're trying to ruin it for everybody, like ruin the world for everybody? Like, okay, it wasn't bad. It was definitely an interesting game. It has a really interesting look to it as well. All the sets are real sets that they took pictures of. Like they're all made. And for the most part, they look pretty good. The puzzles are a little like they're kind of hit or miss. Sometimes they're fine, and other times I was just kind of like, it's a little bit of a stretch in logic there, but okay. They weren't the worst. It definitely has an atmosphere to it. I'd never heard of it. I just got it for free and decided to play it. I don't know if I would necessarily recommend it, just because I've played so many other games that are just better. As a matter of fact, John's about to play one that's a lot better. So, it was all right though.
So you're right. After you, I would definitely play a game that's pretty good. I'm playing Sam and Max: The Devil's Playhouse for number 51. So this is the third game in the Telltale Sam and Max series, and the other two are very good. I really like them. This one's very good too. This one's weird though, because I forgot there was a time where Sam and Max became like, as far as consoles, like PlayStation exclusive. Do you remember that?
Oh, I totally don't.
Yeah, and that's actually why they changed some of their names
Oh
around.
yeah.
Um, but this one's weird because I think this is the first one that was designed for PlayStation from the kind of ground up.
Mm-hmm.
So like walking around instead of like clicking to walk around is the norm. You actually can't even click to walk around anymore. Just weird. And trust me, everything else about the game is kind of your standard Sam and Max fare. Very good, very funny. Although it is trying like a Twilight Zone vibe,
Oh yeah.
which was kind of interesting.
I'll
But
say I think there was also a gap in time between the second game and the third game.
that wouldn't
I want to
surprise
say
me.
I want to say like several years, like more than what there was between the first and the second. Because you're right, they are very different.
like they are and they aren't at the same time.
Yeah.
They're still similar point and clicks with the ha-has and the funny jokes
Well,
and
funny jokes if you're the right people, because honestly, I can see how Max, especially nowadays, would greatly offend a lot of people. I
sure.
think they also remastered the first game, and people got very upset because they made the games politically correct and took out a lot of Max's jokes.
I would have to
So,
see what jokes they took out, but to know if that actually bothered me or not. But I don't know. In this game, Max doesn't make too many offensive jokes. He just makes jokes like he's a psychopath. He's like a weird psychopath slash child.
yeah, yep.
And this one has a lot of interesting elements of like some time travel dimension
Oh yeah,
hopping
because
stuff.
doesn't every game series ever have to get in time travel at some point? Isn't that
I
just
guess
the standard?
I guess so. The more you go through it, the more you run out of ideas, and you say, "What if they were in ancient Egypt?"
Yeah.
Um, but that's kind of interesting because when they go through those areas, it's the same characters. They're just different because of they're in a, it's like the same actors.
Yeah.
So that's kind of cool. I would say, and I haven't played the first game in a while. This is probably my least favorite Sam and Max.
I can see that. At the time, I thought it was my second favorite, but I think that was just because it had been a little while since I'd played one, and I was really having a lot of nostalgia.
Yeah.
The series as a whole, though, was great. And I'd say,
Right.
honestly, it's probably one of my favorite adventure game series,
Right. And when
just
I
because of the
say
characters.
the Devil's Playhouse is the least favorite out of the Telltale ones, it's only by a tiny bit. Like
Yeah.
if the second game is like a 4.9, then uh, the first game is a 4.9. This is a 4.7. They're all
Yeah.
very great. Highly
Which do
recommend
you
it.
think's your favorite?
The second one,
Yeah, me too.
Through Space and Time. Something about because there are time mechanics in that one too. Um, the time mechanics leading into very very well told jokes. Um, I just think that's very interesting. Like some jokes don't come back up until later, way later in the game, and it's like, oh yeah, that's right, because we sent this thing through time, and ha ha ha, or we ran into ourselves back then, ha ha ha.
Hmm.
I thought that stuff was very well done. But still, Devil's Playhouse is pretty awesome. Number 52, I'm gonna beat Stubbs the Zombie. That's when I actually played Stubbs the Zombie very shortly after you.
Yeah. All right. And that puts John at 52, and I'm going to beat game 54, so I'm slightly ahead. And I decided to pick a long game. This is October now. I'm feeling spooky season. I was really hoping to play more games for spooky season, and I totally did not. This was the only one, and that's Corpse Party, which an absolute classic. Should have played it a long time ago. People talk it up a lot. Um, I technically kind of cheated, I guess in a way, because I bought it on GOG, and that's the original version of the game.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what? That version sucks. So I emulated the PSP version of the game, which
Oh,
is much better. Um, and upsettingly, right after I beat this game, guess what came out on Steam and GOG? Corpse Party 2021, which is the 3DS version of the game, which is considered the best version.
oh.
Buy that one, everybody.
But you
The
know
problem,
what? If you had
Mhm.
not played this game, if you had not emulated the PSP version, that would never came out.
Of course.
You willed it into existence.
Yeah, yep. Because I was thinking, man, I really want to play the 3DS one because the PSP version, the sprites are blurry for some reason, and I guess that's just because, and it's not blown up a lot. It's like two times the size, I guess, on my screen as it would be on the actual PSP, which really isn't that big. It's a very small resolution,
Right.
but
It's
they're
kind
still
of
blurry.
right. It's something to do with the resolution, right? Not
But I
necessarily the
guess
screen
on the
size.
actual PSP, that's not as noticeable because the screen is just smaller.
Sure.
But I got over it because the sprites are really rough. The character portraits are awful in the original version of the game. The voice acting's awful. Like, it's just not okay. I would not recommend it. Like, within 10 minutes of trying to play the original game, I was just like, I hate this. I want to look at the other versions.
I want to say that's
So,
not an uncommon opinion either.
um,
The original Corpse Party is kind of looked at as like this very like dated of the time.
Yeah.
Iconic, but move on.
I said the character portraits are really bad. There's a character who I literally thought was like an 8-year-old girl, and they're like, she's 14, and I was like, oh, I was just like, oh no, no, it's not okay, Japan, no. Uh, so they kind of it's she's still very childish, I guess, in the good version of the game, but it's much more bearable.
Sure.
Um, well, let's actually talk about the game. Uh, it's great. A lot better than what I was expecting. Because I went in without really any expectations. I knew people said it was good, but I just kind of wanted to play it. I didn't like think it was gonna be like I didn't hype it up in my head before I played it or anything. And I can definitely see why people liked it at the time, especially if the PSP version really does stay very true to how it was made in RPG Maker. That would have been extremely impressive for the time. Because RPG Maker's, it has so many limitations, and they were working with like RPG Maker like 1995 or some shit when they made this. This game's actually very old.
Mm-hmm.
This game's at least 20 years old. Um, but playing the PSP version, they also add in like these cutscenes. Like I guess they're just still images, but they're excellent. They really add to the vibe of the game and your understanding of what's going on and everything. But basically, so you're Japanese kids in your school, and you decide you're gonna do this little ritual with this paper doll that you're supposed to basically you do it and you're supposed to be friends forever. Little do you know, for some reason you do this ritual and you all hold on to the little paper doll and you rip it apart, and then you just get transported into an alternate version of your school, which is Heavenly Host High School, where just lots of horrible things happen and lots of people die. Like it's like a perpetual hell almost that they're trying to figure out how to get out of. Um, I mean, and you'll just be walking around. There's just dead bodies around that you can look at the name tags of and like collect the name tags and stuff. There's multiple endings to each chapter of the game. Usually, some of them have up to like 5. And the endings might not actually be that different. You can continue and progress in the game regardless of the ending that you got, which is interesting. That's not something I realized. I thought that one usually is the best ending, but some of the other endings really just kind of give you a little bit more information as to what's going on and may even show you some other aspects of what was happening in the chapter. And it will unlock also like extra chapters in the game as well, which honestly, those are a little bit disappointing. Like the first one was really good and provided some more backstory to some very minor characters, and then the rest of them just have nothing to do with anything going on and don't even matter. Uh, but the story and how, because it's like there's Heavenly Host High School and you're all in this like death school, but some of you are in alternate versions of the school, like you're in parallel universes, which isn't something that you find out immediately. And that's kind of interesting. So it's like you're trying to figure out how to get all into the same place at the same time, even though it's like you are there at the same time, you're just in different universes. Like you're trying to just all figure out how to get together and get out and figure out why this ritual that you did went wrong and what happened and who's the person that's trying to kill everybody, and or is the school trying to kill everybody. It's really good. It's worth going for most of the endings, and it's definitely worth going for the best ending overall, the true ending of the game. uh if you like Higurashi, that anime, this is the game form of that before Higurashi existed, for sure. You'll hear lots of screaming, dying children in this game.
Great, my favorite.
I had nightmares after I played this. I was kind of surprised. And it's weird because my nightmares didn't involve dying children or anything, but it was really weird. I just remembered I was like looking up at the sky and it's all dreary, and then my gaze slowly comes down to like this intersection and there's just dead bodies all in it. And I was like, oh my God. And I was just like, the next day I was like, man, I don't know how much longer I can keep playing this game. I gotta wrap this up. It's stressing me out a little bit. It's been a long time since the game has done that to me, but it's just really got that classic Japanese horror, very Higurashi-esque, uh, I guess, with the because that also that anime has alternate universes as well, basically. So great game, would recommend. Buy Corpse Party 2021 Steam instead of emulating the PSP version.
There's a sequel, right? It's on the Vita.
Um, there is Corpse Party Book of Shadows that came out. I don't know what that came out on. It might have also come out on the Vita. But there is also Corpse Party Blood Drive
Hmm.
as well.
Have you played
And
those?
technically there's Corpse Party 2, but that's like some kind of one chapter, I guess. I don't think it's a complete thing. I don't know if it'll ever be a complete thing. I
Hmm.
have started Book of Shadows, so I'm playing that right now.
Ah, okay.
It definitely goes hand in hand with the first game. Like they do, they just like expect you to know things already. Um, but yeah,
Fair enough. Next game, funny story. So I went to the store in October looking for Nickelodeon All Star Brawl. I believe that's the name of it.
yeah, you told me this.
Because it came out, right? And I was very interested in the game. Like, I'm not a big fighting game person, but you know, I got nostalgia for the characters. There's Invader Zim in there, so
Yeah.
I was pretty psyched for it actually. Went to the store, it wasn't there. Went to a different store, wasn't there. I said, "What the hell's going on?" Looked it up. Turns out the physical version wouldn't be released until November. And I said, well what?"
And
So
then you were like,
while I'm at
screw
the
this. I'm
store,
going to come out of one of these stores with a game. I came here for a game.
well, so Metroid Dread. I had interest in getting this, and I wanted to buy it specifically for the purpose of kind of. Usually, when I only buy new games now, it's like either an impulse, or it's a sequel to something I had to get, or it's I need to fund this so that way they understand to make more. Um, so Metroid Dread been announced a while back, and just the fact that Metroid Dread exists is so fucking weird. Because they were talking about this game when we were children, you know.
Oh, really?
Oh my, you don't even know, do you? Oh
No, I
man,
don't
so
even know.
it was going to be a sequel to Fusion, and it was a Game Boy Advance game, and they were like, it's going to be crazy. It's going to have like enemies that chase you everywhere, and they just couldn't technically pull it off. It was just
Hmm.
impossible. And so that dream got put on hold for the longest time. And I remember when I saw the trailer for this initially, I was like, man, Metroid Prime 4 looks fucking weird. And then it went into the side scrolling gameplay, and I'm like, it looks really fucking weird. Okay. And then like I realized like this is not Metroid Dread. And then I remembered at the beginning of the trailer it said Metroid 5, which at the beginning of Super Metroid it says Metroid 3, and at the beginning of Fusion it says Metroid 4. And I was like, holy shit. And then boom, Metroid Dread. Crazy. Complete madness. Like we're talking vaporware stuff coming back to life. And I guess this is made by the same people who did Samus Returns on 3DS. I didn't play that game, but this game is excellent, Michelle. Dang, it's so good.
Is
It's
it hard? Because I've heard it's hard from like basically everybody.
I've heard that as well. I did not have that much trouble with it. There was a boss or two I had to refight like two or three times. Um, but yeah, I don't think it's probably that hard. The final boss is a little like if you miss the uh, QTE opening, because sometimes there'll be like a flashlight and you have to press the counter button.
Hmm.
If you miss that, you're just gonna lose. So that can be a little annoying. But the rest of the bosses weren't that bad. But I also did explore pretty heavily, so I had missile upgrades and things like that. But not that bad. But it was actually an interesting game to explore because in Super Metroid and Metroid Fusion, it's very dark and like you're going through like the planet and the caves, and this one you're doing that too, but they start you instead of at the top digging your way down, you start at the middle of the planet and you're kind of digging your way up to get back to your ship to escape. And but this is like a world. It's not just like, oh, you're underground. It's like you have to you get to see these people's cities and stuff. So that's kind of cool. You see it in the background, like, oh, this is like a world. People lived here. It's not just some random caves and like a lava area. And I say that as like Super Metroid's like a 5-star game. Excellent to me. I really like this game. I thought the exploration was very good. The bosses are very good. Some of the upgrades to get them are just ridiculous. I know everyone said it who talked about this game, but the speed booster ones, they hurt my hands. What they required you to do, and some of it's because you can't move with the D-pad. You only can move with the analog stick, and the analog stick's just never going to have the right precision for a 2D game.
Mm-hmm.
So, man, there were just times where it's like, okay, you got to run, and then you got to press down to charge your stuff, and then you have to hold it, and it's like, oh my God, Jesus Christ. But I got everything. The only thing I haven't gotten the game technically is there are different pictures that you get for beating the game within certain time limits. So I got 100% of the items. I'm not going to beat the game fast. That's never going to happen. Very great game and good follow-up. I didn't get 5 stars. I just barely like missed that mark. Something about, because now instead of in Super Metroid and Metro Fusion, you could lock you could only like shoot forward 90 or at an angle up, right? And this has 360-degree aiming, and it's just not that great. It's just sometimes hard to aim at things. You can plant yourself, and that makes it easier, but aiming while you're trying to move can be a little difficult at times. Just a little troubling, especially when it comes to grappling, because you have to aim at the grapple points, and it's just like, oh God. It makes me like, there were a couple grapple points that I did to get some items early, and it makes me wish like I just waited for the space jump later on where I could just jump infinitely, and I could have just skipped it all. But regardless, top tier game, like just barely misses 5 stars.
All right. Next up, I'm at game 55, which I actually was wrong. I did play another slightly spooky game for October. Just a short, I think this is an RPG Maker game. It's called Insanity. It's a remake of, I guess, an older version of a game that Uri, he makes a lot of. He did the Strange Man series. It's one of his games.
Oh, interesting. I didn't even know he went on to make other
games. Yeah, he also did. I've played other stuff by him. Mermaid Swamp was a game by him. It's actually pretty decent. There's a couple others I played as well. This is, if it's an RPG Maker game, it's really technically impressive, actually. It's pretty amazing. If it's a Wolf RPG Maker game, I'm not sure if it's as impressive, but I know how RPG Maker works, and you can switch between characters in this game, and I don't even know how you would code that in. Like, that's really hard to do in RPG Maker. Cat, please go away. Okay. You have, like, you go into this house with your group of friends, and of course you get locked in it. You know, I mean, how else do scary games happen?
Sure.
And you have the ability to switch between all these characters, which is amazing for an RPG Maker game. This is very hard to switch back to the character and have them like be exactly where you left them and that kind of thing. But you know, as you're switching between characters, people end up dying. They're slowly getting killed off, and you're like, "What's happening? Who's attacking us? Why are we trapped in this house?" And of course, you know, you'll find out why you're trapped in the house and everything, and that there's like the story behind the family that lived there and what happened to them, and all that kind of stuff. It's a good game. It's nothing really mind-blowing or anything. Like I said, it's very technically impressive, especially if it was made in RPG Maker. And that's very neat. But the story itself, it's pretty like simple, I guess. Like, this one dude kind of like goes crazy, and he was like trying to figure out how to bring somebody in his family back to life, and he just kind of lost his mind and killed his other family members, and like in his pursuit of bringing people back to life eventually, like, he just lost sight of what was important, I guess, and these kids found out about it and stumbled on it, and like kind of made him like realize what he was doing and that he was crazy, and they make it out and the guy ends up in jail forever or whatever. It's all like it's kind of standard stuff. I feel like there's nothing that surprising. I've played other games that have done similar things, like oh gosh, what is it called? Witch's House, I think, did something similar, where somebody in the house basically became a murderer in the pursuit of trying to do experiments on human beings and bring people to life and stuff. So, good game. I mean, worth playing, but it wasn't anything too special.
Next up, I would play for 54 Grand Theft Auto Vice City Stories. This is the last PS2 Grand Theft Auto I had to play. I mean, I know it's technically a PSP game, but I have the PS2 version. I've played all of them. Actually, I mean, outside of San Andreas, which I've beaten multiple times, I've never played the Grand Theft Autos to completion. We just sort of always screwed around in them. But I had Vice City. Yeah, I had Vice City Stories for a long time, though. And when I originally played it, I remember really disliking something about there's called an empire mechanic where you can buy businesses, and I just remember like the enemies would try to take over your businesses all the time. And I remember it prevented you from doing the main story because you needed a certain amount of businesses to do the main story.
You were like too busy defending your turf and stuff.
Right, you would go defend it. And if you lost the business, then you would go to the mission. It's like, you need at least 10 businesses before I'll work with you. And it's like, well, fuck. But, like, the moment you would defend a business, another one would come under attack. And I was like, I don't understand. Like, something is wrong. This is just broken. So I left it on the floor. But I picked it back up because I was like, well, let's see. Maybe I just didn't understand something. Which ended up being true. But this is, like, the worst Grand Theft Auto on PS2. Liberty City Stories was actually not that bad. Vice City Stories is just like bland. You got this your main character's like an army guy, and he's acting like, I don't want to do these bad things. What are you guys talking about? But like we're out there murdering people constantly, so it's like, shut the hell up, man. Just sell the drugs like you're supposed to. And it ties into regular Vice City because your brother is Lance Vance. Mm-hmm. And that part's kind of interesting, but overall, I wasn't impressed with it. The Empire mechanic that I figured out was the game has like a meter that determines how much the opposing empires, gangs, or whatever, they hate you, right? Mm-hmm. So the more you attack their businesses to take them over, the more they hate you, right? But if you save the game, reset the game, or reload the game, that resets to 0.
That sounds kind of broken.
It is broken. So if you keep attacking businesses, you will never be able to keep attacking them. You have to reset. They will be relentless. They will never stop attacking your businesses. Something about it's just wrong. So the trick is just to reload your game every now and then. Usually after you do a business, because you can save in the business, you just reload your game then. And once I did it a couple times, because before I was trying to take over every business, I just took over the amount I needed, because there are missions later on that's like, oh no, our businesses are being attacked. And if you just took over the businesses right next to where the mission is, then you don't have to go very far. Yeah. And the whole way I'm describing myself trying to cheat the game so I don't have to play it as much sort of says all that needs to be said about it.
Yeah.
So Vice City Stories is definitely the worst PS2 Grand Theft Auto. Next up, I figured might as well close this out.
You did this in the exact same way that I did. Same order.
Sam and Max Hit the Road. The very first Sam and Max. I actually had no intention of playing this ever, but I saw I had it on Amazon Games. Just one of the 300 or so free games they've given me over time. And I figured might as well play it. It's a point and click, probably gonna be simple. I think I have a theory that when people joke about point and clicks with all their nonsense items that go together, it's almost entirely stems from this game. or games that came out around this game, because this
and
game had it.
and oh yeah, and stuff like fucking
This game
King's
has
Quest
it
for sure.
bad. Like, use
Mm-hmm.
this item that has nothing to do with this item here.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a lot of also like, use this item within this very short time frame of max walking here. And it's like, oh my god. Michelle, I used a guide so much.
I used a guide for almost the entire game. I
Right?
feel like because I had to open it up so often, I was just like some puzzles were just so obscure.
Like,
It's a fun game still, as long as you know what you're doing.
right, it's a fine game. Definitely worse than the Telltale ones.
Oh yeah,
Um, but it's fine. It's your normal point and click affair. The tone is different, that's for sure.
yeah,
The tone of the jokes is different. And also weird that Max's voice is so. I mean, both of characters' voices are different, but Max's is very different,
yes.
which I find fascinating because in the new VR game that's coming out, which looks terrible, um, Max's voice is different again. So it's like, man, weird. I think there's some real reason for that. I don't know, but I will miss the Max voice of the Telltale games.
I mean, heck, I mean the Telltale games are actually kind of old, so
Yeah,
maybe that person just doesn't do that kind of thing anymore.
yeah, maybe they're dead. I don't know.
Yeah, true.
But yeah, Sam Max Hit the Road was okay. Um, I did guide it up for most of it, but it was okay. And that's number 55, and that closes out Sam and Max for me.
Right. And then next up, I played Psychonauts 2 finally. I said my husband bought it for me, so that was nice. I got to actually play through it. Great game. Certainly one of the best of the year.
Dope. Now you're done talking.
Yep, that was it. We already discussed this.
Number 56 for me is Last Word. This is one of these games I've had on Steam for a long time that I actually paid money for. I own a lot of games on Steam that I've just came through bundles or got for free or whatever, but this one I bought because I was so fascinated by the concept in the trailer. It was about, you go to a house and there's some sort of mystery going on, and the way it works is you have to use your gift of gab to win
Hmm.
battles, right? And sort of learn about the what's going on. And I didn't remember too much about what the deal was, but the deal is you get to a mansion and there's this speaker box talking through the wall, and
Hmm.
it's saying like it's got the ability to convince anyone of anything with its gift of gab, and you can't convince it of anything because it's a speaker box, and it can't hear you at all. It can only speak to you, so it has power over you because you can't do anything about it. And so the entire game kind of becomes, okay, so what's the reason that the speaker box is there, and how do I figure out who's behind it and beat it, and
Hmm.
sort of stuff like that. But it was weird because the game was, it takes place within like 5 rooms. That's it. When I saw the trailer, I kind of expected like, okay, I'm gonna be going through this whole mansion, yada yada yada. Not really. It's just these 5 rooms, and you go in between them. Every time you talk to some characters and fight them in battles and learn a little bit more about their history and what's going on. Definitely not what I thought it was going to be. The battle system is very good because you use your gift of gab, and you have to pace yourself and sort of build up meter to unleash like special attacks and stuff. Very good, very short. If you have it, if you already own it, I definitely recommend getting it. And I think it's an RPG Maker game as well.
Oh, really?
And it
I do
looks,
actually have it. I've had it since that big itch bundle last year. I just
yeah,
haven't played it.
it's
I
certainly
didn't
worth
I
going through.
Yeah, I didn't make it to it this year. Oh, I'm next, huh?
Yep.
All right, next up, I played Vignettes, or Vignettes as I like to call it when I, being an idiot, don't know how to pronounce things, just like Gnog earlier this year, because these are made by the same people. Um, Vignettes is a very interesting game. It takes a very stylized approach, just like Nog did, where everything's very flat and it's like no shading almost. And they take the concept of you have objects and you can rotate them. And if you rotate them in a specific way, it seamlessly will morph into a different object. And your goal, I guess, is to find all of the objects in the game. Um, it's
Huh.
kind of hard to understand unless you see it, because you'll turn something and it'll be turned just right, and they'll seamlessly transform it into another object without you really even realizing. Like you won't see it happen because it's like you had that object at an angle where you could also see it as the other object at that angle, if that makes any sense at all. Like if you
That's,
turn a bowl so that you can't see any of the shading, and it's just a blue circle. When you move it around again, maybe they transformed it into a ball or something without you realizing.
that's weird.
Yeah. It's kind of cool. You can find all sorts of items and stuff, and there's secrets you can find as well, like very secret items and ways that you can make other items that you found interact with previous items. Like you have like this tree that kind of shows you what items something can morph into, and if you haven't discovered some, they'll have question marks. Um, it's just kind of an interesting game. I don't know if there's necessarily a point to it. Like there's not a story or anything. Like this is just you're just trying to find these objects. But it is an interesting experience, and I'd say it's worth playing through. I did get a little bit frustrated at some points because sometimes the angles you had to have things at were just like a little too perfect, and it could be kind of hard to figure out how to transform something into an item again. Because a lot of stuff you can just find by accident by just kind of like moving an object around and rotating it and stuff.
So
Um,
getting it back to what it was
yeah, and
difficult.
like you'll get kind of once you find all of the objects in a, I guess, kind of a set, it'll allow you to fast travel to that set of items again, which makes it a little bit easier.
Hmm.
But like when you get some stuff is so much further in the game that if you haven't unlocked a set that's close to it, you have to go through all these goddamn objects again and try to remember which way you turned everything to get back to that point that you need to be at further on in the items to keep going. And that part can be a little bit annoying. But it's an interesting game, very cool, worth a play. I liked Nog better than this though. It just the kind of puzzle box game. It was just a little bit more interesting for me, but it's a cool game. It's worth checking out.
Sure. Number 57 for me, and just to clarify, we're tied still.
Yes.
Framed. So I got the Framed collection. I'd actually watched a buddy of mine play a little bit of this first game I guess a while back, and the idea is it's you get like a comic book panel basically, and it shows your character going through their emotions, the story, like, um, and in order to get to the last panel, you have to rearrange the panels in a way that they can get through it, because otherwise they'll die or get caught by the police, um, and that's very fascinating. The idea is like, and the story is very minimal, and the art style is actually very minimal as well. You just see your characters as like black shadows, basically.
Like
Um,
silhouettes.
yeah, like silhouettes, and they got like it's stylized, and it's definitely going for like I don't even know what vibe it is, but if you see, when you see it and it's on screen right now, I know you'll know what it's going for. The old like 50s detective vibe.
The noir film kind of
Yeah,
thing.
yeah. And it can also be funny at times. When your characters like try to jump on something, they can't make it, and they just sort of eat shit. Um, and over time, it gets a little bit more complicated as it goes on. You don't just rearrange the panels, because that can be pretty easy. But sometimes a panel won't move; it'll only rotate. So you kind of got to figure it out that way. And then later on, some panels like uh, can you have to move them while the scene is going on. So they'll walk through a panel, but you need to make them walk through that panel again a little bit later.
Hmm.
So it can be fascinating. Uh, Pretty cool game. And in the Frame collection, I also had Framed 2, which is more the same. Like, exactly the same. So there's just more of Framed 1. And I'm not sure if I liked Frame 2 better, but Frame 2 did have this very funny scene where you jump on a bike that I thought was pretty funny. You jump on a bike to escape the police guy. I couldn't tell you what the story was. I know they're trying to get past that everyone that you play as is not a good guy, even the police officer. But I couldn't tell you what the actual story was. But it's a pretty neat game if you end up seeing it on the cheap. I'm pretty sure
it's super cheap right now. You can buy it $2 for the Frame collection.
Absolutely worth $2. I think each game takes like maybe an hour or two. Next up, number 59, I played a game called The Wanderer, Frankenstein's Creature.
I had to look up what this was when you played it. I had never heard of this.
I had never heard of it either. I think I was just happened to be on Amazon Games because that's where I had Framed on, and I saw this game, and I looked it up, and I saw it could be beaten like in a couple hours. And I said, yeah, why not? I think at this time Samantha was playing Animal Crossing a lot, so she had taken over the television, so I had to play whatever was on the computer. And usually when I'm doing that, I have to I evaluate like when do I go to work. Okay, if I go to work tomorrow, I don't want to start a big game, and so I was playing The Wanderer, Frankenstein's Creature. So this game is super basic. You're like this creature. You wake up in a lab. It's Frankenstein's creature, obviously. Although he looks nothing like the Frankenstein that we know in American media. It's sort of this weird, wears like a big sheet over himself to hide himself type of thing. Clearly more reserved and less like monstrous.
Yeah.
And you sort of wake up and there's no one there. So you sort of leave the lab, and you're just clicking. He's walking places and things pop up, and you get a little bit of story here, a little bit of story there. You go into the forest, you meet some animals, you sort of start discovering like what life is. And you go to town, and of course people are like, get the fuck out of here, you stupid. And then you discover some people like at a little cabin, and you're sort of just trying to figure out like where's your place in the world, right? And I'm gonna spoil this game because I feel like I can't properly explain what made this game so interesting unless I spoil it. Because the whole game is kind of like you're playing it, you're like, I get it, okay, I get it, and you end up at a point where you like discover Jesus.
All right.
And then all the Jesus people show up, and they're like, "Fuck you, get out of here!"
People.
Yeah, they're like, "Oh, we thought you were an angel. You're not an angel. You're just a weirdo."
I feel like that sounds very culty. Isn't that normally how that works?
Yeah.
You're not the second coming of Jesus. You're just some fucking weird guy.
And then you go to like this town, and they're having a costume party. It's super convenient for you, and everyone's like, dude, your costume's so freaky, sick. And then you fall in love with a lady there, and she's like, take your mask off, I'll take mine off, and we'll be together forever.
And you're like, oh shit.
And your character doesn't even understand that it was a party. Like, he just doesn't get it. And then he gets it, and at that point he's basically like, I'm gonna kill myself. I hate
God.
And he goes up to the top of this mountain, because the whole game he's kind of looking for his. Once he gets pissed off at the world, he starts looking for his creator. Like, I'm gonna kill him for doing this to me, making me live. And Michelle, here it is. You find your creator. You walk to the top of the cabin. You walk inside. Guess who was in there? You never fucking guess.
Oh.
Mary Shelley, the writer
What?
of fucking Frankenstein.
I see why you wanted to spoil it now. That's pretty good.
It was like, what? What? What the
broke the barrier there. You broke the fourth wall a little bit.
I like had a moment where I was like, I mean, yeah, but and there's like actually like a bunch of different endings. I at that point, Mary Shelley like gave me some options, and there's some endings you can get in before that, before you even see her. But she gave me some options, and I said, let me just kill myself, and we called it a day. But that shit like threw me for a loop, and I both hated it, and I was like, that was also like wild that they did that, because I mean she is the creator of Frankenstein, but or Frankenstein's monster, but I was like, oh, it's so weird. But I think without that, the game would have just been like a thing, right? It would have just been
Yeah.
whatever. Would have never remembered it, but I'll never forget it now. I just walk in and see her being like, "I'm Mary Shelley," and me being like, "What?" Oh, but it was all right.
All right. So John mentioned Samantha was playing Animal Crossing, and I was also playing Animal Crossing because Animal Crossing Happy Home Paradise came out, and that big old update to Animal Crossing came out. And John tried to get on to me for trying to include this as a separate game, and I'm just like, for one, I paid $25 for this. Two, it's like I don't know how long it took me to beat this. At least 10 hours, 20 hours, maybe. I don't know. um, if you played Happy Home Designer, you kind of played this game, the DLC. This is literally Happy Home Designer 2. Uh, Happy Home Designer was a good game. It allowed you to create other buildings and allowed you to like decorate the outside of houses for the first time. And I'm sure that definitely played into New Horizons later on. Uh, Happy Home Paradise, it's good when comparing it to the first game. I wouldn't say it's great. They really kind of I feel like they really could have explored the types of facilities you could actually decorate and make more, because they did pretty much the exact same things as Happy Home Designer, except they gave you like two buildings which are basically the same. They give you a cafe and a diner, and I was like, they're both food places. I don't know.
It's
We
the
could have
same
done
thing.
something different. Yeah, we could have done something different. I mean, but you have like a hospital, a school. You do have a clothing shop. I think there was one in Happy Home Designer as well. There's a lot of where this really shines though is that they added an absolute ton of items to the game. And a lot of them are really cool. Like there's stuff that I didn't even realize that I wanted for a long time. There's stuff that was in the previous games that they didn't add before, like the sloppy set of furniture from New Leaf, Froggy Chair. Many people were very happy about that in the meme community, I guess. Uh, it's I mean, what you see is what you get, and the biggest addition really is mostly the items, honestly. Like some the buildings are and the houses are fun to do, and I think the addition of like the like counters and the wall pieces that you can use and the accent walls and stuff, it actually really does make the game a lot better.
Right,
And when
they
you
were like pillars and stuff, right?
yes, and pillars. And also when you beat the DLC, you get to design your own villagers' houses like in your town. Like
Oh
you can
wow.
change you can change the outside appearance of their house and the inside appearance of their house, which is awesome. Because it means you can have your favorite villagers and also have their house look not stupid with the rest of your island. So, because I definitely had some people who I was keeping around literally just because I liked the outside of their house and it went really well with that part of my town. Like, really only one person, it was Tank. But I'm like, Tank is just like a rhino guy, and I could replace him with somebody else now. um, game. I had a lot of fun with it. I still have fun with it and play it every once in a while. I feel like some of the themes that they give you could be a little bit more interesting. There's like at least six people who want some, like, they're like, I basically want my room pink. And you're just like, okay. Because basically, any houses that you do, if there's any items that are new, you will then gain the ability to purchase said items with Pokey, which is the currency for the DLC. you'll gain the ability to purchase it with Pokey and use it in the base game. You can also, I think, buy the items in the base game. Sometimes they will appear in Nooks. Sometimes. But I don't think it's often. Like, it's obviously just going to be a lot easier for you to design houses in the DLC and then buy it in the DLC. So, it's very rewarding. You definitely want to gain Pokey to buy stuff, especially some of the more expensive stuff, which you can buy again later on in the regular catalog with bells once you've gotten it once with Pokey. But I thought I had a good time with it. I love a lot of the items, like all the retro stuff that they added, all the other stuff that was missing from before from the sets in the game that were added. Good stuff. Definitely worth buying if you love Animal Crossing, and who doesn't love Animal Crossing, to be honest here.
I don't.
Uh
I want to say though, my questioning of us adding DLCs was because I was a little. I like looked at. I was like, I've also beaten like 5-6 expansions this year, but I'm not gonna add them because it was just one. I'd have to go back and re-add them, and two is like, but they. I played them at the same time I was playing the game, and I don't know, like.
yes.
So I just
See,
left
I've
it
always
alone.
added DLC on Backlog because they set it up. The whole compilation system was actually set up also for you to be able to put DLC on it so that you could know what you had.
And I would add
Um,
DLC, but to me it had to be expansive enough, and
oh, and this was definitely expansive enough.
because games now they make, like, let's say Horizon, right? The Frozen
Yeah.
Wilds, that's definitely an expansion, but it just flows so naturally into the main game. It's like, I don't know, it's just kind of like part of the game now. It's a very
hmm
strange feeling.
Um, but anything I pay separately for the most part, I'll add it. Earlier in the year, I didn't add a DLC case I played for one of the Ace Attorney games because I did buy it. It was like $6, and it was probably like a good 5 hours long. But I just didn't. I don't know. I just, for some reason, I didn't care enough to add it. But at this point in the year, I also foresaw myself playing a lot less games and potentially just getting really behind because of playing Animal Crossing. And I was like, I feel like I should be able to add this.
Not what happened, and there's a good reason for that.
And at this point, I'm still playing games. I I picked this next game on purpose because I wanted something that was going to be easy to play and relaxing to play, along, I guess, with Animal Crossing at the time. Because I've been learning Japanese all year, and I'm going to tell you right now, some days I just feel like I've used every freaking brain cell that I have available, and even playing games can honestly be tiring. Like anything that involves too much thinking, I was just like, I just don't have it in me right now. I don't have any brain cells left for this. So I decided to play a visual novel called Highway Blossoms Remastered, which is basically Midwest, U.S. Midwest Lesbo game, I guess.
U.S.
Uh,
Midwest.
yeah, U.S. Midwest. Like in the, it's it's weird because it's designed to look like an anime like art style. This is not made by Japanese people. This is made by white dudes uh, in America.
Okay.
But it's got the anime art style. You play as a kind of tomboy type character who's in an RV. You're driving down the road to go. I guess they kind of reveal it a little bit more to you later. But your grandfather died, and you're going on a road trip, I guess, in his memory. And along the way, you see some dumbass girl broken down on the side of the road, and you're like, I'm gonna help her out. So you take her to a gas station. You come back to where her vehicle is, and her vehicle's gone because somebody stole it. Her broken down vehicle.
We
So
would
now
say
you're
what?
stuck with this girl with you, and you kind of just end up somehow going on a road trip together. And this is a very like this is not an adult game, by the way. This is not that kind of dating sim. It's just a simple love story of you ending up on this road trip through the Midwest, and through the desert with this girl and these places that you're seeing. And the reason she was out and about in the desert was because she was looking for treasure. There's this treasure that's supposed to be hidden in, I guess, the area, and you kind of end up roped up into this treasure hunt of looking for this gold. It sounds so weird, but it was actually kind of an interesting way to take the story. Like I kind of appreciated it wasn't just some like generic anime bullshit, like school story thing, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and there are, you know, you meet some other characters and you have some conflicts. You do end up finding the treasure and making it to, because where you were trying to go, you're going on this trip in memory of your grandfather who died, but you're going to see a band, a concert for these weird like alternative folk music bands or something that your grandpa liked. And you know, of course, along the way, you kind of like fall in love, and you basically end up with this girl. That's It's not a complicated story. It's not like difficult to understand. It's a little bit different than what I feel like these stories probably normally are. I haven't played a lot of these types of games or anything, but the whole concept of like her conflict with going on the trip because of her grandfather passing away, which is something that she hasn't really dealt with emotionally yet. And, you know, of course, this other character eventually pulls the truth out of her about this trip, and, you know, she ends up dealing with everything and kind of getting over the death of her grandfather and stuff. But I don't know, it was good. It was definitely relaxing. It's about maybe like 6 or 7 hours long. If you're looking for like a pretty, I would say it's a pretty solid visual novel that is enjoyable without being too long and without being too complicated. Is, you know, sometimes they like to branch off and be like, which one of these 30 girls do you want to date? Kind of a
And then you
situation.
gotta look up which one's the right one.
And, yeah. Who do, which subject in class should I do now to hang out with the character I want to hang out with, and blah blah blah.
Right.
This is like just a pretty straightforward story. There's no like puzzles. There's not really a whole lot of choices or anything in this game. It's mostly a visual novel, like very straightforward. It's definitely what I needed at the time though. Good game. You know, if you can get it for cheap, I'd recommend it. I believe there is also a second game, which I am actually interested in. I wouldn't mind getting it. So,
Cool. So, next up, number 60 for me. I actually started playing a game because I saw you playing Animal Crossing, and you had specifically said how Animal Crossing was going to slow you down, right? It was
yeah.
going to slow you down dramatically. So, to me, if someone gets too far ahead in this, one, it can discourage the other person, or it can light a fire under them that will
Yeah.
be hard to put out. So I saw this as an opportunity for me to actually play a longer game. So I started Yakuza 5. And I started this as soon as I finished Grand Theft Auto Vice City Stories, which was a month before this.
Oh wow.
Yakuza 5 is long. It's very long. Yakuza, in fact, every Yakuza game outside of when I played Zero, and I usually go for what I like to call almost 100%, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'll go for 100% unless it's annoying, unless they want me to play fucking Mahjong for a side quest.
Yeah.
I'm not going to do that. But, so every game outside of Zero I took 70 hours for. Every game's about 35 hours, right? To do everything almost. Yakuza 5 was another 70 to 75 hour game. Ridiculous. You play as 4-ish different characters, 4 or 5, and man, it's just wild because every character has the main story, right? Lots of cutscenes, lots of explaining, lots of whipping ass, and then they also have their sub stories, which are side quests, right? Those are normal
Mm-hmm.
Yakuza fare. Talk to this person, haha, jokes ensue. Deliver a pizza to someone, stuff like that. But then they also have what's called a side story, which is what I'll call right now the job system. Every character in Yakuza has a job or something they have to do that has its whole own storyline. And like, let's say for instance, the first character you play is they're a taxi driver, and which is weird because that means there's driving in a Yakuza game. Only for that taxi section, no other driving. And it's weird because you have to like follow the traffic laws, use your blinkers, and you like get judged by the characters, and how much money you make depends on that. And there's different missions, and as you go along, those missions like turn into like a other type of taxi driving mission where you're just talking with the person, and like becomes like a choice situation, and based on what how you talk to your customer gives you better whatever, right? Mm-hmm. And then also sometimes you just race people in your taxi because they gave you a hard time, and it becomes a whole storyline, and it's just so excellent. And every character has something like that, and telling you what they all are would be spoiling a little too much, but it's just fantastic. And the main story was really good. Like there was every character like has a lot of good build up, right? And like the whole time I'm thinking like, okay, when they meet at this central point, and just to be clear, they're all in different locations too, so there's like 6 different open worlds. Usually we're only in Camarocho and maybe a few other places. Every character has their own city to explore. And I was thinking, as long as they can close this at the very end and connect it real well, and it all works out good, and it just didn't do that. It just missed the mark a little bit at the end.
Where that's such a shame when that happens.
Yeah, because the build-up was pretty good, and then it was like they showed the main villain, and oh, it's not him, it's him, and you're like, okay, well, I kind of figured that was going to happen because, you know, just normal detective work, the first or second person you meet is the bad guy, right? And then, like, at the end, they were like, oh, no, it's actually this guy. And it's like, but why? Oh, I understand, because we need someone to fight in the final battle, but, like, and it wasn't bad. A lot of Yakuza games are actually kind of like this. 4 was kind of like this. 3 is kind of like where the ending is like, it's kind of like, okay, and then the build up is better, but still everything before that was like almost perfect. And this is another one that was like, oh, you're almost 5 stars, you're almost there. I even did a lot of extra stuff I didn't have to do. There's this whole chicken racing mini game that I got caught up in. You can like level up and breed your chickens, and
that's ridiculous.
I did the whole, awesome. And it wasn't even a side quest. It wasn't a sub story. It was literally nothing. And I did it just to see what would happen. And I got to the end of it, and like there wasn't even like a congratulations. It was just like, would you like to race again? I was like, no, I beat all the races, and that was it. I was like, man, this is terrible, because it also had to spend millions of dollars on my chickens. So
oh gosh,
and it wasn't convenient. Like in a menu, it was like I had to walk all the way across town, buy a bunch of items, and then my inventory would be filled. The inventory size in Zero is the same as it is the rest of the series. You run back, feed all these items to your chicken, and then run back to the store. And but it was fun, and that was what mattered.
That's what matters right there.
Right. So very, very cool, and crazy that I would end up beating 2, 3, 4, and 5. That's 4 Yakuza games this year.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell y'all right now, John definitely actually played games more this year than I did, because he played really long games. Like, that's insane. You definitely put way more hours into gaming this year than I did, even though we ended up the way we've ended this year.
Definitely those Yakuza games, because they're a commitment. They are a commitment.
Mm-hmm. All right. Next up, and John's at 60 now, and I'm about to tie him at 60 again by playing Secret Files 2 Puritas Cordis. This started out to me like being a pretty intriguing game, and I was really enjoying myself like at least halfway through. And then once I started getting a little bit past the halfway point, I started getting kind of bored. And eventually, in the last quarter of the game, I just did the whole thing with a guide. As I was just like, yeah, okay, let's wrap it up. Like, let's just tell me what happens.
It happens. Like, sometimes especially with the point and clicks, right?
Yeah, sometimes you just kind of lose your patience a little bit. I'm like, I want to see what happens, but I don't really want to, like, fart around with this game anymore and try to figure things out. So probably going hand in hand with that whole like not having enough brain cells from studying all day kind of a situation as well, I feel like.
Sure.
Um, this game has like a really wild story, but somehow manages to present everything in such a vanilla seeming way. It's got a very it's kind of like the first game, honestly. It's got a very generic-y kind of art style. Everything looks good. It's just not really noticeable or stand out in any kind of way. Um, you play as the same girl from the first game, who I think might have a different voice actor in this game because I swear she seems different and she delivers lines really flat and strange sometimes and kind of robotic and like she just doesn't really know what's going on and like she's not a real person. And it's really odd. Um, but you play as her and you find out about this cult called Puritas Cordis, uh, that's basically predicting the end of the world, but you find out that they're not just predicting the end of the world, they're going to try to cause the end of the world by
Oh.
like making a large enough explosion that's going to cause an earthquake that's going to cause a tsunami and destroy like New York City or something, or like some building where there's a bunch of important people meeting. Oh, probably the UN. I think that's what they're destroying. My
Mm.
bad. That place. They're, and like that's like insane, right? Like
Yes.
that's like some Resident Evil level bullshit right there. And somehow they just make it seem so they make it seem a little boring somehow. Like it's a wild story, but the way it's presented and delivered is just so vanilla and so forgettable. um
Oh, you're going to use an explosion.
yeah. Exactly. And I was just like, okay, this is weird, but all right. Like it's not a bad story. It's interesting. There's even a point where like you start off on this boat and Puritas Cordis they sink the boat like with you in it. And so the boat is capsized, is upside down, and you're in the what is it called in boats? It's not a cockpit.
Uh, I know what you're talking about. The
Yeah,
cabin?
you're in the area with all the windows and the yeah. And so you're literally submerged underwater. It like completely in this freaking this when I say a boat, I mean it's like a cruise ship that's sinking that you have to escape from, and you literally like can see the fish outside the windows, and it's very scary, honestly. And I was like, wow, this is wild. Like this seems like a crazy situation to be in for this person who kind of just ended up wrapped up in this, unfortunately. Um, and you switch between characters throughout. You switch between her boyfriend, which she broke up with from the first game, who I don't know if they ever talk about why they broke up. I don't remember. Not important. You play as him, and he meets Sam Peters, who's from Secret Files. Sam Peters, who I also not sure has the same voice actor in this game, which is kind of weird again. And her whole character is portrayed differently and kind of looks different. And I
So,
don't like her as much in this game
so
at
really,
all.
that's what's throwing it all off. They're not the
Yeah, there's definitely some
consistency.
inconsistency. I think there's just a budget inconsistency here of them not getting the same people. I think the guy has the same voice actor, her boyfriend. Um, but like he ends up finding about Pyridas Cordis on his side of the world where he's at and ends up involved with Sam Peters, and they end up involved helping out the main character whose name is escaping me right now. Um, and you guys all end up meeting up and you take them down before they're able to, you know, go forth with this dastardly plan to end the United Nations and stuff and whatever. It wasn't bad. I wouldn't not recommend it to somebody, but I have a feeling that this series of games in general is a little bit more on the vanilla side. Like it's just once again stylistically with certain games you can just tell like they look fine, they play fine, but there's just nothing that really stands out. Um some of the puzzles in this game were a little bit weird too. Like they started off really pretty easy and pretty enjoyable and then got kind of just strange as they went on, and I was like, I feel like they're slowly becoming less and less logic to certain things, or that I just would not figure this out on my own, especially the part with the zoo and like the alligator and stuff and like don't ask me how this ended up happening. you end up in a zoo. But you do, and you gotta like get something from the water, like an enclosure that an alligator's in, and you have to like to distract it with the vibrations of like a boat motor and stuff. And I was just like, I just don't know how I would have quite come to this conclusion myself.
I'm not really in the
Uh,
head of an alligator. I don't know how that
yeah,
works.
like they just like give you a hint and be like, oh, the vibrations in the water, and they're attracted to them, and this and that. I was just like, okay, it seems like you just look like you did random stuff to me. But okay. So I guess it kind of worked out that I ended up using a guide because I really think I really slowed down towards the middle of the game where the puzzles started getting a lot more obtuse. But I don't know. It was all right. I will play the rest of the games in the series. There's a third game and there's like another series that these developers made called Lost Horizon, which has a couple games. I'd say they've all seemed to be at least worth playing once. So I can say that. All right. I'm gonna go and move on to the next game. I was at this point, I was trying to play some stuff that was a little bit shorter because Secret Files 2 wasn't super long, but it wasn't really short. It was probably like 7 or 8 hours. So I went ahead and I picked up Donut County, which is a game I had been interested in, but it seemed kind of expensive for what it was because it's a short game, like maybe 3 or 4 hours at the most. Very, very cool game, very cute game. You basically, you like are this girl who's working with this raccoon to run this service where if people order donuts, you guys essentially just like make a little black hole and you take all of their stuff, you like get rid of all of their things and suck it all up. And it's in an effort to, the more, I guess, uh, people who quote unquote order donuts, the more points you get and they can order stuff with their points. It's like a game, so they want to order this cool stuff your raccoon friend does. He wants to order this like fancy helicopter thing. So he's basically you guys are lying to people and you're telling them they're ordering donuts and they're ending up getting sucked up in these holes that you're making go underneath all of their stuff and under them and they're ending up underground.
Hmm.
And it eventually becomes this big thing where everybody's underground now and they're all trapped because you and this stupid raccoon, you had to go lie to everybody. So now you got to make it right by taking down the person who runs the donut service, I guess, if you will. It's a fun game. It's got a lot of humor. It's very easy to play. Like for the most part, it's just you. It's very much like a Katamari kind of situation. Like your hole starts off pretty small, and you can only like take down like small rocks and like grass and stuff, and then as it gets bigger, you can go ahead and move it underneath larger items. And there's little like cutscene dialogues in between sometimes. It's also got a lot of humor to it, especially in the end level. They did a lot of really cool stuff with that whole mechanic and kind of used it for puzzles. Cool game, definitely worth it if you can get it for cheap. Like I said, it's only a couple hours long. I think the asking price for it was like $15 or $20 or something. And I think I paid like $3 for it.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Yeah, I paid like $3, $3 or $4 for it, and it finally got cheap enough that I was like, oh, I'll buy it for this price, you know. It's definitely worth it though. It was a good game. Um, and next up, I played a game that sucked. I played Dear Esther. I was curious about this game for a long time. I watched it on GOG forever, and apparently I found out it doesn't go on sale on GOG. It only goes on sale on Steam. And I
Oh,
certainly wasn't going to pay $10 for it, so I just bought it on Steam for $2. It's interesting. It's kind of a shame because there's parts of this game. It's a walking simulator. It's the walking
right.
simulator.
It is like between it and Gone Home. Those are the walking
Yeah, those are the ones you
simulators.
always hear about, and Gone Home is a way better game in my opinion.
Yeah, I
Uh,
agree.
the story of this is kind of hard to follow and figure out. It is kind of interesting. It's not bad. Um, I just don't know exactly what was going on. There's some areas in this game that are really cool as well, like the
Crystal
like the
Caves.
caves.
Yeah.
Yeah, with all the bioluminescent stuff. Those look awesome. There's a lot of fun to go through. There's some mystery to the game, even though you don't know what's going on. So it's kind of a shame. I wanted to like it more. It's just there really was nothing else other than you walking through these areas. Like I said, the caves were definitely the best part of the game by far. Um, but like I just didn't really know what was going on and what that was being talked about, especially in the very beginning. It seemed so full of itself and sounded so bullshitty. Like the end was very interesting. I still don't know what happened, but the end was interesting.
I was just about to ask you about that because when I got to the end and the ending happened, I like literally in my mind was like, "Oh, it is a metaphor. I don't get it, but okay."
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, and I was like, is this island like, is this where people have already been before you, or like, what's
is,
happening?
is any of it
Like,
real? I don't know.
yeah, I was just like, it's like it could have kind of been something good, but it's just I don't feel like it's held up well. Honestly, I didn't really care for it. I definitely think it's spoilers. I think it's probably one of the worst things I played this year. Definitely for sure.
Yeah, I actually I played it before the Landmark Edition came out too. I don't know what that makes different.
Oh,
Do
I
you
have
know?
no idea what the difference is. So
Because I'm sure you played it. I think that's the only one you can buy.
yeah, yeah, I have no idea.
All right, so next, Pokemon Shining Pearl for number 61. This was actually the last game I planned to buy for the year. I knew I was gonna buy it way back when they announced it. Well, not way back when they announced it. When they first announced it, I was like, "This looks fucking terrible." But I grew on it a little bit. They showed the side by side comparisons that were like, "Oh, you see, they're just trying to make it look like it did in 2D, but in 3D." And I was like, okay, fuck it, fine.
Yeah.
And does it really make a difference? You know, it's still Pokemon at the end of the day. And one thing I was interested in is so growing up, I borrowed Pokemon Pearl or Diamond from you and
Yeah, it was
played it.
Pearl.
And I hated it. I like. I still to this day considered it one of the worst Pokemon games I had ever played.
Which is so weird to me because, like, in hindsight, for me, I actually really enjoyed Pearl. Like, I think I took it a little bit for granted.
Well, over the last couple of years, Sun and Moon came out, which took its spot as the worst one in my mind. Granted,
Yeah, yeah, I can agree with that.
I really hated Sun and Moon. Like I liked some things about it, but like man, it was just missing the mark on a lot of other things. Um, and then I played Sword and Shield, and a similar problem. It just missed the mark completely. Outside of like route variety, which was insane in Sword and Shield, everything else was just totally lacking. So it got me thinking. The things that it was lacking, Pearl had those things, and Diamond and Pearl had those things. I was like, oh, they had dungeons, and they had, some harder trainers, and and so I was like, why did I dislike it so much? So that made it even more interesting to me. So, and I heard it was gonna be a pretty straight remake, so I knew I was like, okay, let's see what did I dislike about it. So playing it again, I found out what I disliked about it. The route variety, which is a huge thing in Pokemon for me. I want to be like struggling to figure out who should I have on my team because there's so many options.
Yeah.
Shining Pearl, and I'm sure Brilliant Diamond, that's not that game. There are just so few Pokemon on every route, and I swear to God, if I see another Bidoof on, it's on every freaking route.
Because back in the day, those were HM slaves right there. You just threw every HM you had on that bitch, and so you
Right,
didn't have to put HMs on your other Pokemon that were actually good.
right, and now you don't need HMs anymore.
Yeah.
Which is good and bad. Because now it's kind of weird the way it works when you go to use Rock Smash. It just flashes up on the screen any Pokemon. Usually it's Bidoof, and it was like, hey, Bidoof used it.
Yeah,
It's
I
like
think that was like a joke.
I was
That
like, I don't even have a Bidoof, but
Yeah, I think that was just a joke because everybody always used Bidoof, and it was like a big thing.
yeah, so that's good. Now the HMs are now TMs. Weird thing, the TMs in this game, that they're no longer infinite. They were infinite in the last couple games, but in this game, they're not anymore. You can only use them once, which sucks. Granted, some people give you 3 TMs at a time. So if you beat a gym leader, they give you 3 versions of the TM they
Uh-huh.
were going to give you. So that's good. But it's like, now I don't want to use TMs again because I'm scared I'm going to lose them. Even though, who cares? But, so this game did have the dungeons, right? Specifically Mount Coronet, just being massive. And I enjoyed those being back a lot because the new games just do not have them at all. Like their equivalent of a dungeon is like one hallway, a cave. So there's no like sense of dread walking into a place like, oh, I need to prepare, I need to make sure I'm leveled. You just walk through it in the new game. So that's cool. It's being back, but the route variety being so low, that is what I just liked about it. Like, man, I could not even fill out my team. I disliked them so much. I ended up finding some stuff later on. Even at the very end, I forget. Oh, I had this stupid Rapidash. And Rapidash is just the worst Pokemon I've ever seen in my life. So I ended up swapping it out for a Weavile at the end, or a Sneasel. That's a good Pokemon. But that was the last route before before Victory Road. So
Yeah. What's funny is I bought this for my husband because he actually hadn't played Pearl, and it was customary for him and his brother to get opposite games.
sure,
And he's really struggling to finish it. He still hasn't finished it, and I don't even want to play it. I looked at it and I was just like, I'd rather play it on the DS for one thing because it just aesthetically, I just like it better.
sure.
And two, I've played this game before. I feel like for me, it would just be Let's Go Pikachu all over again, honestly. Except probably worse, really. I think Let's Go Pikachu seems a lot more fun.
Yeah, Let's Go Pikachu changed a lot more things. This one's more
Yeah,
by the
like
book, except the changes they made. There's a couple that make it worse, and there's a couple that make it real good. The experience share for all, right?
yeah,
Okay, good, but they also have to scale your opponents properly.
and they definitely don't, do
They
they?
don't. I
Yeah,
swear to
that's my
God,
husband's
Michelle,
like leveled so over leveled right now.
I was level 40, and the gym leader stuff were like level 20. Like, it was so embarrassing.
I heard though that what is her name? Cindy? Is that it? The last
Cynthia.
person you fight, Elite
Cynthia.
Four? I heard Cynthia.
So
Cindy. I heard
that's
she's actually really hard.
so
I heard
that's
she has like
actually
perfect IV Pokemon.
that's actually the curve. It's bad, but it starts off the game as like fairly normal difficulty, and then you get over leveled like crazy because of experience share. And then by the end of the game, let's say the last gym, the second to last gym, maybe, they all catch up to you, and they're not playing around anymore. So in the last parts of the game, and maybe in the post game, I don't know. I didn't play any of the post game, but they're not screwing around with you. Every single person on the Elite Four have Pokemon that are EV'd and IV'd properly, and they all have items. Which you think, okay, whatever items, but no, it's not just berries. They're like strategic, well put together items, and they will switch in and out Pokemon as they need. A great example is Cynthia, right? She's the final boss of the game for the Elite Four, and let's say her Melodic, right? So you come out, you're fighting the Melodic, and Melodic's already like very bulky, very tough to deal with. It has Scald, so it can burn you. Very annoying. And the second turn, suddenly it gets burned by its burn orb. And you go, that's weird. It's going to take damage every turn. Psych, I mean, yes, it will. But also it has the ability Marvel Scale, which means like it like increases its defense or its attack or something when it has a status condition. And now because it's burned, you can't like paralyze it, which would be more convenient for you. Even though it would still increase those stats, it would be better for you because it also has recover, so it could heal itself half health every turn. So I like was fighting it, and she's got like 20 full restores. So she's just healing it, and you're like, God, just die already. But in that sense, it was actually really good. It was like the first time in a Pokemon game for a while that I actually felt challenged, very challenged.
Yeah, and I can't remember honestly how she was in the original game. I doubt she was that hard, but I can't remember if she was balanced still in the original game or not.
There is a sort of meme that when Shining Pearl was coming out, people were saying you're gonna know about Cynthia's Garchomp, and Cynthia's Garchomp is hard in this one too, but I think it has I believe it's a Yachi Berry, which the first time it gets hit by an ice move, it's not super effective technically, which that would be like the killer, right? The ice move on it, but it was prepared for me. Just wipe Sneasel on Weavile on the floor. But and what's cool is I didn't do it, but I guess you can refight the Elite Four twice. I mean, you could refight them infinitely, but basically the second time you go back and fight them, they're a little bit higher level. They're like 70s and stuff like that. And then you can fight them again, and they'll be like 80, 85, 88. And they'll be even better, like, assembled. Like, they'll swap out some junky Pokemon. Like, one of the guys, and this is what's cool. A lot of people don't like this, but, like, there's this guy, Flint, in the Elite Four. He's the Fire Elite Four member. He has, like, 2 Fire Pokemon. But while that is silly, he's a much better trainer because of it. Because he actually has some variety. Like, he has counters to what stupid thing you're going to bring out. He also has an Onix. I don't know why he has an Onix, but especially when there's Steelix. But it's cool because it means that these people have variety. Like Cynthia is just all over the place.
Yeah, I think they actually changed up a lot of the gym leaders, if I'm not mistaken, because every time my husband was like going up against somebody, he was like, "Why do they have this Pokemon?" He's like, "This is not the correct typing for the gym at all."
They didn't change any of them. They're actually the same as the original game. It's just because they have so few Pokemon in the game. I think it's just 150 in the regional decks.
I don't mind it though. I think it's better for them to have variety and actually be more interesting. And they should get rid of complete themes like that.
Yeah, I agree. It's cool. Or at the very least, they should have something to counter you. It always reminds me back in Pokemon Soul Silver, Heart Gold, like the Pikachu that comes out. The very first Pikachu, he has Metal Tail. Which will take out any rock Pokemon. And really, it's for ground Pokemon because most ground Pokemon are ground/rock, but it'll be super effective and knock them out. So you can't even do Earthquake on it. Just stuff like that is cool. But having the Lucario pop out and you're like, but aren't you a Water Gem? It's just like very, very interesting. So Shining Pearl misses the mark, but not as far off as maybe I thought it was going to. It still has, unfortunately, is Diamond and Pearl. That's what it is. They've made some improvements. They've done some things that made it worse and made it better, so it kind of just evens out. I'd say if you want a really hard Elite Four, then this is probably the best game in the series for that. But other than that, as far as just regular Pokemon Journey, could have been better. Next up, number 62 for me, Detective Case and Clownbot in The Express Killer. So I actually played the first game of this. I think I got it for free. It's just a point and click. You're like a detective, gumshoe type of thing. And you have a robot who's your assistant, and you're trying to solve a mystery so that way you can pay rent for the month. Not that dissimilar, I guess, from Sam and Max in some ways. But that's a weird comparison because they're totally different levels, right? And I thought the first game wasn't what I would call good, but it had something that made me feel like, okay, if they made like a sequel, it might have it, like it might be something. And this game came out and they never put it on sale. It was only $10, but look, I got a lot of games to play, so I'm not buying things that aren't on sale. So it finally went on sale. I think it was like $2. Bought it, played it. This game is so much substantially worse than the first game.
Oh, that's a shame. It's a good thing you got it on sale then.
Yeah. And man, it was like you had to like one of the main things I hate in point and click adventures is pixel hunting, right?
Oh god.
And there's a whole one of the main things you have to do in this game is find teeth. And they're just everywhere. They're like hidden on the train. And there's like 30 of them. And I swear to you, Michelle, they are no shit, just a pixel, a gray pixel. And they're in, I guess And there's also like they've added in mini games, which are fine. But they said, well, the people said the first game it just didn't have enough to it. You just sort of clicked and pointed and used your items, and that was it. And it's like, you don't get it. You don't get it. This is not the right answer. So for me, this game is just so much worse. And unfortunately, like, I don't think they're going to make another one. So it just ends on this. And, the humor wasn't quite there in either of the games. So it's like, it just serves as like, a missed opportunity. They missed the mark.
Yeah.
But that's number 62 for me. And just to be clear, after I beat Shining Pearl, we hit December. So I knew that was the last game I was going to play. That was a big game before Christmas. So I was like, it's just short games from here on out. And I actually bought like 5 games all at once. And I'm very proud of myself because I ended up beating them all before the end of the year. Express Killer was one of them. The next game that was also part of this little grouping was The Room 2. I decided I might as well, since they were all on sale, play the rest of the Room series.
I was pleased about this.
Since you had played them as well. And they were all short. I knew they were short. So The Room 2, and we talked about this last year, is good, right? It's good. It's probably the weakest in the series for me.
Yeah, I completely agree.
Still
a great game, it is, but
not by a ton. But it does this kind of thing where you're in different areas, like different, I guess, dimensions is the right way of putting it.
Yeah,
like you're in these different locations. Sometimes one time you'll be a ship, and then you'll be in a temple. So there's like this disconnect, and I understand story-wise kind of like why this is occurring.
And I think just they were trying to add variety into the game, which it wasn't bad, but they figured themselves out later.
Right. It is interesting. And the puzzles are all good. It still has that, woohoo, look at me twirling the lever. Like those type of things going on. But, hey, it was a good game. And it actually sort of sets the storyline more in motion. In the first game, it's kind of like we're just discovering the thing. And now by the Room 2, it's kind of established that, okay, we can dimension hop.
They're like, oh, there's a real story here. Like, we're doing an actual thing with this.
Right.
And also, this is substantially longer than the first game. This is at least double the length of the first game.
The Room 2?
Yeah.
Well,
the first game is only like an hour.
On my page, it's the same, but it all, I guess, depends how dumb you are at solving puzzles. Room 2, I really ran through pretty quickly, so...
Let me see.
But it's also possible I just left the game on sometimes and stepped away.
Oh, you know what? I'm completely wrong. Yeah, no, I took 2.5 hours for both, apparently. Why did I take 2.5 hours on the first game?
Maybe we're just forgetting. Anywho, Room 2, awesome. Number 64, Honey Pop 2 Double Date. So if you've never heard about the phenomenon that is Honey Pop, it's a dating sim mixed with a match 3 puzzle game that for whatever reason really swept the internet, I guess. It was very popular, more popular than these type of games usually are. And I think what I really liked about the first game was there was like secrets and there was a progression. So you would talk to the girls and you could get like photos of them as they went along with the dates, and you earn them, and then you could one specific thing in the first game I remember, like you could buy gifts, right? Typical for a dating sim. You could buy a fish, and then if you went to the park and threw the fish away at a certain time, left the park, came back later, there would be a cat girl there. And she would now be available for dating. And that was just like...
That is kind of funny.
That's sick. That's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and there was a couple ones like that. It's like, this is really cool. Honey Pop 2 doesn't have any of that. No. It has a mechanic of you don't just date the girl, you date 2 girls at one time. And
recipe for disaster.
Yeah, sure. And because of that, it has like a lot of like... You're running into the same girls over and over again. It's like, okay, I went on a date with this girl, and then I went over here, and she's now with this girl. And now they're on a date together. And it's just a lot less interesting. There's no more progression stuff. Like, where you get like pictures as you go along. You just kind of get the final picture, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's just way worse in every way. Um, Honey Pop 1 had something that was special and just kind of worked for it. Honey Pop 2 is just a game that is what it is, right? Uh,
Mm-hmm.
Still took me like 14 hours, I think, but just missed the mark. Buy the first game. Don't buy the second one. Next up, number 65. Might as well finish it up. Not finish it up, excuse me. But finish up what you had played at that point. The Room
Yeah, and
3.
this is the game that I really wanted John to play as well.
So the Room 3 takes kind of the idea of Room 1 and takes out the things from Room 2 that I think didn't work as well with the different dimensions and stuff. This one takes place in like one house kind of, and you still kind of go to different locations, but they're kind of within this one island.
Yeah, and within this one manor or mansion.
Right, and because of that, it has a way better consistency.
Yes.
And if that was it, right, it would be like, okay, it's great, it's good. But because it's all connected in this one manner, they also took the chance to do a overarching puzzle.
Mm-hmm.
And to me, that is what makes this game the best in the series. There's so you in between the rooms you can walk, and when you get to the room, then you can sort of like are transported to where the actual chapter puzzle is. But in those in between moments that you're exploring around the manor, there's a puzzle going on, and you sort of feel it. Like I think the first room I went into, there was a drawer and it was locked.
Yeah.
I was like, that's weird.
And then as you go through the game, you realize, hey, I haven't come back around to that locked drawer.
Right, why not? And then there was like a clock. I was like, it's weird that I can zoom in on it. Anything you can zoom in on is interactable. And I
Yeah.
was like, man, this is weird. What's going on? And I started to find a couple pieces. I started to piece it together myself a lot. And I did piece it all together. I did have to look up a couple things, but I did a lot of it by myself. I was very proud.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, whoa, like, and it blew my mind. There's different endings in the Room 3.
Yeah, because I'm going to tell y'all right now, when I beat the game, and it said I had ending whatever out of what I think, how many are there?
I think 4.
Or there 4? Yeah, it was like, you have ending 2 out of 4, and I was like, what?
And it
I
was
was like,
like,
there are multiple endings?
find the secret things. And you're like, what?
And it was like, yeah, it kind of hints at you to go back and see what else you can discover. And I was just like, oh, I'm hooked. You got me. Because the other games didn't have multiple endings. So I had kind of forgotten about that stuff I had seen along the way. And I was like, they're right. Like, there's stuff I didn't do things with.
And the endings really don't drastically change anything, right? But the act
Mm-hmm.
of getting them is what makes them so awesome.
Yeah.
Because, like, man, just discovering some stuff and just being like, wow, like
Yeah.
this
And,
connects here.
ironically, I think the worst ending of the game was the most interesting to me, where like you realize that you're trapped or whatever, I
Yeah,
guess,
yeah,
and
yeah.
it zooms out. And,
Like the maze
yeah.
or what, the labyrinth.
Yeah.
Um,
It was very like uh, it
but
seemed much more drastic of an ending. I was like, oh, okay. I still don't know 100% what's going on, but this seems like a big deal.
right, but unfortunately, that's like the least interesting to obtain ending. So,
Oh yeah.
yeah,
And they definitely don't expect you to get these endings all back to back, but we totally did. Because it is a little bit annoying. You have to go through like that final segment 4 times, and
right.
it's annoying.
I actually
But
got pretty good at it by the third time. I was
yeah.
like, boom, 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 boom. I know I'm
Yep.
going to do this. I know I'm going to do this. Because the first time I wasn't paying attention how like I did some of the lasers, and the second time I got stuck and I was like, fuck, how do I do this? I figured out it's like 2 moves and you're done as long as you do it right.
Yeah.
So I actually ended up giving this game 5 stars at first. I bumped it back down to 4. It was tough, but there was a little too much walking in between places sometimes.
Yeah. I still ended up giving it 5. I think the setting for me was just it. It's
Yeah.
like it took it. I don't know. It reminds me of, like, this is a weird thing to reference it to, but in New Horizons, the antique furniture set and how it looks, that's basically the entire game. For it all has that antique manor feel. Like it's a little bit more classy and less gaudy than like Resident Evil mansions. Um, it just it was just an awesome setting, and you had all these different places like the greenhouse and the observatory and stuff. It was just really
Mm-hmm.
cool.
Yeah, just and it's actually very frustrating because there were a couple games this year that I was like, ooh, almost.
Yeah,
But this is definitely the best in the series for me.
yeah, same. Right. And while John was playing all of those games, I picked kind of an interesting game to play. I
Yakuza?
want, well, actually, I wanted to play Yakuza, but I bought these games. I bought Yakuza 0 and the Shenmue series at the same time. And this is going to sound a little bit bad, but I started with Shenmue because I thought it wasn't going to be as good.
Sure,
So,
sure.
um, and to be honest, I was actually pleasantly surprised overall. I won't say I thought it's great. It definitely has parts that have not held up as well, but I definitely don't think it holds up as bad as people make it out to now. There's something very charming about it. And I can definitely get that. A lot of people complain about the voice acting and stuff. I don't really care about that. I actually thought it was pretty good overall. Like, I mean, this is like the early Xbox days. Like, I mean, I'm not expecting anything amazing here.
Mm-hmm.
The sound quality's not great though. It definitely sounds like it's from a VHS tape, but I was still pretty okay with that, honestly. It kind of just fit in with the vibe, because it really takes place in like a rural Japanese town where, once again, it's one of those situations, those games where like everything is unique that's in it. All of the locations and all of the houses and the buildings you walk into, they're all completely unique. They're not just some crap that they scrap together. Like they're all unique buildings with their own items and their own uh, atmosphere, I guess. And I can really see why people would like that because I really like the world that it has. The story's pretty. It's not what I expected. For one, the story's simple. You don't have to play this game to play the second game. I can tell you that already. You could skip this if you wanted to, and I've heard that the second game is better. I haven't played it yet, but basically,
I've heard varying things.
I can sum up the entire.
I think we've all heard the third game is not the best one.
Yeah, and it seems like people are like, it's not the best one because it's just more Shenmue, and I was like, what you guys want it? Isn't that the point?
I think
But
people were upset because it didn't end it, but like
it
if you
also sounds like it didn't take place in a town, which is where the other two games took
yeah,
place.
that's the whole
The second,
vibe.
yeah, that really is the whole vibe. It takes place, I guess, in more of like a naturey area, which people were upset about. But I'm gonna kind of spoil this story because it's not really spoilers. It's just really not. It's a very, very simple story. So some dude comes in and kills your dad, and you pursue trying to kill that dude the whole game. That's the whole thing. You're just trying to find this guy who murdered your dad.
Oh, but by the end you definitely catch him, right?
No. That's why there's the second game. It never like goes anywhere. Like
I'm almost certain in the third game they don't get him either. So
but that aside, you kind of it's weird. A lot of the game is you just like walking around talking to people. It's a very point and click adventure game kind of,
mm-hmm.
which I didn't expect. You just kind of walk around and talk to people. You try to find the next person you're supposed to talk to get more information and see what people know and whatever. And in between, there's like fighting segments. And one thing I didn't realize is that these are meant to be like Virtua Fighter,
Right.
very specifically like Virtua Fighter. Um, you can like the game moves in real time, which is a thing a lot of people didn't really care for. Like it has its own clock, is what I mean, not necessarily real time, but
Right.
um, it has its own in-game day length. You are technically on a time limit. It is an extremely, extremely gracious time limit. You have until April in the game. I didn't make it out of December, so it was like Christmas time in the game when I beat it.
I guess just don't spend too much time playing Outrun or whatever it is.
I don't know how you could possibly. People were like, You have to be deliberately trying to fail the game to not beat it. It's like an Easter egg more than anything. Um, but basically, you're going around. You get in fights. You have those virtual style fights to go through. They're not bad at all. I'm not like a fighting game person. I've never played Virtua Fighter. I think maybe I have. It would have been a long time ago, like when I was a child.
Yeah, it's fairly terrible.
Yeah. You can kind of like train in your free time if you want to. People said if you didn't train that it would cause you problems, so I trained every once in a while because it like makes it makes a bar go up for each move that you can do, the more you do it. Do I know how this affected the game? No.
But you
Um,
did it.
yeah, I did it anyway because you have to kill time at points in this game. You have to. And people were like, "Oh, there's so much to do in the game to kill time." And I was like, "The fuck are you guys talking about? There's like four other things you can do in this entire game. You can go play like three or four Sega games. You can go train. You can feed that cat and have this weird like that weird little cat side storyline,
You
and
can
maybe one or two other things, and that's pretty much it."
you can look through people's cupboards, right? That's what
Yeah,
they're talking
you can
about.
look through all the cupboards in your house. I killed time for like 2 in-game days with that, like when like in between, talking to people I had to talk to or whatever. But other than that, there is fuck all to do in this game. I don't know what people are talking about when they say that. There's really almost nothing. Uh, so like I think they just haven't played any other games that were ever made past this because I guess at the time this was considered a lot of things to do.
You know, it bothers me a little bit when people say Yakuza is Shenmue done right. And I know you're not too deep into Yakuza Zero, but
Yeah.
they're not the same. They're not the
They're
same.
not okay.
They're not the same. I mean, they're both
I'll
Japanese
say they're not
games.
the same, but they're definitely similar. They Shenmue did remind me of Yakuza. They're like distant cousins.
Right.
They are both made by Sega, and they do share certain things. Like for one, the fact that this is Sega Arcade in both games is kind of neat.
Sure.
But
But they're
oh, the gotcha
definitely
machines.
different
Forgot about
vibes
those.
and definitely like Shenmue's more like walking, talking, adventuring. Uh, that
Yeah.
Yakuza is more. I mean, there's a lot of talking in Yakuza. Don't get me wrong, but they're like cutscenes. But there's also a lot of fighting and random battles and things like
Yes, and
that.
the fighting in I'd say Shenmue is more linear and structured in a certain way, whereas it seems like Yakuza is not as much so.
Right, it's just a
Um,
wild beat 'em up.
yeah. There's definitely very specific points when you fight in the game. Like you don't just randomly end up in fights in Shenmue or anything. They're all scripted,
Hmm.
every single one. And those are some of the only times that you can get your skills up a lot. They will end up going up a lot faster than if you train by yourself. You can also like train with your friend or whatever as well and get your stats up faster. But I just, like I said, I don't know what effect this actually has on the game or if it really matters that much. None of the fights are really that bad. And this is coming from somebody I don't play fighting games. I don't know what I'm doing. I just kind of did my best. I kicked people in the face a lot. Jumping, kicking things are always good in games that involve fighting, as I
How,
learned from Streets of Rage and
how are
Golden
the
Axe.
QuickTime events? Because this is one of the first games to ever have them.
Oh yeah, yeah, it does use quick time events a lot. They're not that bad, honestly. If you fail it, it starts you right at the beginning of the quick time event. You lose like no progress, so it's just not a big deal. They're not that hard either, and they are lenient. If you fail one prompt, it doesn't mean you fail the whole thing. You have to fail several to for it to restart you. So they're
So,
not a big deal.
so I gotta ask now too. I noticed you started playing Yakuza Zero,
Hmm.
but you didn't start playing Shenmue 2.
Well, there's reasons for that later on. I got very sad at one point in the year, and I just kind of like a couple weeks before Christmas had a really really bad week, and I was just like, I'm depressed. I was like, I want to play Yakuza. I was like, I don't care if I win any. I want to play Yakuza. So I started it. I haven't really made it anywhere in it yet. I'm in like chapter 2, but
Yeah, chapter one of any Yakuza game is like talking, and they block off all the roads, so you have to
Yeah, I
walk
felt.
specific ways.
I'm not gonna lie, I was like just slightly bored in the first chapter. I was like, there really is a lot of talking going on, and now it's just like, I was like, okay, I mean, this is fine, but
Once you hit chapter 2, usually it's always like, okay, now there's 1,000 sub stories. Good luck, and you're like,
yeah, you're just gonna walk around and end up in stories all over the place.
right, and yeah, but
But I also just wanted a break in between. I wanted to at least experience the first Shenmue, but I see why. Like honestly, you could skip it if you really like that kind of rural Japanese. Like it's like I think late 70s, early 80s, maybe mid 80s Japan.
yeah, I think it's going for 80s. That's the way he's dressed.
It's it's definitely got the great vibes for that. It really does. A very cool world. It's not actually that big. There's like Sakura Goika, um, just like a town area. They've got like a town area, a neighborhood, your house, and then the harbor, and that's it. And we're gonna talk about that just a tiny bit because the game, honestly, I was like, you know what? 4 stars. I think it's actually pretty good. I was like, it's not perfect, but honestly, I'm having a really good time with it. Like I'm really just love the atmosphere. I can't get over that part of the game. It's great. Um, and then I got to the harbor, which is like the last, at least quarter of the game, maybe the last third of the game. I don't know why they chose to do this. There's like this is an infamous thing you can do forklift racing. Uh, I don't know why. You end up having to work in the harbor to get information, which I still don't understand why you have to do that because I could walk around the harbor and talk to people. Like, they let you do that. They let you walk around the harbor.
Mm-hmm.
But for some reason, we had to get a job at the harbor so we could be there every day. And they take this seriously. In the morning, there's a forklift race. And if you win, you can get little keychains or whatever, little toys, like gotcha toys, because that's a thing in this game. That's another way to pass time is by using the gotcha machines and just collecting toys. Which honestly is not that interesting.
No.
Like it's something to do, but it's whatever. So you do this forklift race, and then you have to literally do a forklift job. Like, just keep in mind the game has its own time. You got to do that for 8 hours a day, with in between some like fights in between and some cutscenes for like 6 days straight, which is a lot of in-game time.
Wow.
This was pretty fun the first time. I was like, oh, this is cool, whatever. I'll drive the forklift and move the crates between warehouses, whatever. That's kind of cool, Just like a little mundane thing to do in the game. And really I think the third or fourth day, I was just completely over it. I was like, you ruined the game with this part. You really have. I was like, I was actually enjoying myself up until this point, and you guys screwed it up. Congratulations.
Well, damn.
I immediately dropped it down to 3 stars just because of the harbor. Like I said, first time it's kind of fun, kind of like cute little thing, whatever. And then after that, it was just like it felt like some weird needless padding that they put in the game, and I don't understand why. But it ends. There's a big fight. The guy who murdered your dad gets away on a ship to Hong Kong, but thankfully you find out, you get money and a means to actually go to Hong Kong. And that segues into the second game, I guess.
Right.
It's not. I mentioned the fighting earlier. It's not too hard until like the last guy that you fight, which is kind of unexpected because it seems like you kind of go through this gauntlet. It's called the 70-man battle. Guess how many people you fight? It's 70 in a row.
Oh.
What were you gonna say?
6.
70. The 70-man battle has 6 people.
Okay, look. I thought it was a trick question.
But
I guess that's another thing it has in common with Yakuza.
But it was really weird because the fights up until then, I think the most you had was maybe 5 or 6 people at a time, and I guess they kind of give them to you in batches, and it just kind of keeps going. Those fights weren't that bad. Even the kind of quote unquote bosses that you fight in between those people weren't that bad. I think I died once, and that was annoying because they did start you over at the beginning of that, which means all those like 30 people you already fought, you have to do it again. But the very last guy, he was like that. A whole battle scene ends, and they go into like you're at the harbor, you're talking about getting on the boat, the guy's getting away or whatever, and then you fight this one last guy, and oh boy, he is actually hard. Like you really have to like play, play it safe and stay away from him as much as possible until you get openings. And the rest of the game just wasn't quite that tedious. It did feel like a good final boss, but that's probably the only part of the game that people might struggle with, which is a little frustrating because like literally right at the end of the game, they surprised me. I thought I had fought the last guy because there was a huge guy at the end of the 70-man battle, huge guy. So when this fight happened, I was like, "Oh, what? There's a QTE now, and we're fighting all of a sudden? Okay." It seems like some bullshit. I thought we were going into the final cutscenes here.
Sure, and you're just trying to finish the game.
Yeah, I was kind of done at that point, but anyway, I'd say it's worth playing. I think you still might enjoy it. I think you would enjoy it to the same extent I did. I don't think you would enjoy it more than that.
Whew, I don't know. I did try to play it. I played it for like an hour, and just moving,
Oh, it's just weird because I didn't have a problem with that
and
part.
I'm not a person who cares about that kind of stuff. But man, just the way he turned, I was like, oh god.
His turn radius isn't the best, but I got used to that part really fast. The only part that's kind of an issue for me with is inside the house because it's like a small area. But I found out if you flick the stick back, he pulls like a Lara Croft and he'll immediately do it turn around, like directly around.
I just imagine him like dropping to the floor like Lara Croft does and spinning around.
It's a random thing, but that's something they took out of Tomb Raider Anniversary, just so everybody knows.
Oh.
So we can go way back into the games there. That feature does not exist in Tomb Raider Anniversary.
Weird. That was a
Yeah.
good feature. Weird. Unless she just has a
It
normal
was so much.
quick turnaround.
It was so much fun just to do it, you know,
But I guess she needed it back then because the
Yeah.
platforming was so stiff and rigid.
because
You needed to turn in
fucking
place
tank.
sometimes.
It's like tank controls on a,
Yeah, it just is tank controls. Yeah.
But yeah, Shenmue. That was that. It's quite a long game actually. I think it's like for what it is, it's quite a long game. It's probably like 12 hours. So this is a
Yeah.
weird choice to pick so close to December already.
Right. We made a couple mistakes like that.
Yeah.
Next game for me, number 66 on December 9th. This is another part of that group of games I bought right at the end of the year. Imposter Factory. This game came out a couple months ago, and it's the third game in the To the Moon series. Well, I mean, there's like 10 games, but as far as like the major games, it's the third game. And it's hard to go into it too much without spoiling the other two games. That would be To the Moon and Finding Paradise. But I will say it was good, and it didn't follow up enough on the things I wanted it to follow up on, though. Finding Paradise sort of sets up some stuff that I'm interested in learning about, and Imposter Factory does not tell me enough about those things. It just sort of goes through its story and tacks it on at the end, and you're like, okay. And these are RPG Maker games, but at their core, they're kind of like walking simulators because there's not too much gameplay to them.
Yeah.
You just sort of find key events, you watch them, you move on. This one felt a little more linear too, in how you walked around it. When you're actually going through the story, the premise outside of the main story that's going on is interesting. Again, it's real hard to talk about without spoiling anything, and that is the whole game. So I don't want to go too much into it. But have you played Finding Paradise yet, Michelle?
I have not.
But you did play To the Moon, right?
Yes.
Okay. They're definitely worth playing. And even though this game doesn't quite go where I want it to go, it's still pretty good and interesting and a good addition to the series. And we'll see where they go from here in like 10 years when they finally release another one.
All right. So John got on to me. I actually did not own The Room 4 yet. I was just waiting because I was trying to be good and like wait to get it because whatever until it was on sale again and stuff. And it was on sale, and John was like, "You need to get The Room 4 and play it so we can talk about it during the podcast." So I was like, fuck. I was like, I'd already bought a bunch of other games because I bought like Yakuza 0 and Kiwami as well during the sale and the Shenmue games and stuff, and I was like, God damn it. So I got The Room 4. And John also played this later in the year, shortly after me, so we can chat about it.
Which was not the intention. It was to play it before you or at the exact same time, but we'll talk about why that happened later. But
all right, so Room 4. For me, I liked it slightly less than the third game, but I really feel like it's very much just going to be a preference game for most people because the fourth game is a great game as well. Um, Everything took place in like a dollhouse. They still like had that puzzle box atmosphere, but with a dollhouse that the rooms you would like warp into, and some of the rooms were connected together as well.
That's the big difference here,
Actually,
right?
actually, they were all connected together.
They
Yes.
took the idea of the room 3 where they had that to get the secret ending, you had to go walk in between all the rooms to find out all the secrets.
Hmm.
And in the room 4, that is the game. Like everything is
Yeah.
connected and you have to solve puzzles in one room that affect puzzles in the other room.
Yes. And they did a very good job with that. I think in this game, it wasn't too. I found it. I feel like a little bit harder than some of the other games in spots, but maybe I was just a little rusty.
No, I agree with
Uh,
you, and I think it's because of the different rooms. Because every now you can't just go, okay, I know the answer's around here somewhere. Sometimes it's not, and you need to
yeah.
back out of a room. And it does take a few seconds to get
Yeah,
in and out of a room and
and
go into.
occasionally that gets a little bit annoying when you just
Yeah,
get click happy and you're clicking around.
but there's
I wouldn't
nothing
say it
more
was
sad.
hard. Hmm.
There's nothing more satisfying though, because whenever you finish a room and there's nothing more you can do in it, it like closes off to you, and you're
Yes,
like,
which is nice.
oh yeah, great.
Hmm. I wouldn't say it was like super hard or anything overall, because a lot of stuff is obvious. You're like, oh, yeah, I know that there was a piece missing on the house model here. That's where this item goes that I just got, and whatever. But occasionally I did have a couple spots where I got stuck, for a second anyway, because the game has hints. Like,
Right, the hint system's still there and it's still great.
yeah,
At first, it starts
um,
with, "Hey, maybe you should check out this room," and then eventually it's like, "Hey,
hey,
dumbass."
yeah, exactly. And there was only one point where I got to where it was like, "Hey, dumbass," and I was just like, "Give me the next hint, hurry up!" It was something in like the Japanese room that I was just missing. I just wasn't seeing. My little eyeballs were just skipping right over it, and I was like, "Oh, I had to get too many hints in for them to, for me to figure out where that item was."
There was one thing with the a fan and I understood where to put it, but I didn't understand the things I can move, and I was like,
Yeah.
"Oh, duh."
Yep. Um. One thing that's interesting about this game, it's shorter than the third game, and it was linear. There are no multiple endings in this game,
Yeah, that was a little
which
disappointing.
which did make it feel like a little bit of a step down in a way, like that you really had that grand scale of the third game. The third game was, I think it took me like a little over 5 hours, like 5.5 hours to beat it, and this game took 4 hours. And when there was no multiple endings, I was like, oh, well, see, you made the third game so exciting, and then you kind of let me down a little bit.
Yeah, just interesting. And again, the endings of the third game didn't add a lot as far as ending wise, because who knows what's even going on in the story. But
I'm sure somebody does,
it
but
was
it's not us.
right. But finding those endings was what was so interesting. Solving the
Yes,
puzzles to find them.
for sure. But a very good game. We both enjoyed it. The whole series is good.
Yeah.
I am so excited because we just got an HTC Vive and there is a VR room game, and I am probably going to try to play it tomorrow, or at least some of it. I am so stoked.
Yeah.
Um,
I wonder, like, is it. What happens if you just lean into a puzzle box? I don't know. Can you see all
um,
the secrets?
what else is interesting is I found out there's also a rooms game that came out on the Wii and the Nintendo DS that
What?
seems to be like I think it's a kind of like a sliding. I may be mistaken about this because I only read about it. I think it's kind of like a sliding box puzzle game thing, which I love sliding box puzzles, and I know I'm in the minority on that actually. I think most people hate those kind of puzzles.
Is it the same developers or
I think so.
what
And
the
I really
fuck?
want it now. It's not expensive. It's like I don't know, like $20 at the most, but you can find copies cheaper than that on eBay. So I'm really thinking I want to get it at some point just to see what it is.
Hmm.
But the VR game I think it'll be fantastic.
Okay.
So, but I thought you'd be curious about that as well, about that DS Wii game.
Oh, definitely.
So, all right. Well, I'm still playing games right now, and I'm trying to I'm trying to play short games. I'm trying to, because I know we're down to the wire now. We're in December.
Just to
We're
clarify, the next 3 games you beat are the same day.
yeah,
Now
yep.
that may just be when she updated
Oh
Backlog,
no, I beat him in the
but
same day.
okay.
Yeah, I was trying to catch. I was really trying to catch up. I'd started this game the day before though, and also Kill It with Fire is one of these games, and I had started that previously as well. So they weren't all completely played all the way through in this one day. They were just finished.
Mm-hmm.
So the next game I played, because I wanted another easy game, kind of a chill game, and it ended up being a lot better than I thought it would. Is Speed Dating for Ghosts, which is from. It's probably on other stuff, but I have it on itch. It's a very it sounds like such a dumb concept. You're like, okay, this is going to be a stupid game, but it's really not. You've one thing, you're a ghost. I actually don't know why you're a ghost. I may want to go back into the game and look more into that. Maybe there's a way I can find out more about like how I died. But basically, you are speed dating with other ghosts and you're meeting them and kind of learn about their stories and how they died and about them as a person. Like one of the ghosts who's died, she doesn't realize that she's dead. And you basically make her realize that she's dead. And that's kind of a whole own little arc. And there's another ghost that has an item that he's a stake in his chest that he doesn't want out, he won't get rid of.
Hmm.
And I kind of like he like goes swimming in the ocean and he loses the stake. It comes out and I find it, but he's in such a panic looking for the stake that he never comes back. He's like goes underwater forever and he's just gone for like the rest of the game and the date just ends and I was like, oh God. But what was really cool is you keep the stake. And I was doing a date with another ghost and I end up using the stake to help him, which was super weird. I didn't know you could do anything like that, like get items from other characters and it like be interact like useful with other storylines that were going on. It's very interesting and the stories, some of the stories end up being very like endearing and interesting. You can date a dog ghost in this game. And it's actually what I made my wallpaper, my desktop wallpaper right now. Is you can date this dog and he's got this little sparkle with him and that's a part of his human's soul because when a someone's dog dies, part of them dies too and it goes with the dog.
Hmm.
And I thought that was so sweet. Like and kind of because at first I was like, "Oh, you can date a dog. That's hilarious." And I was like, "Well, this is actually like a really sweet story because he ends up looking for like his person again to make sure that they're okay and stuff." It's very a lot of very sweet stories, very interesting stories. I played I think almost all of the game. I may have completed it. Because it is beatable in a way that you do have to actually talk to everybody. Like it seems to come to a natural conclusion because you can just go through and date one ghost and then you could just never play it again if you wanted to. Like, and I thought at first, oh, well, if I just go through one of these stories, does that mean I beat it? Or, but I just enjoyed it so much that I went through everything. And it seems like you're meant to go through everything.
Right.
But I really liked it. I think it's pretty cheap. I would definitely recommend it. It's definitely a relaxing game to play. It's got really great music. Um, and, some of the stories are dumb just to be more like comedic relief, but most of them are interesting in some way or another. You find out that one guy, he he thinks he's just stabbed to death. He said he remembers the feeling of the knife, and he thinks his business partner killed him. And as it turns out, he stabbed his business partner to death, and the police came and shot him to death on the scene. And he finds out that that's actually how he died. And that's why he remembers the feel of the knife. He remembers the feel of the knife in his hand when he held it.
Mm.
And I was just like, it just like blew my mind. I was like, oh, these are a lot cooler than I thought they were going to be. But yeah, speed dating for ghosts would recommend. It's definitely a nice time. Very relaxing game to play. Good story. All right. And after this, I play Kill It with Fire, which we've already talked about. So we can just kind of skip over that.
Yep.
Good game. After that, I played probably the second worst game, or the worst. I played this year, Without Escape, another game from Itch. Um, it didn't start off seeming like it was going to be that bad. You're like in your house, I guess, and what is the main issue here that was happening? What's the main conflict? It's not a long game because I don't think you're locked in your house. Oh, you hear a noise at night and you get up and you're like, I have to figure out what's going on. Um, really ends up being a really weird game. It is very obviously inspired by Silent Hill at first, like really clearly in the visuals because
Inspired
you
by Silent Hill is kind of a rough line to walk on, because now
yeah.
you're just drawing comparison to one of the greatest games of all time. That's very tough.
Like that whole I don't want to say light world, dark world thing, but you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, yeah,
The
yeah.
Rust and they do that. They pull one
The
of
other
them.
world. Yeah.
Yeah, they definitely pull that move. And I was like, yeah, it's very clearly inspired by Silent Hill. That's fine.
The whole time you're playing it,
Um,
you're like, I like Silent Hill too. Cool.
and you're going through and you're solving puzzles to kind of figure out what's going on. Once again, it's not a long game. Uh, you're trying to escape, I guess, the other world. Like you can go back and forth a couple times. The house is pretty small. It's like 4 rooms, 4 or 5. That's it. Those the only areas that you're going to go in, and it's all in like a first person. You're just going to be clicking and switching between the rooms. It almost looks like a fixed camera, almost that you're switching between.
Hmm.
Um, it looks good, but like the end of the game just. Whew. Have you seen Hellraiser 2?
No.
Oh, have you seen any of the Hellraiser? Do you know anything about it?
He's the guy with nails in his head, right?
Yeah,
No, I haven't seen him.
that's a weird. It's not just like a normal horror thing. It's a really weird sci-fi thing. And the second movie goes like real deep into that. And boy, did this game just super remind me of Hellraiser 2, like that like weird 80s sci-fi like weird thing going on towards the end. I don't really know what happened. It took a really sharp turn all of a sudden to that, and I was like, the fuck is going on? Like it seems like they just had a lot of ideas and they just did not know how to cohesively put them together. And I'm sure it
But
seemed
they put them
cohesive.
together, huh?
Yeah, and I'm sure it seemed cohesive to them when they made it because in their mind they have more of this backstory and the reason why they wanted to do this. But like when you play it, it just I don't know. Some of the puzzles were really rough just because they were kind of hard to figure out. A couple of them because you had to go back and forth between like you had to look at something several times when you have no reason to look at it several times. Um, to like trigger an event to happen for the next puzzle and stuff. I don't know. It normally I don't give games like 2 stars, but I gave Dear Esther and Without Escape 2 stars because the end was just bad. If it was just like okay, I would have been like, whatever. But
I'll give a game 2 stars. I don't mind, because
it's very rare for
to
me.
me there's still something there that is could make it worth playing. I've
For me
given
too, yeah, I can kind of see
I've
that. I
given
guess there,
games 1 star before. I think I have about 11 games that are 1 star on my backlog.
if it's
So
1 star, I'm just gonna. It's a game I've gotten rid of. Tell you that right now. Um,
some of them have, like I gave Deadly Premonition 2 1 star, but
mhm.
there's something special about that game too. But it's fucking terrible. But just the fact that it exists is kind of special.
But I can see a couple things in Without Escape and Dear Esther that would make them worth playing, but it's more like it's not completely god awful if you just stumbled on it and just played it just because, like I did, like with both of those games. Well, I guess Dear Esther, I kind of sought out. I knew about it, but Without Escape, I didn't know anything about it. I was just like, "Hey, what's this?" And I was like, "Eh." Like, I mean, this is kind of okay, but like, I would never recommend it to somebody else ever. So,
You know what I think pushes it over the edge from 2 stars to 1 star is if it hurts me.
if
Like if the
it's
game is so hard that it's also just miserable to get through, or
yeah,
if the glitchiness or frame rates
oh
like are
yeah.
just making me struggle to even play the game, that
Mhm.
would push it into 1 star. Like Deadly Premonition's frame rate was like fucking 3 in the open world. Like no shit, like literally like 3 frames per second, and like Drake of the 99 Dragons, where the game just doesn't even function a lot of the time, stuff like that.
That sounds kind of like Link's Awakening on the overworld.
But now I own Drake of the 99 Dragons twice, so I don't know what I'm doing with my life. But anyway, moving on. Number 67 for me. Inscription. So this is a funny story, right?
Oh, yeah.
I
I
had
forgot.
purchased the Room 4 with every intention of playing it that weekend when I got off work. I told Michelle to start playing so we could talk about it, and we would kind of probably beat them at the exact same time. But then I got a Steam gift from your husband, which I guess came a little too early.
Yeah, I woke up that morning because John had texted me at like 4 a.m. or some shit, when we're sleeping. And I woke up and he said, tell Ferris I said thank you and this and that. And I was like, and I turned over to him as we're still laying in bed and I was like, what is he talking about? And he was like, I don't know. And he went into Steam and he was like, oh, I guess I accidentally just like sent it to him. He said I didn't mean to buy it for him right now. But that was John's Christmas gift. And I think Ferris had just seen it on YouTube or something and was like, this seems cool. I'll get him this.
It was
So,
also like I think my most recent addition to my wish list, so maybe he happened to connect those two
oh,
dots.
maybe he did. Yeah.
I uh I had been watching Markiplier play it because I was just like, okay, this seemed interesting in the few trailers I saw. Let me watch them. And I think I had watched them up until what I thought was the end of the game. Not what ended up being the end of the game, but what I thought at the time was the end of the game.
Hmm.
And at that point, Markiplier just came out with a new episode that I wanted to watch, but then I also had the game, so I was like, I need to just play the game so I can experience it all for myself. And this game cannot be talked about without spoiling anything, and it is too new to ruin it for anyone. So if anyone asks, it's a normal card game. There's nothing weird about it. Normal card game, nothing weird. Definitely worth playing. Highly recommended. And that's all I really want to say about it. But
All right.
which is unfortunate because I have so much to say about it. But I've even stopped myself from talking about it openly on Discord and things. I refuse to talk about it. But it is like extremely worth playing. Number 68, The Hex. Now I'm playing The Hex because The Hex is made by the same people who made Inscription.
Oh, I didn't know that actually.
Yeah, they also made Pony Island. If you're
Oh,
familiar
okay.
with that game. And I played The Hex. The Hex setup is that you're in a bar and 10 different video game characters have been invited to the bar, and the bartender goes, someone here is going to die tonight in this bar. And then you have to solve the mystery, right? But that's just a setup. Because if you've played Pony Island, there's a little bit more going on.
Yeah.
I've actually never played Pony Island. I just know about it. So there was a lot more going on. And I also heard that maybe there were references to the Hex in Inscription and vice versa. And I wanted to explore them a little more. Again, this is a hard game to talk about because the most interesting parts telling people about it would ruin the game.
Yeah, I was like, don't talk about it too much because I actually do have this on itch as well, so I'm probably gonna play it now
Play
at some
it,
point in the near
and
future.
once you get done with the game, look up all the stuff that you missed because you missed stuff everywhere and you didn't even realize it. But specifically, make sure you get the secret ending because I've never in my life seen a game with an ending so clever and so well done and just blew my mind. And it was just out in the open, and even the people when they played the game when it came out didn't even realize how out in the open it was. Even now I like go back and I went back and rewatched it a couple times. It blew my mind that much.
I'm definitely gonna have to play it at the start of the year then at some point.
From a game perspective, it's not as good as Inscription because Inscription has the benefit of being a just really fun game, and the Hex is just more about the story, and the game part is just to serve its purpose. But definitely worth. And now I have to go back and play Pony Island. I've played them all in reverse for some reason. but they all do kind of probably have some
Mm-hmm.
links. So I'm gonna figure out what the rest of the links are. Number 69, I played the Room 4 Old Sins finally. We talked about that earlier, but now that I was done with Inscription, and I went right into the Hex because I was so excited. That I finally played the Room 4 Old Sins. And then number 70, I played Smile for Me. We talked about that earlier as well. I beat it towards the end of the year. I actually forgot you had beat it this year. I just knew you had beaten it. I was like, oh yeah, that's a short game.
Mm-hmm.
And we can both talk about it. So I went ahead and knocked it out. And it's excellent, just like we talked about earlier. But now, this is December 18th. I'm about to go back to work. I am doing Christmas this year on the 21st. And once Christmas hits, and this is actually why we end on Christmas usually, because that's when you get new games and it's kind of like a fresh start. And I want to keep it that way. I don't want to change anything about it, but it actually doesn't work the same for me anymore because I do Christmas early, so I get my stuff a few days before. So I knew once the 21st hits, I'm going to have a bunch of long games, whatever people bought me, and I'm going to want to play those. So at this point, when I hit 70, I was like, this is probably all I got, except for 1 or 2 games I was playing on the side. And unfortunately, while I was at work, you got busy.
Well, I wasn't busy at first though. That week, ironically, the week that John beat all those games was a really awful week for me. Like I was having a lot of health problems, and I played nothing during that week, which did not benefit me at all. And I was also the point where I started playing Yakuza 0 because I pretty much gave up. I was just like, I just want to play whatever I want to play right now. I don't care about the race anymore. Like, I was just kind of done. However, our brother Buddy actually gave me an eShop gift card. And there's some eShop games I've been wanting. Like he actually gave me like a really sizable gift card. It was like $50,
Oh, nice.
which I super appreciated. As like a Christmas present. And for one, I got Professor Layton and the Azran Legacy with that. That was the big game. But I used the rest of the money towards a couple other games, which I'm going to play next. I played Attack of the Friday Monsters: A Tokyo Tale, which is, I might be mistaken. I think it's made by the same people who make the Boku Natsu games, the Japanese games that I like. The My Summer Vacation games. Very much has the same vibe as that. It's like all painted, like sets that you run around as some kid on. You go around and you collect these monster cards and play card games. This random like rock paper scissors type card game with the other kids, because Japan and rock paper scissors is like a huge thing for some reason.
Strange.
It's kind of like that's the only gameplay mechanic really of the whole game. But basically the story is every Friday these monsters come out, and the monsters are a big deal. Like the town is like obsessed with monsters, and like the old like Godzilla monsters, like those kind, the big run around destroy buildings kind of monsters.
Mm-hmm.
And you're like, they make it sound like it's real, like they're really seeing monsters, because I guess the kids, and I'm not sure if it's just the kids, I don't know if exactly what's going on here. I think it's something that they make so that the kids think is real, but I think the adults know that it's somewhat fake. Like the monsters themselves aren't real; they're human created, like for television shows and stuff like that. But you go around, you play rock paper scissors with all the kids or whatever with your cards, with your monster cards, and that's actually kind of a little bit annoying after a while because they have these spells that the kids cast on you if you lose, or that you can cast on them if they lose. And it basically amounts to your character saying some random bullshit, and then the other kid falling on the ground, and they're like, okay, get up. And they get up, and I'm just like, what is the point of this?
Weird.
It serves no purpose whatsoever except to waste my time with me having to constantly hear this bullshit spouted to me every time I screw up a card game, because the card games are somewhat luck-based. Somewhat. Not always. But you're gonna lose a lot still.
Mm-hmm.
You kind of just, you keep going along, you do the card games, you talk to specific people to kind of advance the story of what's going on, and the kids kind of finding out more about the monsters. there's kind of like a there's like the story gets a little wild. There's like aliens involved and stuff. It's very almost like a little bit 50. I think it takes place in the 70s. It's very much based kind of around, I think, that time period and the craze of those monster films, of the time, and stuff like Godzilla. I wish I had more comparisons right now other than just Godzilla, but I don't know a lot about the monsters. So
Are the rest of the kaijus?
yes, yeah, the kaiju's. Um,
Mothra, right?
yeah, stuff like that. I think it really has that vibe to it. So it's fun to play through. It is nothing deep with the gameplay. The story is kind of confusing towards the end. There's a big old monster fight and stuff, and I'm not sure what parts of it are real and what parts of it aren't anymore because of I felt like I was understanding things, and then they were like aliens, and I was like, what? Okay,
That's the second time that's happened. We've been talking about something
when
about
was
aliens coming in at the end of a game and ruining it, or just changing your perception of everything.
yeah.
What was it? It was something else you talked about.
Um,
I don't know. It
I don't
doesn't
I don't
matter.
know.
It doesn't matter.
I don't know. But it was all right. It's nothing amazing. It's not expensive though. I mean, it's like I don't know, like $6 on the eShop. For what it is, I enjoyed it. I mostly just wanted to see and experience it because it looks like the Boku Natsu games. That was
I
pretty much
looked it
it.
up. It is made by the same people.
Yeah,
But
and see,
also it's part of this weird series called the Guild series, which has a
oh,
bunch of games in the series.
oh, you see, that's something I'll have to look up later now and get
There's
involved
I
with.
only looked up one, but it was like you run an airport or something. I don't know.
Oh,
Very strange.
Um, but yeah, and if there's a series I really like, I've got to just hunt down absolutely everything that is related to it. I have to,
Sure, sure.
as we'll see in a minute, because I definitely do it again. Um, Now in between these couple of eShop games that I grabbed, I finished up, and I've been playing this for a little while now. I finished up the main case of Jake Hunter Detective Story: Ghost of the Dusk, which I was a little bit confused about for a while because I played the one on the DS, and there's multiple cases in that one as well, and I just did not put two and two together with this at all because I knew this is a long running franchise in Japan. It's tons of games. What they do is they literally just take those games and they just slap a bunch of them cases all on one cartridge, and they're like, here we go, and they translate it, and that's it. And that seems like it's not that interesting. But these cases, sometimes the characters have very different art styles in them. Like, because the cases follow Jake Hunter and usually his assistant Yulia Marks, and Yulia looks completely fucking different between the cases that I've played. Like, she has kind of a standard look that I've seen in several cases now between the DS and the 3DS game. But then I did play the second case. I actually finished it today in the game. And Yulia looked different. Still kind of seemed a little bit like how I could imagine her character looking based on her demeanor and stuff. I started the third case though, looks wildly different. Like you would never know it was the same character. I don't know why. I don't know why they did that, but it makes it kind of weird and like inconsistent between the cases. You're just like, if you don't realize that they just pulled these from other games, like you don't know what's going on. I also did not understand that there was just that the first case is considered the main case of the game, and that if you beat that case, it's considered beating the game.
Weird.
I didn't know because when I looked it up and people were like, this game's 10 hours long, I was like, I'm 7 hours into this case. That sounds like some bullshit because I know there's more cases. I know there's more. Um, but apparently it's the first case of these games, including the DS one, which I did not consider beaten until I beat all of the cases. Apparently you only need to beat the first one.
It's very strange.
Yeah. The first case is also very long. Like it was 10 hours. It really was 10 hours, like they said. Normally the cases in the Jake Hunter games are like, I don't know, like 3 or 4 hours long. They're not super long. They usually cover something that's more of a domestic issue or an attempted murder. some of them cover murders too, but sometimes they don't even cover something like that. Sometimes they cover like a theft or something. So, but they went really hard with this case. Real hard, a little too hard. I kind of got worn out in the middle. Like it was like a really complicated. I say complicated. They made it sound like it was more complicated than it was. It wasn't. Murder case, multiple homicide case involving like the KGB, which has been gone for a very long time.
You think the KGB's been gone for a long time? Shows what you know.
Not in this game. It's not. And they like the character who was the murderer was like a former KGB agent because obviously the KGB was disbanded and everything, and they don't exist anymore. And I'm gonna tell you right now, when they get to his motivations for why he's still doing this, it's literally out of nothing other than he thinks he still has some kind of loyalty for this case because he was a KGB agent. He just hasn't given it up. And I was like, this is his motivations are stupid. I don't like them. I was like, I'm bored. They didn't not make him an interesting villain. He basically had no reason for doing the things that he did, other than that he was kind of crazy. But it wasn't a bad case. But I will say, like I said, I finished the second case in the game today because I just wanted to keep playing through them. And I just liked it more. It was a little bit more lighthearted and a little bit more interesting, and it just got more to the point. It was only maybe like 3.5 hours. But comparatively, it's so much less time. It just cuts so much of the fat when you have shorter cases. So for now, I get a 3 out of 5, just like I gave the original DS game. These are good games. They are worth playing, especially if you just want a detective, some very solid detective stories to play through. But none of them are gonna like super blow your mind. I mean, they're not Ace Attorney. They're not gonna pull any of that kind of stuff on you. But it's a good game. It's worth playing. I'm sure. Well, I was gonna say I'm sure no more of these are gonna come out here, but that's a lie. One of the old games came out on the Switch, I believe. On like
anything can come out on the Switch and make money.
They've proven that, yeah. On like the eShop, it looks really weird. I don't know if I'm gonna play it, but we'll see. Maybe. All right. And after that, I got to the other eShop game that I bought, which is made by the same people who made Hotel Dusk.
Oh.
I didn't find out about it until much later. Like this game was released a long time ago. It's called Cold Case Investigations Distant Memories. It's pretty short. I'd say like a couple hours at most. And it's just a single case that this detective, who I forget the name of already. It's bad, but a detective who looks like our main protagonist from Hotel Dusk. It looks very similar to Kyle Hyde. I think it's Kyle Hyde. Maybe I'm thinking of his partner that he was looking for. Oh, it's so bad because it's one of my favorite games and I don't remember the names of the main characters.
That's okay. I will become very familiar with it soon.
Yeah. It's one case that you go through that is pretty decent. It's like somebody comes and calls in and says that this case that was dismissed as an accident is actually a homicide. And you guys are the cold case investigations team, so you reopen cold cases.
Which cold cases just in real life are just fascinating, especially when they actually solve them and they're like, oh no, this happened and this happened. Very cool stuff.
But basically, like this kid apparently accidentally knocked a propane tank off of a shelf and it caused it to start leaking gas into the room. And the idea is that it was an accident because the guy like lit a cigarette or something and it ignited and it blew up and he, burnt to death or whatever.
Mm-hmm. So
this little kid's like carrying around this burden of guilt with him, thinking that it was his fault that somebody died. So you're trying to figure out how it could have possibly been a homicide or planned out and all that.
Mm-hmm.
And you do, and it's not like there's like a couple twists and turns at the end, but I figured them out before they actually happened. But I was just like, oh, okay. It's not bad. From how it was reviewed, people made it out to be like it was just fucking worst game ever. And I was like, I don't know. I mean, it seems pretty okay. I was pretty fine with it. The writing could be better. It seemed very kind of cut and dry and almost a little bit too much to the point. And the main character kind of comes across like a dick a little bit. Um, so I think that could have been better. I think they could have actually padded it out a little bit more, like similar to how they did Hotel Dusk or Trace Memory, even. So I would consider Trace Memory overall a better game. Um, but once again, it's kind of one of those situations where, like, if you just want like a solid, enjoyable detective story to play through, it's worth it. It's not expensive either. Once again, it's like, you know, $5 or something. So, all right. And after that,
We started playing
I
games.
yeah, I was really trying to I still didn't think like a couple, the week before I really had mentioned to John like I thought that I was pretty sure he was going to win. Because like I said in my head I had just given up
Mhm.
on winning. But then I was like, hey, I've caught up. Like I'm like 70 games right
And I'm
now.
at 70 games, so
So I kept going and I bought Puzzle Agent on GOG because it just actually looked interesting to me and it was so cheap. And it's a kind of a Professor Layton clone. It's very much revolves around the puzzles. Like you click on certain things and a puzzle will happen and you'll go through it. It's not anywhere near as good as Professor Layton games as any of them. But if you're looking for something like a little bit more casual that has easier puzzles overall, with the exception of some of the ones that don't give you enough information, that is one thing that's kind of a problem with Puzzle Agent is that um, they they need to be a little bit more like the instructions need to be a little bit more exact in telling you what you're supposed to do. At first, I thought maybe this was just a me problem, and then I looked at the reviews on GOG, and no, like a bunch of other people mentioned that too. Also, people who I'm pretty sure have played Professor Layton, where everything is very much told you exactly what the rules are for the puzzle, basically. And in this game, they're not. And sometimes it's just not quite clear what you're supposed to be doing. Um, Still not a bad game. It's got like a really funny, dumb kind of story. Like you're going there to investigate a disappearance of a worker at an eraser factory in this random town. It's very kind of campy, Twin Peaks kind of it's good. I like it. Um, it's only a couple hours long, maybe 3 hours long. Definitely worth a play. I do have the second game as well. People said it wasn't as good, but
you'll
I
have
don't
to
know.
find out.
I'm still looking forward to it.
All right, so the date now is December 23rd, right? Remember, 21st, I was going to have my Christmas. So I already got my games. I'm already trying to play my games. But before Christmas even happened, the Game Awards happened. And It Takes Two won Game of the Year, which is wild because that's the Fuck the Oscars guy. And he won Game of the Year somehow. Do you remember that, Michelle?
No.
Oh man, that guy went on the Game Awards, a very professional, like the Oscars type of thing, with a bunch more ads. And they were talking to this guy. He made a game called A Way Out, which is like a
Hmm.
co-op prison game. He also made a game called Brothers. You may be familiar with it.
Hmm. Oh,
Um,
Brothers: A Tale of Two Sons.
yeah, he made that one.
Oh, all right.
So he makes nothing but like co-op games, right? And when he was talking about A Way Out, he was like, it was like doing an interview, and he was like, "Hey, can we swear?" And Jeff Keighley's like, "Yeah, you can swear. We're on the internet." He goes, "Okay, fuck the Oscars, fuck them. This show's way better." And Jeff Keighley is like, "What the hell?" But he's fed into it now because that meme is like super associated with the Game Awards show, and that developer's like now he's an icon, right?
Hmm.
Because we'll always remember he's like this eccentric dude who does this stuff. Well, this year he made a game called It Takes Two, about divorce, and it won Game of the Year. It beat out everything. So I was interested. I said, well, it won Game of the Year. It's on Game Pass. I could play it with my son. He has an Xbox. Well, we can go in there and play it together. So we went in. So we played it together. The game is about divorce. Basically, you're these two parents, and your intention is to get divorced. You're just it's not working out, and your daughter is upset with this. Of course, so you tell her, and she's like, "This sucks," and she finds this book in the trash. It's called like the Book of Love or something, and it's like tips on how to keep the relationship alive or whatever. And somehow, some way, because of this, she like is crying, and she cries onto these dolls that she had made to represent her parents, right? And somehow you wake up and you're the dolls, and it's a platform adventure, but it's so dense with the content. I actually was anticipating this being like a 4 hour game, maybe 4 to 6 hour game. It's like a 15-hour game.
Oh, wow.
And it's like every level is like a new thing. Like it's almost always platforming still, but like, okay, in this level you have magnets and you use them to like magnetize to certain things and move around, and you can magnetize to each other, and that's like what the whole level is designed. Next level you don't have those magnets anymore. We're doing something different. Moving on. At some point it becomes like Diablo. One of your characters just becomes a mage, the other person becomes a warrior, and you're just fighting. And every single level is so different, so you never get bored. And just like, again, we were talking earlier about Psychonauts, right, where every level like had a presence, and you start thinking about one, you just start thinking about all of them, like, oh yeah, remember that. It Takes Two is just like that. Where, oh, remember the ice level, oh, but also remember the level where we were inside the clock, and oh, remember the one where we were inside the vacuum and had to fight the fucking vacuum. There's just like so many things like that. It was kind of blew my mind a little bit, how incredible it was. I mean, the story is what it is, right? It's well told, and the voice acting is all good and has emotion and stuff like that. And I mean, hey, it won Game of the Year for a reason. I don't know if my son was the right person to play the game about divorce with, but like it was clearly meant for a husband and wife to play.
Oh, yeah, it was just funny because my husband talked about us being able to play that at some point. I had no idea what it was about, though.
Neither did I. I just knew it won Game of the Year. I didn't even know it was a platformer. But you should play it, Michelle. You should absolutely play it. And when you're going through the levels, what's cool too is there's like little mini games everywhere. They have no bearing on anything. But me and my son got like really into playing those mini games. Sometimes we would see them and be like, okay, let's go. Sometimes they'll just be like, oh, it's tug of war, so you have to mash the button and whoever wins. But then there's chess later on, and there's like some other complicated ones, and it's like you just get it. And the whole purpose is just to grow the relationship between the players, right? So they're having fun goofing off. But very well done.
Isn't it also that if you buy the game, they will give you a second copy of the game so you can play it with somebody?
So it's not like a second copy of the game, but you get what's called Friend Pass, I believe. And so because the issue with his games were they're all co-op, right? So two people have to own the games, and to circumvent that, one, it's on Game Pass, but two, if one person owns the game, you can play with whoever you want. It kind of reminds me of, you remember the old New Super Mario Brothers DS games, right? You could load in someone to play with you. But yeah, I didn't try it like that. We just played on split screen. But man, even now I'm just thinking about the crazy moments that occurred in that game. But you're gonna play it potentially, so I'm gonna leave it at that. But
I'm like already on Steam. I'm like, yes, it's 50% off until January 5th.
Yeah,
$20.
It's definitely worth playing, and it won Game of the Year for a reason.
So here we are. And I had plans. I've had plans for months of which game I was going to beat John with, because I actually didn't expect to get this far, because we're all even Stevens still, and I was like, I can win. So John earlier in the year decided he was going to be
cheeky.
And he was gonna beat Sphinx and the Cursed Mummy before me. And then I was like, no, I'm just gonna give up playing it. And then I thought about it, and I was like, I should beat him with Sphinx and the Cursed Mummy. I should like make that the last game that I play of the year, and just really like give it to him.
And you had played the majority of this game months ago.
Yeah,
How
I was like,
long did you have to play it to beat it? Because from the time I was like, she has to be like within an hour of beating it.
yeah, I was like an hour and a half away, I think, because I was a little bit further back than I thought I was. I was only about 10 hours in. So,
Which unfortunately, the end of the game is like an even extra terrible part of the game. But
yeah. The last area with the mummy's not too bad. It's okay. The last boss fight's not even that bad, honestly.
no, it's fine.
Because
There's
there
like
was
a
that one.
lava area that's just awful.
Yeah. There was because there was that one boss fight earlier in the game, that weird fucking fight with that bird thing. That was weird. That was not a very good boss fight. That tries to like gust you off the edge and stuff. I don't know. I feel like I've played boss fights like that before, and they just were done way better.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't even remember it, and I did.
It was
Actually
like the very
this
first
game.
boss that you fight. Yeah, I definitely didn't care for this game as much as John, and I definitely didn't care for it as much as Nitro Red. Like, well, he was the reason I bought this game. This is the only game I feel like I've bought. Well, I bought the Fatal Frame games too, but one of the only games I bought based on his like glowing recommendations of it. And there's definitely some PS2 stank on this game that's just, and some old game stank on this that's just not gonna go away. Because I know they've remastered it and it's out on the Switch and some other stuff.
Yeah, but it's the same game.
Yeah. But I'm definitely in the camp of it's all right. I think it's good. It's definitely not great to me at all. There are definitely things I like about it. It looks great. There's like a really interesting setting with the whole Egyptian theme to it, and the mummy sections are for the most part good. There was definitely a couple that I didn't like at all, just because the world is too big. Everything's way too big. All the areas are too big. All the places you go into are too big. There's too much walking around. It slows down the game a lot, especially in the mummy sections. And a couple of them, that one section where you end up having to grab onto that bar and like go around to all these different rooms or whatever. That whole one sucked. I didn't like it, because before you knew what was going on, you were gonna, you weren't gonna know, so you were gonna be exploring, and chances are you were gonna ride that stupid thing like 5 or 6 times throughout that puzzle, and it just took forever.
Oh, I was trying to remember which one you're talking about. I do remember now.
God, it took so freaking long.
Because
And I was just like,
you had
just
to
let
like
me.
do it a couple times just to figure out what was happening.
Yeah, and then you had to do it like 3 more times to actually do the puzzle, and it was just like, oh my God.
Right.
Um, so that one I hated. There was one after that I also didn't like, because it involved you jumping quite a bit, and I just sucked with like jumping with the mummy. I missed jumps with him kind of frequently because his jumping's just so stiff, and he doesn't have a double jump like Sphinx does.
Right. Sphinx was pretty terrible until he got that double jump. Then it's like, okay, I can deal with this.
Yeah. With the mummy, there's a few jumps that I missed, and also his running jumps are actually a little bit weird, I notice. Like, he almost starts running a little too quickly after you land a jump. Like, when you're trying to do consecutive running jumps, I feel like I've run off the edge of platforms several times. Like, usually in those stupid ones where you're trying to go across the water, do with the electricity stuff to touch something, I would slip off the edge of a platform because he would just run forward too fast. Like, there wasn't enough of a pause for a split second when he lands. He'd just like immediately start running again, and he would run off.
That sounds a little familiar. I seem to remember a spot where you had to get electrocuted, but you had to jump over some lava, and if you hit the lava, you become fiery, not electric.
Yeah.
I would like jump over, and then you slip and fall in the fire. I'm like, okay, goddamn it, now I have to run all the way back around.
Yeah. That happened to me several times. It's not really that big of a deal, but it's kind of also like, when you think about the amount of PlayStation 2 games that just did this better, that did platforming better, it's just kind of like,
Yeah.
And like I mentioned before, the game doesn't have any voice acting, which is kind of weird for this time. It's very weird, actually. It was definitely a budget thing.
Well, it is weird. It isn't weird because this game is clearly, like, took inspiration from Zelda. Like, it's clearly just trying to be Zelda, right? But
it's weird because I didn't really get that. I didn't really get that from the game at the time, but I can see where you're coming from.
Well, yeah, it's got the dungeons and
Yeah.
and Zelda doesn't talk, or Link doesn't talk in Zelda, so
That's
I
true.
see why they thought they could do that, or why it made sense.
Or, well, I think considering the fact that they didn't make a second game as well, I think this is more budget related and just a coincidence
Well, they
because
definitely also just didn't finish the game.
yeah,
It's completely
yeah.
unfinished. There's like a whole little video about it, and in the game, there's a video you can watch that has like total locations that aren't in the game. And it's not abnormal for things to get cut from a game, but there's a boss you fight later on. It's like a bug or something. Um,
Yes. The
and
Geb Queen.
that just shows up out of nowhere, right? You're like, who the fuck? Like,
Mhm.
I mean, they're like, okay, you guys team up, but who are you?
Yeah, that's the
But
other thing is the game is just kind of disjointed and it feels like it kind of tries to do too much and too little at the same time in places.
right, because it's missing
Particularly
those
with
chunks.
with Sphinx and like the collecting monsters thing. Like you actually do need it at some points in the game, but for the most part, I feel like it could have just not included it, really.
Oh, I actually
Uh
loved catching monsters. I
I
thought it was
like
really
I
cool.
caught him for a while. I just think in terms of like the actual game purpose, there
And
wasn't really a whole bit lot of a point for that.
so there's a couple, right, that you can use basically as items,
Yeah.
and those are actually kind of annoying because sometimes you have to go like, okay, and let me go farm some bombs.
Yeah, and then you have to
Um,
control them with the right stick, and the right stick also controls the camera.
but it is cool because it is like you can finish off opponents really easily with it,
Hmm.
um, without having to hit them. So if you're low on
Yeah.
health, you can finish them real quick with by capturing them. But also you could go to the fucking museum and like look at them. Like that
Hmm.
was awesome. Um, Weird that there were enemies in there that like they meant to put in the game but just didn't have time.
Hmm.
That was pretty interesting, I thought. But Michelle, let me explain because this is December 24th.
Yeah, and so I went to sleep that night, and then I woke up on Christmas, and
Something that happened. But I want to know my reaction when I saw Sphinx in the Curse Moment was the last game you had probably beaten for the year. That was my assumption. I was like, this has to be the end because it was so perfect and
hmm.
poetic because it was like you were gonna win with
Yep.
the game that I was being snarky about earlier in the year about how I beat and you couldn't beat. Um, However, number 72, I beat the World's End Club to tie you. I've been actually playing this game not since the first day of Christmas I did, but the second day, because the first day I just played Zelda, Breath of the Wild, and the second day I played this. The World's End Club is from the writers of Danganronpa, so got a little bit of a pedigree.
Hmm.
However, it was also originally made for the Apple Arcade, so that's a little weird because that's like a mobile service almost.
Hmm.
So, but I really wanted to play it, and Mom had gotten it for me for Christmas, so that made it easier to swallow. Everyone had said the game was terrible. It's not terrible, but it's kind of terrible. So, and it also is a weird bait and switch type of thing, because it starts off like a killing game, right? Just like Danganronpa,
Hmm.
someone's, and it's very childish though. They don't say kill. They say, oh, they're gonna go get smushed by the sludge monster or something like
Hmm.
it has a very child, like I don't know the type, but if have you ever seen the Yokai Watch anime?
Yes, absolutely.
So that kind of tone is the tone of this game. Very like wow, like it's not like Dora the Explorer, but it's definitely not even a teenager vibe. It's
Yeah.
between there. Um, that's the vibe it gets, and I can deal with that vibe, but it was a little weird at first. And the killing game is over within like 2 hours, right? And I guess they released it on Apple Arcade in chunks, and this was the first chunk. And then they were gonna release it episodically, and then they just said, Apple Arcade sucks. So they just released it all on the Switch, and then all the rest on Apple Arcade, and moved on with their life. But the rest of the game is a weird road trip. Like the killing game is over, and it's like about what happened afterwards.
Hmm.
I don't want to spoil Danganronpa, but you remember the end of Danganronpa, right? When they leave the door.
Yes.
So imagine like if a game just kind of started there, and they're trying to like explore the world and figure out what happened. That's kind of what happened, and that's what the whole game is about. And man, there's some twists and turns with the story, but they want to make sure small children that would play on the Apple Arcade are aware of what's going on. They want you to see these twists from a mile away, you know, um, and they do. And it's just like, okay, we get it. I know what you're trying to tell me, game. You don't need to beat it into my head, you know. But towards the end, they actually had some twisty turnies that I did not see coming. So that was kind of nice. The actual game is a side-scrolling platformer, and it controls terribly,
Oh, wow.
like completely terribly. And again, it's made for very small children, so there's like no platforming at all. The idea is these kids get these special powers, and you can use them like, oh, I can turn into a ball and roll over enemies. Super basic, extremely like kind of awful. Um, the best parts of the game are the parts in between the platform parts. There's a lot of story stuff, cutscenes, but there's a particular like they'll camp out together, and you can just talk to all the characters. That's the best part of the game.
Mm-hmm.
Just talking with these characters and getting to know their experiences, and it does have branching paths as well. And the best, really good thing in the game is it kind of wants you to go every path. So after you beat the game, it's like now the stage select is open, so you go back, go the other path, and by the time you get to the true ending, it kind of goes, do you know how do you know all this stuff? And it's like, well, because I went down every path, that's how I know everything. So you get like part of a code here, part of a code there,
Mm-hmm.
and that part was pretty neat. That said, definitely not that good of a game, but and definitely not to the standards of the creators at all. But it was kind of neat. And now we're tied. Michelle, I beat this game at about let's say 10:30.
I knew it had to be late because I go to bed at 10 and I had checked like, I don't know, 9 o'clock at night. And I was like, nah, I think I'm good.
And we
But I just
actually,
knew. In my heart, I just knew.
and I knew I had an advantage too, because I mean, of course, you could have always posted stuff the next day and said, hey, I beat it yesterday, and you know, I would have been like, okay. But I knew probably not going to happen that way, and also because of our time zone differences, I actually just have an extra hour,
Mm-hmm.
or 2 hours, right? 1 hour. I have an
Yeah.
extra 1 hour. So once I hit 11, it's over for you. So I said,
Mm-hmm.
well, since we're this close, I could just leave it tied, but let me just win. So I downloaded a game that I just barely gotten free, I think last week, called Press Any Button. I believe there's a sequel coming out. That's why they gave it away for free. The game took an hour to beat. It's about, the idea is it's a test, right? It's about seeing how good you are with your reactions. So a ball goes up and down, and you gotta just press the space bar when it hits the green.
Mm-hmm.
And then after a few times of doing that, some weird AI pops up and it's like, aren't you bored? And you start changing the game different to be different and play differently. He starts asking you questions, trying to learn about the world. And for something I just downloaded for the purposes of beating you, it was actually kind of interesting. Kind of interesting. Kind of interesting just for 1 hour. But it is just kind of like most of the game is blocks fall. You have to catch them on these platforms, and then over time they break down. And you got to just focus on catching the blocks. And there's no way to really lose. You can get a game over, but not a game over. You can lose, but you just restart the level.
Mm-hmm.
No big deal. But it was fairly interesting, and I specifically played it for the purpose of beating it before midnight, so that way I could beat you in the race.
And what's great is the next day, I didn't know for like pretty well into Christmas morning. I even was like texting Samantha and I was like, I don't know, I haven't checked it yet, but I think I won. She's like, I think you won too. And then I And then I went to Backloggery, and literally I was like sitting right next to my husband, and I was just like, "Fuck, I lost!" And I just he was just like, I've gone deaf." And I was like, "I knew it. I knew I was gonna lose because we were just way too close." And I was like, "I just know. I know I'm gonna get cocky, and I'm gonna be like, yeah, I think I won,' and then I'm just gonna wake up, and it's gonna be over."
And you know,
But
with the World's End Club too, like it went on so much longer than I anticipated to. It just kept going and going. And I was like, I'm not gonna beat this in time. But I also like I felt wrong if I were to stop that game and be like, okay, let me beat a couple really cheap ones. Like
yeah,
I was clearly playing World's End Club. Let me keep playing World's, and I did happen to beat it, so it like worked out. And then press any button was just an asshole move.
um, yeah, and because I didn't do the same thing this year that I did last year, where I played a lot of really short games on purpose just to beat you.
Mm-hmm.
Now Puzzle Agent was kind of, but the other stuff I just wanted to play,
Yeah.
and it just they happened to be short, which lucked out really well for me.
So here we are. Put the
Yeah, here
crown
we
on
are.
my head. You won last year. I have won this year. Barely. Very
Yeah.
barely. Barely by a 1 hour game in the last hour.
That's how I kind of figured it would go too. Was that we were gonna end up super close because like I knew with It Takes. I didn't even expect you to play It Takes Two. Honestly, I was like, oh. But Samantha kind of clued me in. She sent me like a picture of you guys playing, and I was like, oh no. I was like,
What's that game? What are they doing?
I was
Stop
like,
it!
oh no, oh no, this is bad.
Okay, Michelle. Let's break it down. Now, we only talked about the last little quarter of our year, but we did play a lot of other games this year, and I was at 73, you were at 72. Let's talk top 10s.
All right.
What do you got?
What do you think? Well, we'll wait until we get over to it. Now, the last part of my list is a little more iffy. Uh, Honestly, I don't really quite have a number 10, but I'm just gonna throw Gris in there.
Okay, okay.
The last five could honestly kind of go in any order. The first four, though, are definitely, I would say they're almost tied, but I just barely put them in the order that I did. So number 10 is Gris. Number 9, once again, these ones are kind of just sort of in whatever order at the end. Little Nightmares 2.
Mm.
I'm going to put number 8, Jenny LeClue, Detective Vu. Number 7, Professor Layton and the Miracle Mask. Number 6, Planet Coaster. Number 5, Life is Strange Before the Storm. Number 4, The Room 3. Number 3, Corpse Party. And what do you think is going to be my number 1? I want to ask you that to see what you think.
You just said number 3 is Corpse Party, right?
Yeah.
You haven't said Animal Crossing yet, have you?
No.
Man, but you kind of like were iffy on Animal Crossing. I'm looking through your games right now, trying to think. Metal Gear Solid?
Oh shit! You know what? I take it back. That one's that one's in there. Just take Gris off. Metal Gear Solid. How the fuck did I forget that? I forgot about it.
Okay. You don't.
So
have
that was a good guess, though. That should have been in there.
My
bad.
I thought you
but
gave that
but
5
it's not.
stars. What? Read them off again. I want to hear them again.
Oh, for the other one. So
Yeah.
3 is Corpse Party. 4 is The Room 3. 5 is Life is Strange Before the Storm. 6 is Planet Coaster. 7 is Professor Layton and the Miracle Mask. 8 is Jenny LeClue, Detective Vu. 9 is Little Nightmares 2. And now 10 is Metal Gear Solid.
Oh, I don't know. Is it Fatal
I really-
Frame by chance? That'd be.
No. I really thought there was a specific game here that you were going to be like, that's definitely it. And I could be like, you're wrong.
Oh.
But you actually have not guessed that, so.
Oh. I mean, Psychonauts too.
Yeah, I thought you were going to guess that, and you're actually wrong. It is number 2 is Psychonauts 2. Beaten out very slightly by Paradise Killer.
Ooh.
Yeah, it was my favorite game, and I was like, man, after I played Psychonauts 2, I was like, man, I loved it, but oh, damn, Paradise Killer's still my number 1 right now. I loved it so much.
That's a very interesting list. Very interesting list.
With maybe some honorable mentions for Boku no Natsuyasumi 3, Smile for Me, Ace Attorney Spirit of Justice, Happy Home Designer, uh, The Strong Bad Game, and Ring Fit.
Strong bad.
Yeah, I like Strong Bad a lot actually, so it gets an honorable mention.
Okay, let me go through mine. I'll start with the honorable mentions. New Pokemon Snap. God of War, PS4. Mass Effect 2, even though I played the terrible PS3 version. Red Dead Redemption 2, and The Last of Us Part 2.
All right.
Those games were all very great, and it hurt to put them in honorable mention, but it also hurt. Some games deserve to be honorable mention, but I tried to limit myself to 5.
Mm-hmm.
Now here we go. Number 10, Horizon Zero Dawn. Horizon's actually the best Sony exclusive I played so far. It beats out Last of Us, it beats out Spider-Man, it beats out God of War, in my opinion.
Nice.
Number 9, The Room 3. Number 8, Yakuza 5. Number 7, Metroid Dread. Number 6, East Shade.
Oh, that makes me so happy.
Number 5, and this is where we hit the 5-star games. You know, last year I had one 5-star game. It was Yakuza 0. It made making this list very easy. Number 5, It Takes Two.
Mm-hmm.
Number 4, Dragon Ball Z Kakarot. Number 3, Paradise Killer. Number 2, Inscription.
Oh, that's what I was thinking. It might have been number 1 this year.
Guess number 1.
Is it a Yakuza game?
No.
Oh.
Yakuza 5 is the best Yakuza game I played this year. This is going to be funny to you. Because you expected me to guess it for you.
Oh, is it Psychonauts 2?
Number 1 is Psychonauts 2.
Nice.
What a fuck. What? First of all,
yeah, we flip-flopped those almost.
crazy
like,
that Paradise Killer and Psychonauts 2 are both top 3 for both of us.
Yeah.
And Paradise Killer would have been number 2 if Inscription had not slipped in right at the end.
That would have been hilarious if we really had just flip-flopped those both. They
Here
are all
we
very close, though. And some of them were a surprise to me, like Corpse Party was definitely a surprise for me.
Yeah, that is very strange.
I knew immediately when I finished it, I was like, yes, this is definitely top 3. I definitely almost ties with Psychonauts 2 and Paradise Killer.
And of course.
And the Room 3 was great as well.
East Shade. Oh, what a game. I mean, have I bought it? I'm pretty sure I did. I bought Leaving Lindau.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, so I'm going to play that eventually. Speaking, do you have any, that's what last thing I want to talk about before we close out. What are your plans for next year? I'll tell you mine.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm going to do, Leaving Lindau, but I have to play Yakuza 6. That's the last one in the Kiryu saga. And that's kind of the end of the series. And, I know there's Judgment. I want to play those two and Yakuza 7. But I got to play 6. That's kind of like my main plan for next year, is to play Yakuza 6. I know the sequel to Horizon's supposed to come out next year. And I would like to play that as soon as it comes out, but we'll see what happens. And also, I want to play Pony Island because now that I've played all the other games, I'm invested now.
Yeah.
But other than that, I intend to play it like I did this year. I'm playing Breath of the Wild right now, and I intend on playing long games mixed in with some short games. Long games, short games. So that way,
I'm over here like not doing that at all.
What are you doing
already? I've already started off with Corpse Party, Book of Shadows, Planet Zoo, and Yakuza 0, which are all pretty long. Corpse Party is the shortest, and it's like 12 hours. So,
Oof.
But I think my main goals are I want to play a few of the Yakuza games. Obviously, I mean, I've already started. But I also actually I have a lot of long games now. I have a lot of RPGs, actually, which is weird because I I don't go out of my way to get them, but I'd like to finish them. Like everything I have on the PlayStation 4, I'd like to finish next year, which is like Fallout 4, Final Fantasy 7 Remake, Dragon Ball Z Kakarot.
I
And
also have to play 7 Remake next year. I kind of messed me up because they have the PS5 version now, and if you get a PS5, you get a free upgrade. So I'm just like, I know I'm gonna end up with a PS5 eventually. So,
I don't worry too much about that kind of stuff. I don't think it's gonna really make it a big difference to
I
you.
wouldn't have
So,
cared, but the Integrate DLC is exclusive to the PS5, so it's like
oh,
very annoying.
I'll also be playing probably some VR games very soon.
Right, right.
I bought a bunch of them. You probably saw me add them to my backlog. Like everything that I added recently was a VR game, like Down the Rabbit Hole, Fuji, Galagun. We're not going to talk about that one yet. But other than that, just I want to play a lot of long games that I just haven't gotten around to this year, or games that I need to finish, like Sakuna, Rise and Ruin. I meant to
All
finish that
right.
this year, and Digimon World 3. They just both slipped away from me. I never made it back around to them.
Should we? This is on the fly. I don't want to put you on the spot.
Hmm.
Should we open up a Digimon challenge for each other?
Like, in what way? What kind of Digimon challenge?
You have Digimon World 3.
Hmm.
I have Cyber Sleuth 2 or Cyber Sleuth Hacker's Memory.
Hmm.
Both of them very slow.
How
Challenge
do
each
we go
other.
about that, though? Because I definitely don't want to restart Digimon World 3. I'm just going to pick up
Just
where I left off.
you commit to beating Digimon World 3 and I'll commit to beating Hacker's Memory.
Okay, that sounds good.
I don't it's going to be tough though. I've started Hacker's Memory 3 times now.
Oh, God.
I'm having a rough time with it.
Well,
But
this is my second time starting
well,
Digimon World 3. That since I've owned it anyway, because I've definitely played your copy
yeah,
part of the way through several times.
I can't imagine it because I remember as a kid I loved that game, but I had way more time on my hand, and it's definitely
Yeah,
a slow
for
game with
sure.
lots of random battles. So
Um, I think my other really big goal that is very important for next year, and that is definitely going to slow me down a lot, is to play some of my Japanese games.
all
Uh,
right,
because I've hit a point enough with Japanese where it's kind of like I've hit the point where I can just dive into the deep end because it's going to be hard no matter what. But I have a foundation for everything, for grammar, for kanji, and vocabulary at this point. That's enough that it won't. It's still going to be painful, but it's not going to be as bad.
mm-hmm.
I'm not going to be just entirely lost. And I did get Yokai Watch 4 for Christmas. That's what I asked Mom to get me. And I have started that, and I've played a whole like 5 minutes so far. I haven't even made it into the actual gameplay yet. But I have translated that little bit, so I know what's going on right now, which is pretty cool. You know, I made it through like the first screens where they like say "Welcome to the world of Yokai Watch" like it's Pokemon, which was so weird. You know, and ask you to name the characters and stuff, and I didn't have to actually translate any of that. I just knew what it said, which was very nice. The rest of the game has not been like that so far, but also that's like a 40-hour long game, so we'll see if I actually go through with the entire thing.
You can do
But
it.
I'd like to try playing that, and maybe another game, like maybe that Harvest Moon game that I own on the DS, because that seems pretty safe. Because even if I get frustrated with it, it also is in English as well. I could
Ah,
just look up a guide. So it's not like a particularly great game or anything. It just seems like an easier game to play.
right.
But that's definitely the big goal right there, is to make it through some games. There's some games I have that I want to emulate too. I found out there's several more Legend of the River King games that came out on the Game Boy Advance, only in Japan,
Hmm.
and I've dabbled in those a little bit. So maybe I'll play one of those as well.
So that's our plans for the year. Looks like we're set.
Oh yeah.
I would plan to lose again if I were you.
I don't know, man. With all these long games I have that I want to play now, you know, because I really just want to make it through stuff on my backlog at this point that's been on there a while.
That's a
I did
good
some of
plan.
that this year with like Resident Evil 7 and some other stuff, but
Sphinx.
yeah, Sphinx.
But we'll see what happens. We'll probably be back in April
Hmm.
to discuss our first little section.
Yeah, because so far neither of us have beaten anything since
Yeah,
Christmas,
not that we've
which is
listed
kind
at
of
least.
surprising actually, because it's been like 5 days already and we haven't beaten
Yeah, I've
anything.
mostly been playing Breath of the Wild. That's
Yeah.
why. but I have downloaded a game called Milk Inside of a Bag of Milk Inside of a Bag of Milk.
I just put that on my wish list. That's so weird.
So it was like 66 cents, so I'm gonna play it.
Wait, on where?
Steam. It's
Is
only
it
a
still
dollar.
66
It's only a
cents on
dollar on Steam, so it's 66 cents on Steam. There's a sequel. You might be thinking of that one.
Oh, maybe I am. Oh, milk outside a bag of milk outside a bag. Okay.
Weird games, but anyway,
See, now I gotta find that other one.
yeah. So our plans are set. This year I am the victor. Previous year you were the victor. Next year is the tiebreaker. Whoever loses dies.
Oh, oh fuck! The stakes are high this year.
Yeah, they are. But thanks, Michelle, for joining me. Played a lot of good games this year, and I'm ready to play more, I guess. Gonna go play Breath of the Wild right now.
I don't know why. I have a feeling I'll beat even less. We'll do even less games next year. It's just like the quality of the games will keep increasing and the amount will keep decreasing.
It's definitely possible. But thanks to everyone for listening and enjoying our little podcast. And we will see you guys in April. Bye.
Bye.